Bum 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 bum. Jingle jangle. Do 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 do. Jingle jangle. Bum 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 bum. All right, I think we are good. We are officially back. We got it all lined up. Out freaking standing. Let's get back to it. Let's go. All right, so we got a little bit different of a setup now. This is less physically painful, and it's more ergonomically sounding. Oh my goodness. I have to readjust some things. That's got to go way over here. This. Settings. Ew. Let's go with the 1080. Ba, 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 ba. All right. I've got to edit that further. You know what? No, we'll leave that. Okay, so we're good. Now we've got to get the other two. The other two. There we go. Hey, Lady Pixie, welcome in, welcome in. How's it going? Hopefully the sound and everything's solid. Fix the problem. It's more ergonomically sound. Not painful physically to sit here and be able to look at all the various screens and stuff.
Jack must like you, Tommy. In life, he never did anything like this for me. Potency, aspect, or essence. Good find.
Run! Why is that not disappearing? Alright. Let us keep going. That's important. It was worth a try, though. It was, like I said, solved. And we'll have more space in the garage now. So, yay! Winning! Don't touch it. Don't get distracted! We're not doing the side quests! Don't do it! I was running And we just passed a book. Look at that. I passed a book. Oh, nope, 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 nope. I know exactly where that book is, and I am good. I don't want to find it. As a little level 27, I am not prepared to undertake such a massive endeavor. Just like fighting those two dudes. Not prepared for that level of a fight yet. There's my book. Search the book! We got more books over here. Looks like I got a sky shard up here too. And I can't make that. Alright, so let's go around the right. And now, down here, we can go to the left. Dude, he's like wrecking shit. He is such a good companion. Like, hot damn. I like Czar. Alright, so we gotta do these people's quests and then... Once we get these ones knocked out, we'll be able to then finish doing the main storyline here.
Let's see what these stones reveal.
Who are you? What brings you into my home?
A simple thief of hearts, come to steal yours from this walking city.
Steal my heart or steal your loins? For your arrow looks a quiver.
Such a lowly mouth can dine anywhere, a trait we both share. What service to our palates should we conjoin in feast?
I am a married woman, so you must starve, unless you care to feast upon yourself.
Interesting interaction there. I thought he was an assassin being charming to his target. But no, it was just flirting. And there we go. Open sesame. Right meow. Right meow.
There must be more to see.
I cannot sleep, and my husband will not wake. What cruel jest is this?
Is he showing back up again? Ah, I poisoned him, so now you can be free.
Say the word, Lady Nerume. I will allow you to sleep in my bed.
Scoundrel! You think to steal me from my husband? From the city I call home?
I only stole your sleep, which I gifted to your husband. His inattention must make him harder to love.
What would you know of love, monster? You have none of it, and you will have none of me.
Your protests ring hollow, Lady Nerume. We shall see how much when I steal you away from husband and home.
What a dick, man. He definitely sounds like someone that needs to be put down violently. Super violently, if I might add.
Burn it! Quickly! Set it aflame!
Wait a second. Wait a second. Back up. There is a readable right there. And we need to acquire said readable. There we go. Now we can go.
What else can we learn?
I don't think you actually want the answer to that question, homie.
Come to me, my little snowbird.
What have you done? Where am I?
This vault, I built it to hold a precious treasure deep below your walking city. I will keep you safe and away from interference.
Why have you done this? Is your heart as cold as this chamber?
Your heart is cold, Lady Nerume. Warming it to Rajin's shadow will unlock the prison built of your denial.
Never. I would rather freeze until time's end than share one warm moment with you.
So be it. This vault shall forever hold your frozen heart. I leave my mantle to conceal the shame you caused me. Farewell, Nerume.
Now we know why the fallen Esti faithful were forced to dig. We should speak of this. General and perhaps...
So were they seeking her, or were they seeking the mantle? 'Tis the question.
Don't let it eat me!
Aren't you guys like cannibals and shit? So why are you begging for your life when you guys eat people for a living?
I'm free and in your debt.
All three of the tribes are staring at me!
Got him!
I thought I was done for.
You travel with... Yes.
They were looking for the mantle. That tracks.
Never seen a white troll before.
They're called frost trolls, big dog. And if you haven't seen one before, maybe you should spend some time in Skyrim or the Reach. Rah! Got it. All right, push forward. Advance! I want to know why the torch is on the ground. Literally on the ground. Look at that. Look at that. On the ground. Actively burning. And not melting the snow. Crazy.
Are you another soldier? Come to loose trolls upon the Valenwood? How can so many know my name after all these years? Yes, I am Narume. I hope to stem the tide of frost trolls by sealing their egress. But ice is the only form I may take beyond the walls of my prison. You are not... General Indari spoke of it being the... I was Regine's shadow... General Indari spoke...
All right. Enter the vault. So do we have to follow her? Probably not. Probably be able to just run away and then go find the vault out here somewhere. One can hope. I really wish that. Why is that not going away? Thank you. There we go. The Jade Dragoons. That'd be kind of cool if you could actually see those dudes fight in formation. Because Dragoons... The most common Dragoons you would see are...
There.
Cavalry with pistols.
Let us speak of regime.
Specialized cavalry pistols, but pistols nonetheless. Which is still pretty cool. Pretty cool concept. Especially when you get to watch them fight like that. In formation with a full-fledged unit.
I'm in here. My prison holds me in complete solitude for centuries. Yet 2 visitors arrive on the same day. Take this ring. Very little. Why would anyone? I've been trapped here for...
Go all the way to the top and enter the vault. There we go. Oh, there we go. What do we got here? We've got cryomancers. So we gotta go through the gargoyle. Raj! Push through. Advance!
General Andari's soldiers were no match for the inner vault.
He shouldn't be able to do that. Alright, grab it all up and there we go. Nice.
May your bones serve better.
Can we go around those dudes or we gotta go through them? Yeah, looks like we gotta go through them. Push, 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 push. Again, not supposed to be able to do that.
Rest and no peace.
You'll never take it from me! Who are you? You? But I found Rajine's mantle. Why should Queen Irene be the one? You're right. We were overrun. No. Rajine's mantle is mine!
Regine's mantle so you might free me.
Run away! Ah! Now we can go turn in the Regine's mantle. And then hopefully we can get leveled up and get on out of here.
I can't. Soon I'll leave.
Lady Nehrume, you denied my love, and now I deny your journey home. If you beg my forgiveness, convincingly, I'll return the walking city from where I stole it.
What? Could that Phil? He took the walking city? What else?
The walking city is beginning to sound like one of those walking mausoleums in Elden Ring. That's what it's beginning to sound like. Is that where you live? Because if I gotta fight a walking city to bring it to its knees just so that you can go home, I think I might be a little upset about that. I have not encountered a walking city yet. And by definition, if it's a walking city, isn't it constantly on the move to begin with? Like, surely it doesn't just stay in the same spot. Or else it would be just a city and not a walking one.
Boss trolls surrounded your prison for how many years? Truly detestable, my lady.
They were quite terrifying. Even when the sky...
Forgive me. Excellent. I can't...
We did it! We did it! We did it! Ah! Alright, now we gotta go that way. Which, honestly, we can fast travel and be closer, so let's go do that. And how is homie, like, in the camp with y'all, and y'all are just ignoring him? Why is that? I feel like the dude holding a soldier hostage in the middle of camp should be a concern for everyone. No? Not really? Okay. Can't say I understand, but Raj. Raj! Level 28, and we're gonna go with... I think that one. Bear's inspiration. What is he? What are you? I mean... Because it says when slotted on either ability bar, gain major brutality, major sorcery, and keysing. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna put it there. So now we get the passive, which, I mean, we're not gonna need that once we get the Oaken Soul, because the Oaken Soul's gonna do that for us, but we need to get to Oaken Soul first. And in the meantime, that's beneficial. So let's keep it pushing. That looks like a way shrine to me, which I very much want, indeed. There we are, yes we are, once more onto the breach. We've got some things that we need to go handle. First things first, this little thing right.
I saw you eat that flower. can't let you harm this forest without penance. The Green Pact demands that you pay for your indiscretions.
What?
But this Khajiit loves to eat flowers. You're insane. Put that axe away. I have done nothing wrong.
Material full
Plants
of
and the trees are
potential.
sacred to the Bosmer. All true Bosmer, at any rate. I demand retribution for the flower you slaughtered and devoured.
Someone help. You there. Please, talk some sense into that elf. He's a lunatic.
I would love to, but it's not letting me. Oh, here we go.
This Khajiit thinks he can walk into this forest and kill and maim at his leisure. He may not follow the Green Pact, but I do. And I'll have him learn respect for the flowers and the trees before this day is done. It's always a misunderstanding. Do you know how many buffoons stumble into this place to tear up flowers and kick the trees? Sorry, Cat. I let my anger get to me.
Thank you for I understand. One time my brother, under the influence of skooma, also attacked me. Luckily, he could not climb trees in that state. Though it was humorous to see him cry.
I mean, like, you guys eat people, and you're mad because he ate a plant? I feel like you guys got like your wires crossed there on priorities. Very nice. Yes, indeed. And we need to continue riding this way. Hold on a second. There is a readable treehouse. I can climb the treehouse. Oh, and all of this is stealing. What's up, bro? How's it going? Okay. Is there not another up? There's not another up. So if there's not another up, that means that the book is right here. There it is. We got the book! Alright, now we need to go to that way shrine. Grab the book next to the way shrine. And then from that point...
Over here.
No, not over there. No! But anyway, so we're gonna grab the book. We're gonna grab the way shrine. And it looks like we might grab 2 books and the way shrine. 3 books. 3 books! Look at that mini-map. Man, oh man. Alright, alright, alright. Let's see. Who do we got? What do we got? We've got another lore book right there. Yes, indeed. Run away! Get the way shrine. Do it. You know you want to. There we go. Have a sack. Have a sack, have a sack, have a sack. Run away!
On, little spirit. May you guide us to riches again.
Arthur will return. Dennis will bring Rajin's mantle. Are you serious? Did you not handle that already, big dog? Thank you. Let's go get this right here. Ooh, or we will take it. We got to do plenty of mining later on in, I think it's Glen Umbra is where we got to go. All right.
From the veins of Nirni.
I kind of think you would actually dig. No, you wouldn't. Never mind. Because I'm like thinking, if we're going into Molag Bal's Cold Harbor territory, right? And you hate Molag Bal and you hate those that work with him. Wouldn't you be, like, appreciative of the fact that we're going to go over there and, like, stomp his face in? Like, no, you really don't want to be in the realm to begin with. So, like, that kind of freaking tracks. Alright, so I'm thinking it's up there. Let's go, let's go. Bum 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 bum. Let's go, let's go. Do 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 do.
So much to report, I don't know where to start. Yes, I'm sure.
Lost in the study. That's what we're doing next, but we're gonna get the book first. Why? Because you gotta get all them readables. You gotta read them all. Lore books. Drop on down, head on inside, and there we go to the Reliquary Ruins. Now, once we're in here, we kill everything. Why? Because them's the rules. I don't make them, I just follow them. What if I don't want to talk to that individual? What if I really do just want to be like, burn the place to the ground? Good luck burning stone. That's fair. That's a valid point. Can't burn the stone.
Everything was... Are you then? Oh, the secret's in the...
Hall of... You see this? Do you see that? Look at that. Look at that. It's got magic on it, clearly. Flesh Gardens? Let's deal with the Halls of Wisdom first, and then we will go to the Flesh Gardens. I'm not not quite sure how to take that. Hey, homie. What am I supposed to be doing? Acquire a Watcher's Eye. Oh, you dickbag. Ring around the roses, bucket full of posies, ashes, ashes shall fall down. You know, little kids' nursery rhymes like that are really truly horrifying when you find out their origin stories. Like, that's about the Black Plague. You know that time period where, what was it, like a third of the world's population just ceased to exist? Yeah. Children's nursery rhymes. Gotta love them.
Blasted Zarxus. I know I should... Oh, another one.
Alright, bud. Run away! Just run away! Do it! Well, looks like we got a quest thing down here. Man, this mini-map genuinely is such a quality of life improvement.
You hold my... Oh no.
We completed the quest. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go.
What are they doing?
Good looking out, Czar. Alright, alright, alright. Let's do it. Run away! Did you guys really fuck up my mini-map because you all couldn't mind your own business? Now leave my damn mini-map alone. I'm really... Is there a way to alter that? Options, add-ons... I gotta mess with that later. Because surely there's a way to make it so it stops disappearing every time I get into a big fight. Alright, so the next place we're supposed to be going is the Flesh Gardens. Which, boy oh boy, is that a name. All right.
Another petitioner? So soon off. So, oh my. May you stop.
Okay, what are we supposed to do? Found her. Oh, I gotta find their soul. That's right, Czar. Knock him down to the ground. Good job. An empty gem. Okay, what is that one? Let's look at you. What do you got? Empty gem. That can stay there too. What about you? What about you? Bum bum. Interesting. So that's an ancient soul. Ah. We found the soul. Let's go turn it back in. I was running.
You perfidious. Casey,
Alright, bro. Run! Quick! Before the Dromora come back! We don't want to deal with them. Really? No, not really. It's cool if we deal with them, because I'll just stomp them out, too. Getting pretty good at stomping out Dromora. At least with this character. Alright, all of you should flee!
Thank you. Tedrini has behaved quite erratically since his return.
Is that because his soul was removed from his body by a Dromora? While his body was turned into a stone? Could that be why he's, I don't know, been a little different since coming back?
I heard my name. What do you need?
Vahilia, our friend needs your help in the Hall of Might.
The Hall of Might.
Lead away, my friend.
Ooh, cool. Somebody's in here with us. Oh! And they're a dual-wielding necro.
This looks promising. Let's start searching.
Readables. Oh, readables. Let's get them all knocked out, shall we? Why? Because it sounds like we might be getting a storm outside.
Over here. There's a draft coming from this bookcase.
Okay, so it's not Remnants of Sea Road. Okay. There we go. So it's the Remnants, the Black Year.
I never thought I'd hold it.
In my own two hands. Well, puppet hands count as my hands. The power, it's exquisite. And I have you to thank. And now, I really must take this Bayhelia puppet for a stroll. Let's see how fast it can run.
Not fast enough, I promise you that. And considering that I can actually go into the domains, plural, of various different Daedra princes, I don't think you can actually run from me. Because I will just hunt you down in any plane of existence you run to. Well, that makes two of us. That's crazy.
What are you doing?
Fight it, stop it, let's go. Follow me! Hit it with an ice spell. Freeze them in place. You can't, it's not the boss fight room. Oh, I know. You gotta fight them in specific special rooms. How do you know you're in the right room? Because it's full of ammo and health. They don't have ammo in this game. I know. That's what makes it terrifying. Oh, it's your actual body.
I can feel it.
Ha! I got it. Fight me. Where did you go? Come out and... There you are. Let's have a conversation.
It should be you. What? What's happening? You'll have to try harder than that.
Ooh. Okay. I understand what they're doing. Now we gotta find their essence again. We gotta defend it from books.
Defeat it so easy.
Pray for mercy.
Illuminate! Oh, another one, huh? Or are you actually dead? No? Third go?
I am listening.
Whee! Alright, so now we get to flee. And that's all the three things that the prince sent us after.
You! Wonderful. After I return it to the...
And there we go. Nice! It's all returned. Alright, supplies. Learn that. Take those. Solid companion item. Sash. Oh, it's light. We gotta do some. We gotta check our research. Of course, it's intricate. Okay, that's kind of cool. It's like worse in every regard. That's crazy. Wastes. It's worse in the ways that make a difference. Same with those. I just can't justify making those changes. No, I cannot. Alright, what do we got here? We've got murdered Mason's boots. It's a wild name. Oh yeah, and this is worse too. All right, Ear of the Queen. All right, we're still good. And where are we supposed to be going now to? The throne room. All right. So how's everyone doing? Hope y'all are having a wonderful day, evening, depending on time zones, of course.
Within the tree, how would one find him? The tree is so large.
Did they not teach land navigation back in your day, homie? Was that not a thing? Did they not have maps and compasses? Hey, we ran into this. We saw this dude adventuring yesterday. TikTok tormentor. He was out doing the adventuring stuff. Out in the wilds.
A moment, if you please.
No. I don't, please. Research! No. Don't say training, indeed. So does that. It's heavy, we don't do heavy. Decon. I don't actually care about precise. Sharpened I like. And defending. Sharpened and defending. See, a one-handed sharpened. One-handed sharpened. Cool, so that can go now. Howard, I don't care about. Clothing station. It's research. It's research. Oh my goodness. The research. Divines. Infused. 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 Impenetrable. Training. Impenetrable. Penetrable. Well fitted. Break it all. And you are medium, and you are medium. You're divines, and you are training. Then you all both get to stay, yes indeedy. Let's hit the woodworking bench over here and get that research going. Always got to be researching. Increases healing done. Spell resistance. Resistance. Alright, decon. Break. Break. We're good there. Enchantment? Enchantment! And we're good. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Now we sell some things, yes indeed we do. Sell the trash and the treasure alike. The poisons, I don't run them. Yeah, we're good. Repair. We's out of here. Alright, let's get up there and go turn this in now. Jingle. Jangle.
Over here, Initiate.
Over here, Initiate. What if I talk to the royalty, which are far more important than any of you guild folks that are trying to be like, hey, Initiate. Listen, does Initiate takes orders from the king directly and the queen of the entire faction directly? No? Didn't think so. Alright. Well, that was certainly loud.
No, imagine.
Enter the orrery. Rudge Wilco. I wonder, can you make a tank? No, you can't. You can make a weird-ass hybrid. Because I'm thinking, like, honestly, if I play if I played a warden, I would want to have a frost warden, obviously, to like properly tank. But I've always thought of a warden as someone who might use a bow. But I don't. You can't use a bow effectively as a tank unless you make a crazy ass hybrid. I might have to try that. Hey, Black Hazard, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? We're working on leveling up. I figured out yesterday that there's the grindy areas to go get the level XP, right? In the earlier levels, it tracks. But once we got into the area of the levels we're at now, I actually am gaining levels faster just burning through the main storylines of the different provinces than I was farming the XP over at the doing the dolmens. The only thing that I think could be faster would require someone to like carry the character, but it would be the Skyreach catacombs. That's about the only thing I can think of that would be faster. But in the meantime, we will forever be leveling.
Little brother, you shouldn't be here for this. Darren hath warned us of the dangers.
I won't turn my back on family. My place is in your shadow, as it has always been.
See?
On On the contrary, today the Dominion shall see why a high elf is fit to lead all of Tamriel.
I used to despise your certainty. But today it's reassuring, oddly enough.
Apology accepted.
Queen Arren. You know what her downside is? Her one weakness, her one flaw. She only has one. It's very sad. Because most people be like, that's not a flaw. It's empathy. She's merciful. She's understanding. She's tolerant. Because she's empathetic. That is the Queen's one flaw. Because, like, her brother has straight out said, you mean after you murdered my wife and you stole my throne? And he just sat here and went, oh, I belong in your shadow? Really? Queen, you ain't hearing this? Your brother's a traitorous bastard that's coordinating all of this. Or they got turned when you murdered his wife. I'm telling ya. He's gonna betray ya, Queen. Just put his ass down now. Do it while he's not paying attention. He doesn't realize that he has been figured out. Right? Kill him softly. Let him not know it's coming. Let him not suspect anything. Let him not have to beg for his life, plead, cry, any of those things. Be confident, secure. Thinking that he can overthrow the crown and still take it, right? Let him think those things as you jam a dagger in the back of his spinal column, right? Where the spinal cord reaches the base of the spine. There's that little tiny area right there. If you sever that shit, kills him real quick and clean. No suffering, no nothing, right? She should do that. And then he doesn't have to destroy his reputation. And she can remember him fondly. We great, like always. How about yourself? I am outstanding. We are forever leveling. That's what we are doing.
I'll make sure everyone clears out, as you requested. But you don't need to be here, Your Highness.
I used to sneak in here as a child and climb through the orrery's rungs. Do you think I'd pass up on the chance to see what it actually does? But have no fear. I want you at the outer door.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I won't let you down.
You never do.
But yeah, no, we're good. We found out that if we just burn through main story stuff, levels us up faster. So that's what we're doing. Eventually, we're gonna get to the point where I can actually start getting my gear. I know what I'm starting with. A couple pieces. I know the monster set I'm gonna be chasing. And I know my ring I'm going to be chasing. Past that, I still have to figure out what I'm going to feed into.
Not bad, just good. The first thing you'll need is to take up Rachin's mantle. A god's hands move the orrery, goes the translation. Oh, you'll be all right. That overly approach the...
So this pile of moss and rubble determines the next emperor?
The orrery is ancient. Show some respect.
The prince is being mouthy to the queen. The prince is disrespecting traditions. Like, just stick a dagger in the back of his head. He'll be solid. Kill him softly, call it a day. Sincerely, Queen, or else I'm gonna end up having to do it. And nobody wants that.
That's it. It's awaken.
What weapons are you running? Lightning staff. Lightning staff, lightning staff, lightning staff. Always. It's actually my favorite weapon in the game. I like the bow as well.
We have an emperor in our midst. Truly a momentous day.
It's just not a very effective weapon in the game. Hey, Curse. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Time to protect you yourself.
But yeah, it'd be a lightning staff versus light. Look at that. There it goes.
You risked your life in this contraption without testing it first.
You wear Archine's mantle, you'll never be held in place.
It's incredible. I can see the white gold tower. No! What's happening to me?
Let me deal with this, and then I'll go back to answering question about the weapons. Is that right? Come here, big dog. Raw button, you heretic.
The tower. It's raining.
Naaman, what were you thinking? Why? What? No, Why would Naaman do this? I make what the legend says. It revealed the person within. Do you think I have it?
He was a traitorous bastard, Queen. That's why he betrayed you and ran in there himself. And then we got to see it unfold. Now the Queen's showing up. And she's going through it, and it's going to reveal who she really is. And she is just herself. That's right.
I'm myself a dominion of peace. I don't this a powerful.
We did it! We did it! Yeah!
My brother gave his life to protect us. He died a hero.
I don't...
I will soon go to Marlborough. Viceroy Peladil, I want you to travel ahead with my brother's body. You will make the funeral arrangements.
Yes. Yes, Your Majesty. I understand.
Spare no expense for his funeral. All in the Dominion are welcome. All may pay their respects to a hero.
At once, Your Majesty.
She did a quick cover-up job there. Oh, that wasn't very nice, Queen. You shouldn't have done that one. Alright, so you just gave me some new shoulders. Are they better than what I'm running? Infused. Yeah, they are. Alright. So, I prefer staffs, right? Lightning staffs are my go-to. Frost staffs are a good option for tanking shit. I have to look into it, and I'd have to get much higher level, because you need CP points to make it effective. But if you're going to do a tank shield bash build, like a bash build, those are really fun to play. But you do need significant CP points in order to actually do an effective bash build with a tank.
Is this really happening?
I don't know what you mean.
You must have seen. You arrived near the end of it.
I just realized that if you run with the bristleback boar and on combat pet and gives you 5 extra... Do you have to run with it active? I thought you just had to own it. Does it work if you, like, own it, but you slot it, like you have a different pet pulled out? Speaking of which, is my terrier still out? It is! And, currently, Black Hazard, just so you're aware, I'm not actually running my equipment yet proper, because I'm not high enough level. I'm at a level where I'm still changing stuff out. So most, not everything, but most of what I'm still running is the stuff that Manbear made for us, like 2 days ago. I got that one from leveling up, and I'm only running that one because it's the XP gain, and it was higher damage output than the one Manbear had for us, which is awesome, because it got us to this point. And then I'm still wearing the Heartland Conquerors set that he made for us, because it's all got the training, which, it's got the training thing right here. where we can see the increases experience gain, right? From kills. From kills specifically, which is nice. And the... Nope. And you can see it does weapon and spell damage. It does maximum magicka, maximum stamina, increases effectiveness of your weapon traits by 100%. This does not affect ornate or intricate traits. So, like, I've got that whole set. And then we've got Order's Wrath, which adds weapon and spell damage, magicka recovery, maximum magicka, crit chance, and more spell damage. So that's currently what we're running. But again, this is simply because we're not at a level where we can actually solidify our gear yet. We need to be much, much higher than what we're currently at to be able to solidify the there we go. To be able to deal with the equipment stuff. You got to be 50 CP 160, if I remember correctly. We'll get there. When we get there, though, I know what set I'm going to be running. As far as my monster set goes and my ring set. I know those two things.
State your destination. I'll add you to the list. Tell me.
Is it in green shade? Maybe. I just realized you're... not sure, but I never noticed it until now. I own it, but I didn't read a brief about it. An entire chitin armor from Crown Crates. Nice. I want... Okay, so let me show you guys what I want. Because there is a thing, and it's in the crates, which makes me mad that it's in the crates. I want these right here. Look at that. Look how freaking cool that is. But the problem that I'm running into is that it takes crown gems. Or I gamble, which we all know how I feel about gambling, and hope that I get it. Which is... What the hell is that? That's kind of a cool mask. What about you? That's even better looking. There's that chitin armor you're talking about. Let's see that mask. That's the Falmer armor. You have the Falmer armor? It's a variant of the Falmer armor. Like super ancient Falmer armor. Man, that is so cool. Yeah, that's really the only one that I would want is those eyes, personally. But they don't have a way to just flat out buy it. Other than through crown gems. I wish they did. That would be nice. Let's see here. The boar. Purchasing this pet increases your inventory capacity by 5 slots on all characters account wide. So you don't actually need to run the boar. You just need to, once you've unlocked the boar on your account, it's all of your characters account wide. Same with the donkey and the rat. So the boar, donkey, and rat is account wide. That's kind of cool. Customized actions. Can we preview that? Nah, we solid. Stone hammer, huh? We're good on those ones. Alright, let's go. Where are we going? Oh! We've got a few things to do here. Alright, so here, let's go get this. Oh yeah, I got them too, and the mask, and I got a lot of crown gems from crown crates. You can get them from seals as well, seals of endeavor. Oh, I can? I might have them. I've been trying to keep up with my endeavors since I started 2 days ago. I don't know that I'll have enough, but we're gonna find out. Oh, damn. Oh my goodness. That is a dope looking... What does your staff look like? Oh! I like that manacled jester stuff. That's pretty cool looking. Conjurer's eyes. Of course, 2,000. Cost 2,000. I love that shield too. I gotta get it. Man, if only we had more time. Yeah, there's no way that I can get 2,000 in 4 days. Disappointment. How you doing? How you doing, Fedora Tip and Chad? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, I would... That maniacal jester set. Stuff looks so freaking cool. Hopefully those profit eyes show up at some point where you can just flat out buy it with crowns instead of all the other crazy hoopla. Go get this. Oh man. Pain, 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 pain. That's fun. Oh. I'm doing good, just chilling at the moment, about to do my crafting, rinse and some random dungeons on movies. Nice. Very nice. I figured out yesterday, going over everything, that I'm leveling up faster just burning through the main storyline than what I was from grinding out the dolmens. So, as a result, we're just going to keep grinding main storyline in zones until we get to where we need to be. Or... No, that's really it. Because really the only thing that I can think of that would actually be faster, legitimately faster, would be Skyreach Catacombs. But I'm not capable of doing that with my current loadout and build. I'm not strong enough to solo Skyreach Catacombs yet. That'd be the only thing that I think that might be faster, but at this point, definitively at this point of where we're at level-wise, this is the superior method that I'm finding so far. The pig children! Oh, that's from the orphanage in Riften? Place. Hey, let's go get this while we're here. Yeah, I have 20.7 thousand seals of endeavors. I rarely spend them, but I might have to spend 4K just for the jester staff and shield. Honestly, like if I wish that console and PC were connected, because I know for a fact that I have enough on there on console to be able to get that. I probably, honestly, because I've never spent any of them, my Seals of Endeavors, I honestly probably have enough just to flat out be able to buy the entire Jester set on console. Plus my Prophet's Eyes. It's sadly not connected yet. I have a feeling it will be, though. When Microsoft comes out with that next console, there's no way that MMOs don't start connecting at least those two, like Xbox and PC accounts. There's no way that it doesn't become connected at that point.
Fine attire you might make with that.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Ah! Games Freak! Welcome in, welcome in. Give me one moment here. Let me get to safety. Because I can't pause this one. Alright, Czar. You keep an eye out. Ah, thank you for doing that shout out. Thank you. Welcome in. Thank you for that raid. I appreciate it. How you doing? How was your stream? Doing some AC Odyssey. Nice. Personally, that's my favorite one in the Assassin, or in the post soft reboot of the franchise. Odyssey's my favorite. Pre-soft reboot, Black Flag. So, I'm a big fan of Odyssey. I know that's the next one that Lady Pixie wants to do in the series. She just finished out Origins with the DLCs there. But yeah, if you guys haven't checked out Games Freak, go do that. Click on the link right there. Go do it. New game. Good. I opened new. On the one someone report me that I bought. Yeah, Lady Pixie was telling me about that. That's weird. You should be able to appeal that, or like you should be able to reach out to Twitch and be like, hey, clearly not a bot. I don't know why they said that, right? Like, you should be able to communicate with them and possibly recover your account. I like Odyssey and Black Flag also. I do that, but hope that back. How is the new PC? The new PC is fantastic, except for so I was running a 2-monitor system, because before what I was doing was like I had my TV for the Xbox, and then I had my laptop for OBS so I could see everyone, right? And then what ended up happening was I got the PC. So then I had a PC monitor with the TV. The problem is my PC was now outperforming what my TV was capable of. So looking at it was like making us really nauseous. Like Lady Pixie actually noticed it too, where like when you move the camera around too quickly, it didn't translate well because the TV wasn't capable of keeping up with what the PC was performing at. So I ended up getting a second monitor, and now everything's good. I've got everything right in my little space, so I can look at everyone when I'm talking to you, and then I can look at screens that aren't going to make me nauseous because they're not capable of keeping up with the machine. So that's all great progress. Now we've got to rebuild our ESO empire that we once had. We must redo all of that. And then behind the scenes, I'm actually still working on Elite Dangerous. I'm still learning that game, still getting used to that one. And every day that goes by, now that I have this PC, I am fighting the urge so fucking bad to play Total War. Like, the longer I have this PC, the harder it is to fight that urge. Because, man, I love me my Total War games. Those fucking grand strategy things with that level of detail that you have to micromanage is so satisfying and amazing. It's overwhelming for a lot of people, but I really enjoy it. So, but as I said, we are rebuilding our ESO empire. So for the foreseeable future, this is gonna be the main game of the channel again for a while. Honestly, I also gotta say,
The entrance is just up this hillside.
I also gotta say that the quality of life on playing ESO on PC versus on console is significantly better. Because, I mean, look at this. Places I haven't discovered, right? So I know exactly where everything is. I don't have to guess or look up a guide anymore. I've got lore books marked everywhere. I've got sky shards marked everywhere, right? Like, so it's super, super, super nice. And then when we add all of that to the fact that we've got a mini map now, that's an add-on as well. And we've got a mini map. Like, the quality of life improvements are so damn dramatic over here. It's incredible. So, I think ESO on PC is going to be far more enjoyable too, which is nice. I know, right? It is amazing. I am genuinely super, super happy with the quality of life improvements. I still have to look through the rest of the add-ons just because, like, I don't know what else there is. And now I'm curious because these are that good. I just wish I had all of my my currencies from console, because there's stuff that that's only going to be in the store for like 4 more days, but it's not a premium currency that you can buy unless you want to gamble. And I don't like gambling unless it's with my life. That's just not a thing that I do. It's not a thing that I've ever been a fan of doing. Maybe that's because I grew up learning mathematics on casino tables, because that's how I was taught how to do math, was learning how to deal games.
This is just up this hillside. Hyacinth will want to hear what happened. And I need to break the news about Oleander.
I need to eat, make tea with a amount. She make good food, so then leave it like, alright, well, thank you for the raid, and thank you for the lurk and hanging out with me and stopping in and thinking of me. I appreciate it.
Hyacinth, we need to talk about the Oregon mission. Hyacinth? The place looks ransacked. Ugh, and by Oriel, what's that smell?
Oh. Okay. That I was not anticipating. They said ransacked. I was not anticipating someone's dead, stabbed through, and pinned to a freaking bookshelf. That's a little extreme. Backpack, cabinet.
We're too late. Look at this place.
What if they had all those add-ons on console? Would you go back? If they gave it add-on support, I would probably run both. Like, I would probably stream the PC one and then offline play the console one. Of course, the other thing is I want to know what Bethesda's future is with the next Xbox console. I want to know how they're going to handle that. Because that's a major determining factor.
Ugh, that skeever musk.
No wonder it reeks in here.
Careful. Those
I also got to
plastic
figure out a new name for our
spores.
community.
Nasty stuff.
That's another thing I got to work on. A name for our community.
Aw, Hyacinth took my pocket ballista idea seriously. Hyacinth bought a ballista? Amazing.
Just a theoretical question is all. Honestly, my issue with console isn't so much the... The add-ons are great quality of life. It's not the thing that made me stop playing on console. The thing that made me stop playing on console was I was stuck. And I got tired of being stuck. And then everyone that I kind of knew, that for the most part, that other than like 2 or 3 once in a while players, but my regulars that I was running with, like for example Manbear, he switched exclusively over to console. Over to PC. Snozberry kind of like stopped playing. Nexus Sloth kind of stopped playing. Sarah Bear goes around to the various different channels. I mean, different various games. She was doing her variety thing for a while. But yeah, the reality was I got stuck on console where I couldn't progress on my own anymore. To make my build stronger, I needed to farm higher level content, but I couldn't farm the higher level content because that's one of those that if I tried to public dungeon it, right? I was getting either kicked out of the dungeon because I wasn't high enough level according to the players, or people were quitting partway through the dungeons. So yeah, I ran into a lot of... Oh, and Mike Macon. Mike Macon's another one who's constantly invited me over to do trial runs with him, to do the trials and stuff. And I've just never been able to because PC, you know. Turgenov's another player that, like, has been dying for me to come over to PC for the longest time. So, but yeah, there's all of that. What's wrong with the Legion? As a community name, I stopped playing for a while as well. Yeah. Yep. Nothing's wrong with it. It's just...
What did you find?
I'm finding a lot of... The more I've been doing research and the longer I've been streaming, the more I'm finding, like... We're not the only fan community or gaming community or whatever, right? Because, like, I'm part of a group... it's a community for Xander and Coda, so Warhammer community. And they're the 11th Legion. Sometimes they shorten it to the Legion, right? We started as Scareborne Legion, and then the reality is the people that we started the Scareborne Legion with are either not streaming or larger than Scareborne at this point. You know, so it's like throwing Scareborne in front of it wasn't relevant, which I started trying to phase that out before that even happened anyways. But then it's like, okay, so we're just the Legion, and you go into, like, groups, the guilds, you go into websites, you go into clans, alliances, and various different other games, and you see variations of Legion, right? And it's just... We don't have a very large veteran and military community within our group. And that's more of a militant identification, because it's an actual military unit size in the Roman military. Like that's an actual definitive number. I want to say it's 10,000 is how much is in elite. How many people are in a legion is 10,000 if I remember correctly. And clearly we're not sitting at 10,000 people, you know. So I want something that's more fitting and unique to our community, one that the community itself can more identify with, you know? And something that maybe we can incorporate in other areas, like other MMOs and stuff, because like now that I'm on PC, there is no limitations to what MMOs I could go and experiment with, right? You know, because like I can do them all now, which is so fantastic. But yeah, no, it's a combination of things, but the main thing is like the community itself doesn't feel like Legion fits. That was a name that I chose because I had a specific theme in my mind that I wanted to run, and then I started sitting back and watching the community grow into its own identity. And now that it was growing into its own identity, and now that it's actually its own identity, I kind of need to take off the original framework, right? And apply framework that makes more sense, that the community can have esprit de corps in, right? Pride in, that they can go like, yeah, that's right, I'm one of them, right? One of those types of names. So I got to figure out that part. Something that's fitting, that the community identifies with, that everyone likes, that people would be, you know, take pride in saying that they are part of. I just got to figure out what that is. And it's saying you're not good enough to pass DPS checks and games runs on mechanics, not know how much damage you can do. Right? Like, my mechanic build, like, if you actually look at my rotations on my console characters, yeah, they're not very high level. But, like, I can stay alive and I can do damage. I know how to do those things. Because I also have self-sustaining and self-healing abilities that I heavily feed into in every single build that I do. So yeah, but again, it's one of those, like, I just wasn't capable of doing the higher end content on my own, and the people I was playing with either weren't playing anymore, or they all switched over exclusively to PC. So now I'm on PC. Maybe I can one day join in a trial, and because I've never done a trial in all the years that I have played Elder Scrolls Online, I have not once done a single trial ever. So now that we're here, I'm thinking maybe I hit up Mike Macon one of these days. We go do a raid with him. I think that might be fun. And then once I learn the mechanics of a trial, right? Like, find one trial that's super popular to run, that has something for everyone, things that people want to farm out of there, right? And just repeatedly run that trial till I memorize the mechanics of it. And then start hosting our own trial runs, and like maybe do that weekly or bi-weekly or something to that effect. I think something like that could be cool in the future. Again, now that we're on PC, that's a realistic possibility.
Bottles of musk, spore pop. I keep some supplies here for emergencies. Hyacinth made this armor just for me. Said he was bored. There. Now I'm ready to crack some skulls.
Whoa, 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 whoa. No, you need to stop, because I want to see that armor closer up. You don't look like a purple washed out pirate.
Get out of here. I'll meet you at Ruling Yill's Fall.
You still look like you have way too much purple, but you need some more contrasting colors there. Stop running away from me. I want to... God, darn it. Of course. She's like, I don't want to do it. I do what I want. This is the second public dungeon this bitch is sending us into. I want to point that out. This companion has sent us into not one, but 2 public dungeons. Holy crap. This companion better be freaking amazing for us to go to 2 public dungeons for them. Elsewhere trials, the one I wanted to do, but I'm not confident enough in my abilities to go and join a public queue and find. See, okay, that's the one with the cool fire doors, right? The red and blue fire doors, the fire and ice fire doors. Fire and ice double doors. Is am I thinking of the correct one? Yep. See? So there we go. Maybe that'll be the first trial we learn. Maybe I will take, once we get to an actual build. Sunspire. Thank you. Sunspire. That's the name. That one sounds right. I didn't realize it was in Elsewhere. I mean, it kind of makes sense given the theme of everything. All the dragon stuff, right? Sunspire. But yeah, we'll do that one as our first one. I'm going to learn those mechanics first, but I got to get a character that can actually do it on PC.
Daedra and cultists won't stop us from saving Hyacinth. Let's find that hideout.
You, talk to me. I want to see your outfit.
Rushing to save the day, or at least in the I can't wait to see Hyacinth's face when we storm in. Now let's find that red banner and go cause some trouble.
Such a missed opportunity there. Look at this. Look at this. What they should have done here. See this rose? See that? They should have made this black. All this fucking leather black. Made the rose purple and made these lines, right? You can see them all over, right? The seams. Yeah, made the seams and the rose purple. Everything else black. Because, man, and brighten the purple just a smidge. That would have made that fucking outfit pop. That would have been a gorgeous outfit if they had just done a little bit more details with there. Man, with that purple rose on black leather armor. Oh, that would look so cool. I wonder if there's a way to pull that off. Alright, let's figure out where we're going here. Some bitch. So if I go this way, I have to deal with this boss and all of this craziness to get to this guy. With no real reward. It's shorter, but if I go this way, this is why I love this map, these add-ons. We can hit this sky shard and then pop down and come across, and it looks like we'll just be minions and one boss. So either way, it's one boss, but one has a sky shard.
A reward for your keen eyes.
Really fair now. I'm okay and exciting about streaming. I find it funny that Zyno short the other day, he says, don't worry about what people think, just jump in and do it. Like, I will say that he knows ESO's mechanics inside and out. But, like, the reality is you can jump into doing what you want, but that's not the way that the other players are going to receive it. Because the other players, like the regular players or the players that have been playing long enough, understand that it's cool to want to do everything, but there's a reality that there is actually a requirement to do everything. You have to have certain gear. You have, like, certain gear level. You have to be a certain level yourself. Like, for example, dungeons are not open to everybody. For example, I will show you right here, like, for those who haven't, because I know that we have some non-ESO players or people that haven't played ESO in a long time. Like, dungeons, right? I don't have everything unlocked. See, this one unlocks at 40. So, like, there are hard requirements built into the game, but it's for a reason, right? And then you get into the bigger stuff, like trials, for example. That's mechanics. So it's like, it's nice to say, just jump in and start doing whatever you like, and it's where you should start, but you can't dismiss the fact that there are hard requirements that must be met. They're not negotiable. You can't just decide, we're going to go do those things, you know? And I feel like people forget that, and if you point it out to them, then they go, well, you're just being elitist. And it's like, no, I'm not. I didn't make the fucking rules of the damn game, you know? I just read them. You know? It's one of those. Enemy currency sound like she invited me to stay for dinner. Okay, sounds good to me. You do you. I'll be here streaming. I've got quite a bit of streaming that I promised I would do and make up to the community for the very brief stream I started earlier. So, and I know that everyone's gonna get tired of watching me fucking level. So I really need to get to a point where I can actually start going after gear. But same thing applies. That's for you to feature whatever it is. Yeah, the Lady Pixie's gonna be doing Witcher 3 in the next day or so. I think we're planning on tomorrow. Oh my goodness! I wasn't expecting so many to be clustered so closely together. But yeah, like, me getting dropped from those, like, dungeons on consoles and stuff, like, it tracks. It makes sense. I didn't get upset about it. Like, I totally understood it. It's frustrating, but, like, I get it. Because I've been in dungeons where it's like, nobody should be in this dungeon. And nobody is geared correctly to be in this dungeon. And we can't get past the first boss. Like, I've been in those dungeon runs before. They're not enjoyable. So yeah, like, getting kicked out of a public dungeon group sucks because you're not a high enough level. But the counter to that is, like, it makes sense. I understand it. No more forever leveling. Damn, we started the ESO on forever leveling. We did. But I, like... Honestly, once I get a character proper built and proper loaded up, where I have a functional main character, I genuinely want to do a Warden. And I genuinely want to take another look at Necromancers. Because Necromancers were something that always interested me. I just never... I didn't take enough time. Hold on. I didn't take enough time to figure out an effective way to run that class, because it was, when I started that class, I was doing it, hold on, what am I looking for? I was doing that class while I was learning to play ESO, and I haven't been back to that class since I've learned to play ESO. And then the other thing is like, I also needed a functional main character that I could run with, and almost every class is significantly easier to run than a Necromancer. Especially because I made it incredibly difficult right out the gate by making him a fucking vampire on top of that. Yeah, that was a whole mess. But maybe in the future. Maybe in the future, because I really do want to try that class out and make it work. It's gonna take time, because that's a whole ass complicated class. That's probably it's actually the most complicated class in the game to run. Oh, you freaking clan fears.
Look at us.
Clan fears, literally my most hated enemy in ESO. I know that feeling. I'm like, it's not my fault. Let me familiarize myself with the mechanics, and then we can try to get through the content and teach me where I'm going wrong. Right? So yeah, same concept. Yeah, I didn't have enough of an understanding of Elder Scrolls Online to effectively learn how to play a necromancer, let alone a vampire necromancer. So that was on me, but I have a better base knowledge now. So maybe we can do that at some point in the future. How goes leveling? Slow. Way slower than I would like. But again, it's like the only alternative that I really have would be like trying to find someone that'll run me through, that'll carry me repeatedly through Skyreach Catacombs. That's the only thing I can think of that would be faster. But we're almost at 29. Woo! But again, we're going to be here at minimum another 6.5 hours at minimum. So we should make a good chunk of damage to that level number there. I'd say, let's see. We got some things delivered a bit ago. If you feel like grabbing an next spring, I'd say Necromancer is okay once you get the right skills. I've seen some crazy Necromancer stuff, like the Necro Bombs. Those Necro Bombs that they do are insane. But it's like, you gotta have the right gear, the right skills. You have to know the right rotation, right? Everything's got to be precise with that. People that truly understand necromancers are some of the more impressive players to watch because of how intricate their builds are and how, like, down to the detail it actually is. But those builds are fucking insanely effective across the board. It is so fantastic. Problem is very few players will take the time to actually learn it to that degree. Remind me of streaming tips. Okay, 1 second. Here's what I'm gonna go do. So it says we got delivery here. I'm gonna go bring the delivery into the house, and I'm gonna jump right back on here, and we're gonna keep doing this, and I'll do streaming tips for you, Lady Pixie. 1 second, folks. Stick with me for the few minutes it's gonna take to bring the stuff in the house. All right, we're back. Got to follow the other day. I find it funny that one guy jumping into random dungeons while leveling my warden tank, not knowing what I was doing. Yeah, originally I was doing that, and then there was a viewer that came in. This is way before I had even hit affiliate. He had come in and he was just like, "What are you doing? Don't do that. Do this." And he gave me tips on how to, like, level up and things like that, and what I should be focused on, which is fantastic. And then as I got more comfortable and learned and met more people in the community, then I started, like,
I can see Hyacinth through the bars. Let's get in there.
coming up with clearer directions on what I was going to be working towards. And like this one, I know my monster set, and I know my ring, but I don't know past that.
We're here to save you.
I'm still thinking about the rest of it. But I am going to run my monster set that I like. The one with the chains that come out of the ground and explode. Nerinthes.
deactivate the control pillars.
Okay, Raj. Sounds good.
I'm free. Thank you. Thank you both.
I will say though, like the proper way to do all that stuff isn't intuitive. You definitely need a community to run around with and people that are willing to show you the ropes. But I find that it's that way in most MMOs where it's like you can play the game, but unless you've got a community to work with or friends to work with, or the game's been out long enough where people have started making videos, most MMOs kind of they're not always the easiest to pick up initially on like the proper way to do things. A lot of it ends up being like trial and error. Like, let's see, which does this work or does that work? Which one's better? You know, those sorts of deals. Luckily, like if you get it hooked up with a good community or the game itself doesn't have a toxic community, which ESO does not, it ends up speeding that whole process along, and it makes it easier to comprehend.
They say thou. Bockup, you may tell your friend anything and everything.
Is that so hard?
Bockup,
Woo!
I need to recover and bolster my wards.
Of course. Oh, I hope Wisteria made it back all right.
Speed.
Remember what I said. Call on me anytime.
The Suffocator's chill ability Zar does is a good necro skill. Yeah, he's been like knocking enemies down left and right, running that like little tombstones pop up out of the ground, freeze, and enemies start dying. It's so fantastic. Most of the time, I'm not even like hanging out anymore long enough to be in the fight. I'm just like, fuck it, Zar's got it. He popped his gravestones. He's good. Can I not get there from here? I can't get there from here. Ooh. I don't know how I feel about that. Alright. Fine. Bet. We will. Oh no, what was that? Notifications. Ah, cool. No idea who that is, but they just did the Infinite Archives. Very nice. No, I wanted you to drop on the ledge. Okay, good. We didn't get damaged heavily. I was worried we were going to get like super heavily damaged. Well, we made it to 29. I started ESO with my in real life friends and then just went from there. I tried ESO way back when. When was that? It was before Skyrim DLC. It was before the Skyrim DLC. And I started it with two friends that also didn't know anything about the game. We started it together. And what ended up happening was the game was in such a broken state at that point that we genuinely could not play. Because, like, we would have things where you would go to interact with a door to open it up in a city. Because a quest told you to go in there. And then you'd end up like crashing. Or it would end up opening and then you would go through the door and it would load you in outside of the map. Right? It was just various little things like that constantly. Or things that we were being told to interact with. Just it would not let us interact with. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff not loading in properly. Yep. Yeah, so I stopped playing. And then I decided I was going to be a streamer. Because, well, my skills aren't exactly, the skill sets and job experience that I have aren't exactly translatable into civilian sector as cleanly as people would like them to be. So, and the government told me I'm not allowed to work anymore. Like, I get in trouble. So it's like, all right, well, shit. What else can I do then? So I decided to be a streamer. And I was like, all right, let's do that. Because I'm not the kind of person that can just sit on my ass and do nothing. Even though, like, I genuinely could and be okay. That would drive me insane. I have to be productive. I have to be doing something, right? And I have no idea what I'm doing. Hold on. Let me get my bearings again here. There we go. And you know what? No. Actually, maybe we should. We finished this one. We should go here, wrap it around a Reaper's March, and then go into Northern and Southern elsewhere. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do a big circle here. So let's go get all of the... Let's go get the quest. Hot damn, I totally forgot what I was... Oh. And I figured if I'm going to be a streamer, what's the best way... What do most people show up for streams for? Right? Live streams. Why? Well, because they either have an immediate question they want an immediate answer to right now. They want to make a human connection. So they want to hang out with people that pass the vibe check. Right? Or they want to go in game with someone. Figured, I started on Dragon Age Inquisition. You can't really game with anybody on Dragon Age Inquisition. You can, but not really. Nobody does it. So then I was like, well, let's go to Elder Scrolls Online. Because it's the least toxic one that I'm aware of. Let's go with that one. I know a lot of the lore. Let's see how it plays out. And here we are today. And now we're back again because we're on PC. And PC is where everyone's at, so I don't foresee myself actually running into the same problems I had on console. I don't foresee myself actually getting stuck. Which is dangerous. Because if I don't get stuck... Vonic 242424. Why do I know that name? Why do I know Vonic? Tis me. Okay. I thought you were on console. But yeah, so I really genuinely don't see me running into those problems. I came to PC a long time ago. Fun parts about having a traumatic brain injury is I get to learn new things that I already knew. There's a readable right in here. The Queen's Residence. She's got her own house here? I didn't realize that. Not gonna lie, that's kind of dope. Is it fitting of a queen, though? That's the real question. They gave her a giant-ass throne in her own house on the second... I don't know, I'd be worried about that one. Like, look at that. Wooden planks, right? And that is a... What is that, marble, probably? That's their equivalent of marble. Solid marble with gold toppings. On a second floor of a wooden structure. I'd be worried that chair is going to go through the floor. No thanks. You can put that down here. Look, the cat brought 2 dead mice. Nice. What do we got here? Get notifications. We got mail. Who do we got mail from? Oh!
Warm,
okay.
Like the desert sands.
Ooh, maximum health, maximum magicka, maximum. It's a holy shit, a 12-piece set created by Help Me Find My Dad. That's a pretty cool name. And then we got the Heartland Conquerors. Okay, okay. Druids. Heartland Conquerors. All right, cool. I obviously can't wear it right this second because level 30. But if we need one more level. Once I get one more level, I can absolutely throw those on. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was running out of reasons to keep the gear I had on. Like the gear I have on, like it's fantastic. But it is severely outdated. I love that transport thing. Instead of the stars, you get a dark Aether. I know. I'm kind of hoping that I can pick that one up at some point too, because I think that would go so fucking hard with a Cenobite or a Hellraiser build, right? Get those chains coming down every time you fast travel. I think that would be killer. Yeah, I didn't know what to make for you offhand, but you can let me know what you want. I just picked a fire staff. Oh, I run lightning. That'd be the only thing. Other than that, anything works with me. I'm not too particular on anything just yet, other than the lightning staff.
Called the Wilder King who shapes Valenwood.
Sounds like a load of superstition to me.
Yeah, I don't know what other sets I'm gonna run yet. I know I'm gonna run the Nerinthi's monster set, and I know I'm gonna run
Hail, chosen of the Queen.
Oak and Soul.
We have been expecting you. Queen Irene.
I don't like Nerinthi's set is cool for the effect, but even if I only wear it as a one piece, like it still adds flat damage to everything. That's why I like that set, is because it has a cool effect if you want to wear both pieces. But you can also just wear one piece and still be super beneficial for damage output. So I got to decide if I'm going to wear a full monster set in two 5-piece sets, or if I'm going to wear...
As one would expect, we have encountered scattered protests.
Hold on.
Nonsense about protecting the trees.
Or if I'm going to wear one piece of the monster set. It'd be two monster sets, Oak and Soul, a 5-piece, a 4-piece. Or if I'm going to go 2 5-piece, Oak and Soul, and 1 monster piece. That's what I have to figure out. And that I'm not sure on.
Ah, the Mages Guild. If you would follow me inside. Behold, the Mages Guild.
Maybe if I can find something that can, like, boost channel damage output? I don't know. Because I want to feed heavy into that book ability.
The vault is below. Follow me.
I gotta think on that. I really gotta look through all the new sets. I know I was doing a crit build before.
Prince Naaman died protecting the Queen in the
I am no scholar of botany, but I know something about our specimens. Valenwood soil is not surprisingly very fertile. These specimens are bound for the royal gardens. We found these in a Valenwood cave of all places. Alchemists pay a dear price for this plant. It will be the jewel of the royal gardens. We've been trying to transplant this unusual variety of redwort plant into Somerset for some time. Crimson Nernroot. We thought it was a gnawed tall tale.
Not going Medusa? Let me pull up Medusa real quick. Let's see, because I might. I don't know yet. Medusa, crit, crit, crit. Honestly, if I do a 4-piece Medusa set, because I don't need the 5th one, I'd be able to... Ooh. That would be... Does Medusa come in all 3, or is it only... So it's a heavy set, but if I run a Medusa staff with a Medusa ring and a Medusa amulet, that'll be my 4-piece for the Medusa set, which allows me to wear 1 full 5-piece after that. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably going my Medusa set. So, Norinthes, Medusa, Oaken Soul, and that leaves room for 1 more 5-piece. Good call. Good call. Good memory, too. Yeah. So yeah, I'll probably chase the Medusa set. I did like my crit build. My crit build was nice.
Valen would... This room holds Ayleid relics uncovered across Valenwood. Interesting, aren't they? We've removed any dormant traps that we know of.
No.
So feel free to examine them more closely. I will answer any questions you have about them.
We're out of Freedom Fool. We're gonna have to switch to Rockstar. Alright. That's the set you used on console. I remember you writing that. Yeah. That was the one where I couldn't get the lightning staff until the very last drop. I literally got every single item in the entire dungeon before that one. That was the very last item for the sticker book. Yeah, that was a rough one. So yeah, we'll probably do that again. Because I'm sorry, that set is so fucking worth it. 4 pieces, so you don't need the 5th. So you can make it go with anything, and it just flat out adds crit. Have fun, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna go for that. If not for anything else, then to at least minimum fill the sticker book, you know? There is really so many good sets.
The tree gifts. We're not actually sure what it does. Scholars believe this relic was broken into pieces when it fell from the heavens. They believe there may be others in Hectorheim, the legendary center of the Valenwood.
Alright, let's just go, Bo. Let's go. Social. Mail. Oh. Lightning staff. Very nice, very nice. Did you want me to send you the fire staff back out of curiosity?
Behold, the staff of Magnus.
That's actually a staff you can get in Skyrim.
Where is it? By the shining trees of Old Meris. We have been burgled. I know.
Yeah, legitimately, it's probably gonna be Medusa. I'm not gonna lie. I remember that set actually being worth that struggle. Hopefully, it doesn't take that long on PC though. Hopefully, we can just get it like knocked out right in the beginning.
None have any.
chosen of Marbrook, your queen has arrived. Bear witness to the glory of Queen Irene, hope of the Dominion.
Is she gonna come inside or is she gonna go outside? Alright, so you are above, right? Yes, you are. Correction. Okay, we're good. Cheers. Actually, are we good on our research right now? Still good. 20 hours. You can do whatever you want with it. Oh, nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When I get my resources or my skill lines built up, what I think I'll do is I'll probably decon it for the elite crafting materials that I be able to get out of it once I got it all leveled up. There it is. Sky Shard. Ooh, tribute. I've got to get my tribute decks rebuilt too.
Honor and pray, Peladil.
Man, there is so much work to still do.
Claws are they strange.
Hey, Roz. All right, Roz. Let's do it.
Bramble Bridge Village. Green shade. If Peladil had.
Thank you. I definitely appreciate it. It's going to be super helpful once I get one more level. I was definitely beginning to hurt on that equipment side.
I wonder if I could climb it.
See, if I went Medusa, because I don't want to go heavy, I want to go light. So I got to figure out either a light or a medium set. I prefer light, I think. Man, I gotta check that. Am I gonna run light or am I gonna run medium? I think it's medium armor I'm gonna end up running. Yep, right there. Increase weapon and spell damage. Yeah, I'm going to end up... So now I got to go... So at least I've got the armor type. The armor weight narrowed down. So I'm going to wear a medium armor. I just got to find out what medium armor I'm going to wear. I guess I could do a mix... There's... I don't know. I got to think on that. I know for sure it won't be heavy. But depending on the set, like if it's a dungeon set, it'll be medium. If it's a maid set, it could go a mixture of medium and heavy. Oh, sorry, a medium and light. It would really come down to what the set is, though.
A useful find. Yes?
Wait, you leveled up, big dog.
You have a question?
7 and 12. Okay. What is that? Granting major resolve, increasing spell resistance when out in a danger are pulled. Yeah, see, like, that's so cool. Man, I cannot wait until you open up the rest of your skills.
I didn't think I was being disrespectful. Sometimes people are just impossible to understand.
Another tour.
What level is your character, Fedora Tipping Chad?
Don't bother coming back here. Well, if you plant them in some...
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Jump, 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 jump.
Can you believe that tree thing? Was the tree I'd? Oh, one more. Me?
I spent.
Use optional steps. Use to disguise yourself. But it says I don't have to. CP1912. Oh my goodness. That's a lot.
Stay close, Tamid. What lurks here surely intends us no good.
What are you chasing me for? I'm invisible. I'm hidden. You can't see me. Don't do it. Run away. I think it's because Czar isn't hidden, so Czar got detected. That makes you what, like roughly 300 away from max CP currently? Heavy sack. Maxes. I haven't actually seen anybody in that high. I've only seen people in like the 22 area to 20 like 4. I really haven't seen too many people be able to actually get past that area. At least I haven't seen that. I'm sure there are. I have yet to witness any of those players. I have one friend that is maxed. That's insane. What do you do at that point? Like, you hit 3,600, right? So, like, what would you do? What's left to do? Just, like, fill up your sticker book at that point? Wait for new content? What are you working towards then? Like, if you're not getting stronger anymore, you're not leveling up anymore, what do you get for completing quests? What do you get from killing people? Because you're not getting the XP gain, which was the primary focus. So what do you get at that point? Why? Kill the Orc Chieftain. Oh! That's why we're just standing around. Because the Orc Chieftain's dead already. Can we sit down and, like, wait for the dude? No? Fine. I wonder how long it's going to take for him to respawn. There he goes.
So the Wood Elves have a friend who's not afraid to fight. Good. Give me your best.
Woo!
Evil never sleeps of its own accord.
It's actually kind of a cool saying you got there, bud. Zarge is usually throwing flaming skulls out of his sword. Does he have... I don't think I have that ability equipped. He has a flaming skull ability? Oh, that's so cool.
So you killed Chief...
Share your thoughts with me.
Do I actually have that one? Oh! Shit, you're right, I do have that one. Vermina's Visage launches a nightmarish exploding skull at the enemy for 6,307 damage. I knew I had this one, and I knew I had this one. I could not remember what this one was. Okay, flaming skulls. That's actually kind of cool. Ricochet skull. I think it's for the player. Social. What do we got there? We've got a little bit to help you get started. I remember how to... Remember how the switch was from console to PC. Use it whenever you need it. Oh, is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Yes! That one right there. That... The Witch Mother's Potent Brew is my hands down favorite food to use. And then the Bewitched Sugar Skulls are another good backup food to run. I absolutely love these. Thank you. This... Super, super helpful. Put those there. Woo! There we go. We got our food buff back on. Nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, I need a... That event needs to come back around so I can get... No, actually, I can get that from a guild store. I can get that from a guild vendor. Yep, yep, yep. That Witch's Potent Brew. Like... Favorite food.
Useful not only for its luster.
Oh, it's... You want me to go upstairs into the tree. Raj. Raj will go en route.
What is it?
Warden Frost Tank. Or a... yeah, I think that would be my tank that I would...
My scouts. Huh.
I don't know, a Necromancer Bone Tank is pretty dope too. I've seen those ones. Those are quite nice. Alright, where are we supposed to go now? Down there, Raj. En route.
Welcome to my court outside. Entry. I am
Defeat the apparition. Okay, we'll go.
Strike us down. The veiled heretics will
Got him. Next.
Azazi calls this madness.
I see. She is one.
We have much need of someone like you, Ananias.
Yes, young one. We have a problem in the Valenwood that will require your talents specifically.
I would be honored to help however I can.
An opportunity has arisen to strike a devastating blow to the Dominion, to divide the Bosma.
The Bosma in Greenshade claim allegiance not to King Camoran, but to a man they call the Wilder King.
Killing this Wilder King will drive the Bosma mad. He is very elusive, though, so I will need your help to find him.
You realize we are entrusting you with an important task, I hope, my dear.
Of course, Lady Estria, you can count on me.
As you just... So, like the... Yes.
Azazi is finished with this village.
What would the difference be if you switched Zar's weapon from greatsword to destro staff?
Yes?
Honestly, I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to make him into an ice mage tank. I think I'm going to make him into an ice mage tank. I'm going to give him... I'm going to end up giving him a frost staff. I just got to find a frost staff. Because looking at the abilities here, the Frost Blast taunts them on top of dealing magic damage. Frost Nova applies the chill status on top of dealing magic damage, and it's an area. And then you combine that with this, which is also Major Breach, lowering resistances, and doing further frost damage. And then he's got another one that I was looking at. This one, right here. Granting them major resolve, increasing their spell and physical resistance, less tankier, right? And while active, enemies that strike them with ranged attacks will be pulled towards them once every 2 seconds and become taunted for an additional 15 seconds if they are not already taunted. And then it creeps a corpse out of the effect of that. So honestly, I'm probably going to end up giving him a frost staff and taking his two-handed sword away eventually. I just need to find one that's relevant for him, which I haven't encountered one yet. I'm still looking. I'm not in a rush for it yet. But I'm going to make him into a tank. He's going to be my little frost tank. And then Izzy would probably be my little healer tank. So I'll probably honestly have those two and Sharp as Night all on deck. And they'll all probably be variants of tanks. And whether it's a control tank or a healing tank. But I think I'm going to turn him into a control tank. And Izzy be a healing tank. And then I have to refresh myself with Sharp as Night. But I think that's how I'm going to run them. Is I'm going to switch him out and make him into a control tank. Where he's a tank through controlling the battlefield constantly. Whether it's taunting, slowing everyone down, freezing everyone up. That's what I'm going to do. You know, awful thing. With all these add-ons on PC, making it super convenient, you know, that means that we're going to have to go through and, like, actually collect everything now. Yep. We're going to have to get at least one character where everything is actually done.
I was beginning. Aranias what? Of course. Have a seat by the fire.
Yeah, so right now with his weapon, he's damage focus, but I would take that all apart if I switched him.
The island of Silitar.
I'm so... Why would... They were afraid. You don't know what...
Run! We're halfway to 30. Woo! Whoa! Why did I get rooted? There's no enemies nearby.
Are my vines getting in your way?
Yeah, your vines are getting in the way. Why do you keep hitting me with vines?
Not bad. You're pretty fast. Maybe. Over the rock.
Oh, we were racing. My bad. I don't know that I would run him with any other destruction staff, though. Because, like, fire's cool and all, but fire eats way too much into, like, your rate of attack just isn't there. And I would not want to take that from him, because he's pretty powerful when he hits. Lightning's a possibility. It's got a good rate of attack. He just doesn't have a lot that feeds into shock. He's got a lot of things that feed into chill effects. Fire, and I think the other one's poison damage. I don't think he actually has. He definitely, honestly, putting him with a lightning staff or an inferno staff would actually weaken his capability. As far as, like, damage output goes.
Show them. No one attacks my island. What have they...
Come, I must speak with you once more.
I'm on my way home. Okay. Okay.
Why are your clothes all wet? Mother, what do you think of this tree? How about this island you're standing on?
The ground is soaked. I'll need new shoes now.
I made it.
What? You made the ground soggy?
The island. I made this little island.
What? Ara, what do you mean you made it?
These trees, those rocks, none of this was here yesterday. The ground is wet because I used my magic to pull it up from under the water.
Oh, Ara, what have you done?
Gifted with a rare and powerful ability, Aranias tried in so much, getting changed at the man.
Go, go, go! Listen, I just want to level up! Man, I wonder what Man Bear's doing, because, like, he keeps switching between different characters. You can see down in the little chat there. He keeps changing different characters. Oh! Seriously, tech stuff. Okay. Very nice. Let's see, what do we got here? Ooh. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Reduced damage taken. Ultimate generation. Healing done. Armor penetration. Healing done. Critical strike rate. Very nice. Thank you, Man Bear. I don't know if you're here or not, but thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was gonna look at the guild stuff after I was leveled up, and I kind of like had an idea of where I was going with stuff. Let's go get him switched over. Come here, Czar.
Share your thoughts.
I'm a lurking. Ah! Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Ice staff. Companion's helm. Get rid of these white ones. Cool, cool, cool. So now then, that means we can assign that there. And then this can be assigned there. And there we go. Got ourselves a little frost tank going on. When he gets more leveled up, he'll be more useful too. Medium, great sword, helmet, jerkin. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll have to put those ones in the bank so that way I can make sure that I have them on standby for the other companions, because I am going to go back and forth between Izzy and Czar unless I can make Sharp as Night functional. But I got to get strong enough to go get Sharp as Night. I'm not there yet. But some options to play with. Any little bit helps right now. Like, I am grateful for any little bit at this point, just because it gives me options to grow with. He's like, he is looking cool. Maybe dye that armor of his. Oh, I definitely will be. We're gonna end up coming with like matching uniforms, right? It's gonna be fantastic. I have to get to where it makes sense to do that, you know. We're not quite there yet. Almost. Once we hit 30, let me say we'll be able to switch. Yeah, 30. We'll switch gear, and then we'll be able to keep going. And hopefully it goes.
I'm sorry. You're lucky
Hold on.
they're alive. How many more ships will you sink?
It was an accident.
Accidents are spilling water, dropping glass. You lifted a ship out of the ocean with a wall of rock.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Your mother and I will discuss your punishment. Go.
Was she trying to lift the ship, or was the ship sailing into something that she was dealing with? Interesting question. But I think I'm going to end up When you get colors, I meant. Yeah, I need to. There's a few colors that I need to go get too, but I'm gonna have to farm those. Like the pitch void, the void one. I'm gonna have to go do that, and then, which the void one is. They're not dungeons. They're not. It's whatever the Black Rose Prison type is. It's not the Black Rose Prison, but it's what Maelstrom, Black Rose Prison. What kind of content is that? I can't remember the name of that. It's not a dungeon. It's not a trial. It's not a delve. It's not a public dungeon. It's a. Are they called arenas? Or are they called something else? Anyways, I know that there's one that I gotta go do that for the Black Void, Pitch Void die. And then I also want to go get that like super bright ivory white one as well. And then I'll have to go through all the purples and see which of the purples are going to be most complimentary. I know I've gotten a few of them. Solo Arena. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Vadashalan Hollows Arena. Yeah, Vadashalan Hollows. That's the one. But yeah, I gotta go. Those are two colors that I definitely want to go farm up at some point. I still gotta figure out my medium armor that I'm gonna run. I'm open to ideas or suggestions, but I'm gonna do a crit build. I'm gonna do a crit build with this character. A crit Magicka channel build.
Your father and I leave for Somerset in the morning.
I won't do it again, I promise. I'll try harder. Don't leave me behind.
Don't grovel. It's unbecoming. We will return with help to control your temper.
How much more can I apologize? I said I'm sorry.
No, Ara. It's just you need training. What you did to the ship, that scares people.
What sort of training, Father?
Use the dresser to... Why do I have to change? I'm just witnessing past events. I got a text from a random stranger. Thought I was someone else. If anyone wants to read it too. Was it anything entertaining? If it was entertaining, always share entertaining things. The one I need to get around to doing sooner or later on Vet is to get the Perfected Wrath Elements Ice Staff. Perfected... Let me take a look at that one. Let's see here. You said perfected. Perfected. Wrath of Elements. Battleshell House adds offensive penetration, casting weakness, elements, targets within 15 meters, causing you to surge in elemental energy to tether. See, the tethering thing would concern me. While the tether persists, the enemies touching the tether take. That would be potentially useful as a tank if, let's see, do they have, they got the lightning variant, that is an ice staff. Okay, that would be good as a tank for sure. Because it's got a tether between them, and it says, when the tether persists, enemies touching the tether take 331 flame damage, 331 shock damage, 300, or being the key phrase there, 331 frost damage. So as a tank, you'd be the frost, you'd do the frost damage. Every 1 second, which increases by 1% each time it deals damage up to 20%. This effect can occur once every 10 seconds and scales off the higher of your weapon or spell damage. So, like, that's a cool one for a frost tank. I could see that being a double-edged sword and really screwing a lot of people if they were using the ice of the fire or the shock one. Because, like, typically you're not running heavy armor. So you're kind of squishy when you're running fire and lightning. But that would be a good one as a frost tank. I wonder if I'll have the same luck I had on what was that, PC? No, console with the Maelstrom. I went in there for the bow and I got the bow on my first run through. So I never had to really do it again. I did it again for just what if scenarios. Like, can I still do it? Last night, drunk after we partied and got drunk. That's awesome. When I get around to it. That is a pretty good one. That is a pretty good one. I'm going the wrong way. Don't go that way. Yeah, I could see that would be good as a frost tank, but that's the other ways. I could see that being one of those double-edged swords. Like, they're cool, but lightning or fire for a standard mage, like, it's gonna be a bad day if you don't pay attention. But frost, like, that's crazy powerful. That's nice, especially if you can do something with the chilled effects from any frost damage. Because then you can really control the pace of the fighting, which allows for survivability. My RNG is really bad, so running it over and over and over. That's fair. You're at least binding things, right? Filling up that sticker book so it like increases your chances every time you run it. I didn't respond. Is that terrible? It's a 50-50. Like, could respond to be courteous, but also it's like clearly not your problem, and you're clearly not the person they're looking for. So 50-50. Respond with, I don't remember either, but I know we had a good time. Miss you. Oh wait. Just to mess with them. Yeah, it would be entertaining, except for we don't know who this person is. So, your call. 50-50.
You asked me this. I'm not sure. You asked me.
Her parents invited me to witness her powers firsthand. She lifted the ground up under my very feet. Her demonstration today will not be one of skill, but of character.
Onder has one of the little beggars in the field, away from the house. Aranias will demonstrate her talents on the other. Her demonstration will determine how we employ her talents.
So when her parents left,
The sooner we can leave this provincial backwater, the better.
the Veiled Heritance moved in.
Under demonstrates amazing potential. Why are we bothering with this girl and her clods of dirt? Under could melt them with hardly a thought. What do they call her? The Rock Witch? Hilarious. Provincial.
Okay. Next.
A noble high
entertaining and terrible. Yeah, I'll be honest or ignore. I would ignore it. Could be a simple phishing attempt to see if someone will respond who doesn't have a friend's number as contacts these days. That's true. But if there's someone they just met last night, like the text implies, it also could be like someone gave them a fake number, or they just made up a random number because they didn't actually want to give them their real number. Like, that's always a possibility too. I would have... Let's see here. I'm running with Leeching Plate. Oh, Leeching Plate's a really good one. I like that one. There's another one that's kind of like a Leeching Plate. That does a similar effect, but it heals you. Oh, I can't remember where it's at. I think it's one of the... I think it's like the sewers or something like that. Imperial Sewers or something. I think is where is that. Marcelok's got a lot of really cool stuff in it. The Lair of Marcelok. It's just a freaking long dungeon. Sure. I actually lately have someone call or text me right there. It's morally, I guess, force his honesty. Crimson Oath. Yes, Crimson Oath. That's the other one.
I'm afraid this one is not this goblin-faced meat-eater, his wife. Wait a minute. You're not with the Heritants?
Woo! Hey, big dog.
They
In the garden.
Go, 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 go. To get I have them call it this way. That's fair. Like, it definitely ensures that the correct numbers are maintained. It's a show of good faith, for sure. I talk to people so rarely in person. I don't know that there's anybody who isn't family that has my number at this point.
This creature is no different from those who burned your farm. Please. Aranias, my child, raise the ground up to trap this animal.
Please let us go.
Aranias, do you remember how helpless you were when your farm burned? Good, good. Now tear this animal apart.
This is my test. If I can take the life of this girl...
What about the Bosmer who attacked my island? What were they? If I refuse to kill this Bosmer, then what?
You're here. I am stronger than this.
No, I won't do it!
She turned on them. Nice. I approve.
As one preserving
4 out of 13 for the region. Why call someone in this day? It's what social media is for. Legitimately, I'm one of those old school folks that like I don't like doing texting. I don't even like doing phone calls. I'm just like Just meet up with me. We'll hang out. We'll talk. We'll discuss whatever we need to discuss face to face. And if they don't want to do that, then I guess it's not important enough for for it to be brought to my attention. You know, it's one of those situations because like I'm so antisocial to begin with. But then again, it's not really an issue either because almost all of my family, none of my family actually. Not a single family member lives in this state that doesn't live in my house. So it's kind of nice. The people that I actually want to talk to live in my house. Those that don't live in other states and they have their own lives. And they are busy. Which allows me to be streaming more often. Honestly, if I had more family in this state, I wouldn't stream as long. So it's probably a good thing that none of my family live in this state that don't live in my house. So that way I can spend as much time as I want streaming.
If under my hold over the...
And I do have, we always text actually to communicate, and I do have phone calls with my, for 20 years, but text is so preferred. Why would it change stream time? Well, because if family is visiting or we're visiting family, like, my attention is spending time with the family at that point, you know, so it would be rude for me to invite family members over and then be like, ah, cool, I'm gonna be in the garage streaming, have fun inside the house, you know, or we would be going and visiting them, so therefore it would be rude for me not to show up all the time. Like showing up sporadically would be one thing, that'd be fine, right? I don't have to be there every time, but I would definitely have to show up more frequently and actually socialize and be present, so it would take away from I know what you're saying. I'm old school as well. It's just kids are like, you're dinosaurs for making calls. There's social media for that. Oh, I figured you meant like live in the same state. Yeah, I meant if that they lived in the same state. Like if they lived in the same state, my family, we would visit them frequently. And they would visit frequently because that's just what my family does. My family just will randomly drop in on each other. It's just what they do. So I'm guessing because we persuaded the dude, we didn't have to fight any of the creatures. So that's kind of nice. Getting to avoid all of that because we had this persuade check. Why does that... That text box keeps popping up. Oh no! I've got mail. Scary low price. I almost felt bad for the person who sold it. Potty brew. Oh. That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That makes me happy. I love that recipe. These still have gear that we are almost high enough level to wear. Woo! Nice, nice, nice.
It's you. I will protect the Wilder King as long as I can, but you must hurry.
Ah, you use the bundle roots to go under the fire. Okay. That's kind of cool.
Find your center.
That's kind of cool. And thank you for clarifying. And I stopped and redeemed a free meal. Taking a long line now. That's fine. You're still on your way. You didn't say you weren't going to stop and make side stops on the way home. Which, by the way, if you do feel like making any more stops, could use some more milk. If not, we can do it later. And I'll be on my home work on setup practice. Okay, yeah, and we can absolutely do that later today too. I'm at 501.2 thousand points. I know. I gotta turn stuff on. I gotta get to a point where I can actually fulfill the stuff. I will get there eventually. Definitely on my way to it.
Watch yourself.
Go, 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 go! I think Man Bear Nug's channel is the channel that I have the most points on. I know I got a couple 100,000 over there.
Will there be no
Oh.
end to these interruptions?
Didn't I whip your ass already once when you had the husband that was murdered? I was pretty sure I hurt you once already, big dog.
Quickly, the Wilder King is weak. I must get him to the tower. You should come too.
Raj en route all the way to the tower. Up, 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 up we go. Read. Ooh, it's not stealing. It's not stealing. All right. Talk to me, big dog. Climb up the tower.
Oh, yeah?
Everything is so very different. It's like I'm no longer a single physical form, but my being is spread out across the forest. I am prepared to lose my memories, but I don't. I know why you originally came, and I freely give it. It's the veiled heretic.
Nice. Portal. Hopefully it'll be my channel with all the streaming I'll be doing. That'd be cool. We'll have to see. Hopefully you end up enjoying it enough where you do stream consistently. You know? But we'll have to see how that all works out for you. Like how you enjoy it. Because I know you also you tend to keep a busy real life schedule. We're at 5 out of 13. Is there anything? No, not really. All right, just pop on over there then. Stable master. I gotta do that. I haven't done that today yet. Feed.
He was.
Woo! Now we gotta go talk to Roz. Everyone's second favorite character in ESO. Yeah, I think it's I don't know, just be a learning curve. I'm more nervous about the setup than the actual streaming. See, I'm always the opposite. Like the setup, I'm never worried about it. I'm always nervous about the stream itself, though. But that's because I'm not confident in my social interactions with people.
Will you hold still? This illusion requires precision.
This one, last time, Battle Reaver. You share Razumdar, of course.
So you're... No. Ha! As soon as...
Very convincing. But is the illusion applied everywhere? Perhaps this one should take a moment in private to double check. Yes?
There were no
Oh.
I assure you. Now excuse me, I must wash the smell of cat from my robes.
Raz looks good in this form, but then Raz always looks good. Queen Irene could maybe learn a thing or two from this one. A fair point. Raz, I will keep that in mind. You have spoken with the Trethane, then? You understand my genius plan, yes? Yes. There we will find out the truth about this Thalmor officer Astaril. She's quite the beauty, I'm told, but traitors are never what they seem, yes? This one is... No. I'm ready when you are.
Alright, so Roz is pretending to be the queen. Hero Underground, so it looks like we gotta go back down this way and around. Then cut through. There we go. Bum 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 bum. You're so good. I wish you'd get going in.
Be ready.
My social interactions in person versus through a screen tend to be different because people aren't so brazen in my physical presence.
What is this?
A gift in memory of Prince Naaman. Vice-Reeve Peladil sends his regards. You will die, and the true King of Alinor will rise again.
Well, that hurt. Raz will be fine. If you burn, she...
We are opposite in real life that way too. I'm good with people, but bad with stuff. You're vice versa with self. Yeah, that's true. It's true. We complement each other well because you're great in person. People are way more controlled around me. I remember when I first did this quest and Ross was like, I should check if everything has changed. Yeah, I know, like, look, is everything correct? Maybe I should take some time in private. That is a quite entertaining line. I've got to give Zareth Var some survivability because he's doing a great job at keeping their focus on him. He's just not able to actually stand toe-to-toe for very long once he does taunt everyone. When he levels up a little bit more. I'll be able to give him some more survivability skills. There it is. We'll have to get somewhere safe so we can switch over to all that new gear. Well, the fact that you're dead, homie, I'd say it changes a whole hell of a lot. Wouldn't you say there, big dog? Oh, what? That's right. You can't respond when you're dead. Hey, Zar, aren't you a necromancer? Why don't you bring his ass back and we'll have that conversation with him. And then he can tell me how nothing's changed. No? Okay. Fine.
Raz hurt. Possibly.
Let's get to safety here where we know we're not going to get run up on. We got a crate! Woo! Alright, let's see here. Area, instant, standing, scratching, spend a courage, monitor intellect, and what? I mean, that's kind of cool, but no. What do you got here? Knowledge is power. Your excessive scholarship increases your magic and stamina recovery by 18%. Yes. Why? Because passives are good. What are you doing here? You generate healing. Yep. Because that feeds into our crit. Try focus. I'm still standing by on the weakness because I'm not sure how I want to run that one yet. Let's see our... because we hit level 30 now. Oh, attribute point. I still have an attribute point. Commit. And then we go inventory. Profits. Changes to Heartlands. And you... actions are going to be locked for the moment. Go with the Druid. 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 And there we go. Very nice. Is that stealing? Nope, it's not. Woo! Alright. We need to get to... Let's go turn the quest in. Let's go turn the quest in, and then from there, we need to get to some workbenches and start cleaning up our inventory, which I think we're going to go do that in Elden Root. I don't think I slept well again last night. How's your kids doing?
The guild has need of you, comrade.
Well, then apparently I'm in the wrong door. My bad. And good, groovy with the druid gear. It is. It's that orc theme too. Very nice, very nice, very nice.
Well, not much.
This is.
All right. Let's push down to the right here. We're going to head on into the Thalmor residence. Now, this is before the Thalmor became like the total corrupted Nazi assholes that they are in Skyrim. They're like, ah, you can't have this god because we're superior. Yeah, Veiled Heritants infiltrated the actual Thalmor and then corrupted them from within. So that's why we have the really fucked up version of them in Skyrim versus the version we have here in ESO. Because the version we have here in ESO is actually honorable. They're actually all about supporting their queen and doing the right thing for their queen. It isn't until you get into Skyrim where you realize, oh, Veiled Heritance never was defeated. Why? Because the queen showed empathy. When you're in charge of that level of responsibility and oversight of that many people's lives, being the queen of the entire dominion, like, empathy needs to go out the door to do your job. If you have empathy at that level of leadership, it will interfere with your job and cost your subjects their lives and cause them so much unnecessary suffering. Like, you cannot afford it. Not at that level of leadership. And we can see, going in the future of the timeline that they've given us, everything that she believed in, everything she fought for, everything that she hoped to achieve was undone by her enemy because she showed empathy. Yeah. Empathy's great at a personal level. When you're talking about ruling a kingdom, though, it needs to go by the wayside because the good of your people come first. There's a TikTok moment. They're into TikToks at the moment, so they keep me busy. Plus, they're playing Fortnite on daily. And on a school night. They're good at Fortnite. They're sitting at level 200 at the moment. Wow. I think I did that game one time. And it was one of those, like, 100 people on a single map, and you had to be the last one. And I was the last one. And, told one of my daughters about that, because she was the one that she was playing it. This is 6-7 years ago. She was playing it, and she was like, hey, yeah, do this. I was like, okay, so I checked it out. I did it. I won my first match, and they're like, ah, yeah. First match doesn't count when you first match you ever play because you're playing against bots. That's so that they can rank you and then put you with other players. I was like, oh, okay. So I never went back to it. But then again, like, I'm the person that I don't get enjoyment at the expense of others, right? And like, realistically, what's PvP? Getting enjoyment at the expense of others. Because what are you doing? You're killing them, right? That's what PvP is. Is it fun to die? No, it's not fun to die. Nobody enjoys dying in video games. Absolutely not. They enjoy the challenge of, can I beat this? They enjoy the challenge of, how do I overcome this? They enjoy those things, but they don't enjoy actually dying in the games. So it's one of those, like, I genuinely don't like PvP because I don't like... I don't want to get fulfillment off of other people's lack of enjoyment.
You see? It's clear that Astral has been dead for... Undoubtedly.
I'd rather work with people than against them.
There could be some useful evidence down here. Let us look closely before moving on. Asteril had a sister? A twin, perhaps? That would explain much. Raz suspects these tunnels will reveal the rest.
Boom! Nice! Nice little bit of improvement for the base damage there.
Pray for mercy.
Got him. I think I can just cross right here, right? Yep, I can. Oh, there's a number of you. Czar pulled the Mender over there with a purpose. Like, oh, you want to heal? Nah. Get your ass over here right now. We're gonna have an up-close and personal conversation. That's what Czar just pulled. That is so fantastic.
Aid me!
Alright, let's check the map, make sure there's nothing. Nope. Alright, we're good. You know, I'm the same. My daughters think it's fun to do it. I'm like, find a different game to play. I feel like Fortnite and PvP players would just say get good. But I hear you and I feel similar. Yeah, like, it's not for me. But I know there are plenty of people out there that enjoy those types of games. Which is definitely not my style. I would rather work with people to accomplish stuff. Well, Veil Mistress, you need to go down with a purpose. Okay. Czar was like, no. Over here right now.
Eyes open, my friend.
Czar is doing the scorpion move. Get over here.
You mean elsewhere? Having her as a twin was too... Of course. Pellet, just leave. It's too late. He can't be stopped.
Get the water. I can't even pronounce that. I'm not gonna try. Run away. How far away are you? Let's see here. Ah, cool. You're right in the main building. Nice. And right over there. Dropped that off. Zara's Sub-Zero with Scorpion ability. Pretty much, yeah. Sub-Zero with Scorpion's ability to get over here. And it's super effective.
Razandar explained how we were... Damn. I'll send anyone I can...
Serpent's Grotto. How far is Serpent's Grotto? It's that way. Oh, look at that. There's a nice little fast travel point right next to it. That's kind of nice. I wonder how many scarisms I'll have while streaming, having been my main audio life for almost a year. Probably quite a few, if we're being honest. I mean, the girls have them. The girls are constantly quoting me and using my phrases. So, probably quite a bit. But that's fine. That is absolutely fine.
Unless you're here to help us, I'd ask that you be on your way.
Okay, then I will be on my way. Cheers. Bye. Run away. Does Green Shade feed directly into Reaper's March? It probably does, doesn't it?
The hour. More brave soldiers are respected around here. More brave soldiers. The Maam of Olmian, Mayratel, and...
Time to do what we do best, yes? Excellent. Many opportunities for heroism, adventure, and thrilling tales after the fact. So, my friend, what will it be? Will you tend to the hostages, or take out their commanders?
Honestly, Roz, I want to take out the commanders, but I feel like... Yeah, I'm gonna take out the commanders.
Ha! Dirty hands for dirty work. Raz will see to our captive friends then. Stay out of sight if you can, or grab Larnill's armor. It's not fashionable, but you'll at least always.
Inventory. I still want them to add sea elves with the naval combat. I think that would be so cool. And looks like, yeah, we got the crown crate as part of the leveling up rewards. Open.
An excellent selection.
Reveal all.
This one sees you are out of crates. You will need to purchase more to continue, my friend. You have no crates remaining. Purchase more if you wish to try again. It appears farewell, my good friend.
All right. Does this make me not hostile towards anybody? It does. Do you guys have sentries that can undo my... this... You do have sentries that can undo my disguise. Okay, okay. So we do have to keep that in mind. There are sentries, Raj. So let's find a way around them. Alright, well, let's go in here first. Wait. He's walking away. He's walking away. Cool, cool, cool. And there we go. Do I have a new disguise that I can throw back on? I do not. Okay, so maybe I can loot one off the Fallen. When we smash their faces in. One of my kids said, "This is awesome," and I was like, "Hey, that's a WWE." Yeah, Miz. Miz. Raj, bet. Allow me to illuminate you. Out we go. I really cannot wait for WWE to actually put all of their services, like SmackDown, NXT. Do they even do 205 Live anymore, or did they kill that one? But anyways, SmackDown, NXT, Raw, all on one streaming service. That would be really nice. But like, you need, here in the US, you need Peacock for the special events. You need you need Netflix for Raw, and then you need Hulu for SmackDown and NXT. I can't wait till WWE comes to my hometown because I'm going. I was thinking the crowd. Oh yeah, the crowd also does that. This is awesome. It's all in one place for us in the UK. I wish it was all in one place here in the US. I really do. Because like some of my favorite wrestlers right now are on SmackDown. And it's like, God damn it.
God. When no, all I ask, just make them.
I know one of the very first things that when Lady Pixie and I got together that she did as a surprise for me was she got us tickets to a live show for NXT. That was really cool. We had so much fun there. Is that a book? That's a book. Okay, so that's been handled. Where are we supposed to be going now? Man, that's a lot of them to get through. Hey, they go down a lot easier. Oh, that's right, we upgraded our equipment. I keep forgetting. I'm so used to like, now we're gonna have to go like 2 rotations. We can do it in 2 rotations. No, we can do it in 1 now. Run!
Until you rise again. Nox returns her gaze from you in shame.
Why is a Dominion soldier fighting me? I thought we were friends.
Committing acts of this wanton nature.
I didn't mean to. They attacked me. I didn't attack them. I have it set so I can't attack innocents.
Even the infamy of our actions.
Send another... Captain Jim...
Well, that's super disappointing. Did they change my settings? Combat. Only show. Buffs. Social. Gameplay. Prevent attacking innocents on. Yeah, I have prevent attacking innocents on. Really disappointing. All right. I got to have a meet and greet with Callisto when he was nice. The only superstar that I got to meet and have conversations with, I wasn't even at the time because I was much younger. I didn't realize who he was. And he said I was working at an event where I was a blackjack dealer. And he came up to my table. And he sat there at my table and played blackjack for a while. Like, he had a little entourage that kind of kept people away from him, from bothering him. And then, hold on. And he just like chatted with me. It was really cool, kind of cool. And he ended up giving me a black and white picture of him, and that was signed, and he signed it right with like Sharpie on it. And when he left, someone was like, "Do you know who that was? Do you know who was at your table?" And I was like, pulled up the picture, read the name, and they're like, "But I have no," and I read the name to him, and I was like, "But I have no idea who that is." Because I was so young, because this is like even before my army days. Now that I'm an adult and I'm far more knowledgeable of who that individual was, I'm kind of ashamed that I didn't acknowledge it when I had him at my table, because he sat at my table for like almost an hour just playing cards and shooting the shit with me. And it was the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. And I had no idea who he was. Yep. So, it's in storage, but I have a framed, signed photo from Dusty Rhodes from when he came and he hung out at my table. And for those who don't know who Dusty Rhodes is, he is Cody Rhodes' father, late father. And he's the one who actually trained the majority of the WWE talent that is currently on roster, like the main names. He's the guy who helped train them and make them into the stars they are. But yeah, I had no idea who the fuck he was. He was just a cool old dude with a black cowboy hat that was hanging out at my table. That was a fun dude to hang around. And people were keeping him away. Super chatty. Super nice, though. Like, I really wish, looking back on that, that I would have known who he was. Because I think I would have appreciated the moment more.
There you are. Of course. The Prowler's been sitting... Good. The sooner we're underway, the sooner... The troops can...
See, like, ship-to-ship combat? That would be so cool for them to add.
The battle's on. Hurry!
Dodge, en route. Go, 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 go. Bite me. I can't use this to shoot at their ships. It'd be kind of cool if I could. Well, let me shoot it. I got it. Where'd it go? Is it? Boom! Got him. Got him. Oh. We've got guests. Bum, 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 bum. Stand by until we see it again. Get a good clean shot and fire. Go down, Tempest. One more and the Sea Serpent is down for the count. I can see you, bud.
Bebashvar, it is done.
Got him. Got him, got him, got him. Whee! We did it! We did it! Oh. Come on. Illuminate him. Raw! Burn with knowledge. I've got a John Cena autograph, and now I'm thinking, crap, I want that off my wall as he's sold out to break a record. He sold out to break a record, you're right. He also made a lot of children cry the moment he turned heel. But John Cena, regardless of how people feel about his character, still holds one of the best records that a human being can ever hold. And that is the most fulfilled wishes for Make-A-Wish Foundation. That alone is such a redeeming factor for me. Like, him as a person having done that, that's impressive.
You made it.
And as much as I like Ric Flair's body of work, Ric Flair is actively destroying his body of work. And as a result of that, it's one of those, like, somebody else who's not going to destroy their own legacy needs to replace the Nature Boys. He needs to replace the Nature Boys records. Because the reality is Ric Flair is destroying his records, and he's destroying his legacy. And John has made it clear that he's gonna do a this is all like his final run, and then that's it. He's not gonna have a final match and then a few months to a few years later have another final match and then another final match and then decide he's gonna come back and just continue wrestling until he dies in the ring. Like some people.
By John and Joe,
Maybe I wanted to reduce wish demand. Because I'm guessing that'll do it. I mean, quite possibly.
No, I will stay aboard.
Hold on a second. We are having some issues. I don't know if this is coming in clear. Are you guys having any lag issues or anything? Because on my end, OBS is telling me I'm having issues. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's get back to it. Where am I supposed to be going? Yeah, we're gonna do that. The only difference is Ric Flair's daughter is carrying on his legacy. John Cena has no one to carry on his legacy. Yeah, that's also true. He needs to be careful with how they handle Charlotte, though. Because, like, bringing her back and immediately, before she's ready, and then throwing her in title again, it's like, yeah, she's good at what she does, but she was out for a long time, and she genuinely should be brought in and worked into a storyline that builds up to that point. I'm concerned that they're bringing her back and throwing a heavy workload on her too soon. Especially with the major knee reconstructive surgery that she's had. Like, over. Because of how...
Help shore up these walls.
So I really hope that they don't shorten her career
After the death of...
unintentionally, you know? Oh, and Kai Black or Aleister Black. It's probably going to get signed by WWE and sent to SmackDown. Black back when he used to wrestle Ricochet. Freaking phenomenal together to watch. 31. Woo! Look at that. We're going to finish this area, and I think we're going to elsewhere, just simply because I need the house. You know what I can't wait for? I want to see how they're going to turn Dominic into a babyface. Because you know they have to. Before Rey Mysterio retires, they have to make Dominic a babyface. Because he's going to have to carry on his father's mantle. Just like Rey is carrying on his uncle's mantle, right? Like that's the Lucha Libre tradition of their family. There's no way they're gonna let Dominic be the inheritor of the mantle as a heel. There's no way. But I really would like to, I really want to see how they're gonna end up transitioning that.
Such delicate finery.
And honestly, it looks like they're on their way to doing it now, because if you look at the way they've got his character going, like he's still losing matches constantly, left, right, and center, right? He's still getting interrupted and not allowed to speak anytime he's got a microphone in his hand. But they're having him in the storyline like arrange matches and set things up where his plans are working out. So they're making him a competent leader at this point. Now they've just got to continue to build on that and build that animosity with him and Finn Balor. And then honestly, it would be a good storyline is if they did all that, built him up to be a competent, capable leader. Hold on. A competent, capable leader that then turned around and had to defend his dad against a rogue section of Judgment Day faction. That would be kind of cool.
Invigorating display, Tommy.
I didn't know that. I was just excited to see Rey Fenix. Rey Fenix. That whole... If, like... Because, like, they got Penta. Penta is freaking amazing. I wonder if they're going to let Penta do death matches. Did you see his death match that he did? Like, have you seen the images and the pictures and stuff that is still going around from that death match? Like, oh my goodness. That match was brutal. That was reminding me of back in, like, Attitude Era days. Like, ECW days.
If I go out into the past and try to discover why Naaman ordered the undead to attack in the first place.
Yes, both of you go. Find out what Naaman is planning, and report to Malbrook. Don't try to do all this on your own. And of course, may bright moons light your path.
I appreciate... Drilladun Pass is old. Oh, I've been underground too long. I can't wait to get back out into the forest.
What is it?
Yep, I saw his highlights on YouTube. Man, I really hope they... Now that, like, Vince is gone, I genuinely hope they start taking handcuffs off of some of these wrestlers. Because, like, Kairi Sane, that was another wrestler. Phenomenal. in New Japan Wrestling. Phenomenal in NXT. As soon as she got on the main roster, they stopped letting her be a solo high flyer, and it was just like, what the fuck? And then Luchas always got put into groups. Always, unless you were Rey Mysterio. Like, if you look at every single Lucha that they've had up till Vince left the company, was forced out of the company, Luchas other than Rey were always forced into groups, and nowheres were like ring meat, essentially. And with them bringing in more, because out of all the rest, so I'm hoping we get to see more of that stuff, more of that the feats of athleticism.
Let's see if I can speak to this one. Come here, little one. Yes, that would be so helpful. Thank you. Off it goes. Follow it to find the skulls and then meet me at the stone table.
Raj Wilco. Okay, there's this one.
Good find, Tamid.
Got it.
You who were condemned, hear me. Your only hope of being released is to tell us why the dead have been risen.
Ha! We need no release. The shade of Naaman heralds a new age, an age where we will be restored, and you are the ones who will be judged.
Hold on, how do you know that? Did the Shade actually tell you that?
He doesn't have to. When the forest is transformed, who do you think will inhabit the Shadowwood? We will.
Naaman does not have the power to release any of you, but I do. Help us.
I'll tell you, don't listen to that fool. The Shade seeks to corrupt the forest, to create a new realm. It's called the Shadowwood.
Okay. I'm guessing you were like, I want to pick up the bug for fishing. I don't want to follow. Yeah, facts. Yeah, absolutely. Because I still eventually will end up going and doing all the fishing to get perfect row, farming that. I just want to get the CP first.
It explains what we've seen.
And that'll be an offline thing for the most part. But yeah, heavy fishing. Heavy fishing.
We told you what you wished to know. I shifted, which is strictly forbidden by the Green Pact. I was cocky, did it to prove that I could, that's all. It was a mistake. We told you what you wished to know. Little good that it will do you. I shifted, which is strictly forbidden by the Green Pact. I was cocky, did it to prove that I could, that's all. It was a mistake. I understand.
It's odd to watch the slaughter of your people through the empty sockets of your own skull. My family was slaughtered by the Wood Orcs, and I burned down their village, every last structure, every last tree for revenge. I shouldn't have harmed the forest. I should have rallied my people in a morning war and feasted on my enemies.
Interesting.
Fool, do you not see what's upon you? Look around. The shadow will consume all Tamriel and usher in a new age. An age the other races laugh at us. Why do we depend on them for wood we could easily take for ourselves? The Green Pact is for the weak. We are not the servants of the forest. The Green should serve us.
You
Told you what you shifted.
It's odd to watch the family was slaughtered by the wood orcs, and I burned down their village.
They learned. The last one, the one that was on this end, didn't learn from their mistakes. The other two actually acknowledged what they did wrong. They acknowledged what they did wrong, and they also knew what they should have done. And they've acknowledged all of that. They learned.
Foul creatures in my forest will not be tolerated.
They responded, and I found that funny too. Oh my god, aren't you Lisa?
Leave the shadow rifts alone, or you will suffer for it.
One down. Alright, now how do we get into this? Oh, let's kill that goo. Got him.
You will not last.
However many rifts they open, I will close them all, every one.
Desist, living one. You meddle with forces you cannot understand.
2 of 3. Uno mas. Let's go get it. Where are you at? You're on the other side? Drudge. Well, screw it. If you're going to be in the middle, we will kill you all and send you back to the void. Damn you. Oh no! Shit, we're actually full. Alright. Let's get this one because we've already cleared the area for it. And then we gotta fast travel back to a city. I don't have any of my companions on this not companions, assistants on this character, sadly. We should actually look first to see if I can do, like, if there's anything I can consume, read, open, anything of that nature.
You go too far. Now you will experience the shadow wood for yourself.
What foul?
Okay. Well, I guess we're fighting the Shadow Realm first, and then we can get out of here. Go, 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 all the way to the tippy top.
I hope you like it here. You're about to become a permanent resident.
It seems our... Don't take long. We must press on with our efforts.
Okay, so... it's the woodworking station. Blacksmith, clothing. Woodworking. Okay, so that's good enough right there, right? So, let's go do this. Let's get this inventory cleaned up, because we can't pick up anything else currently. once we get the inventory cleaned up.
Fewer people staring at me than I anticipated. What a strange time you live in.
You'd best take... Halt! You low-born cur! There is a bounty on your head, and I will see it. Do not
With
let me
swift
see
enough
you
fingers,
again!
you might take
How
that
good
coin
it is
back.
to see you!
I didn't have anything stolen. That's from fighting that guard still. Which I still don't know why that guard was able to be attacked in the beginning, to begin with, because I have the setting that's supposed to prevent it.
Can you believe there was a spy in the
The law?
All the way to the top. Sell the trash. And the poison. Okay, now, crafting. Let's look at the images. That's all the guild stuff. Merchant, carpenter, which means that woodworking should be right here. There we go. We've got the research. Oh, wait. I just saw that maybe I have enough where I can do more than one research now. Yep. 2 research. Two research. 2 research. Okay, so we got training and power. Okay, so we got... Let's see, what is this? We got charged and precise. Okay. Inferno. Okay, ice staff. Here we go. Ice. We got charged, infused, powered, charged, powered for Inferno, and defending for Inferno. Okay. Charged, infused. Powered, defending, powered, training. Okay, cool. That's taken care of. Get rid of those.
What do you want?
I sell to the nobility.
Okay, so it is up here to the top, and we're gonna cut over to in there. Look at that. Clothing, blacksmithing. Very nice. Research. Okay. Let's try this again. That's strange. Is this normal on ESO on PC? I've never experienced this on console. I wonder why it kicked me out and then placed me in a queue to go back into the game. Okay. Weird. That's strange. Very strange. Yeah, like I've never experienced that before. One-handed sword? What is this? Two-handed, okay. Boots. There we go. Decon. Reinforced, infused, fused, sturdy, infused, impenetrable. They're both training. Well fitted, well fitted, well fitted. Sturdy, invigorating, sturdy, invigorating, infused.
I never thought I'd see so many strangers in Valenwood.
Comrade, a word. Times. We must all band together.
True enough. I worry about my sister. She's stationed at the Moonhedge outpost, and there's been rumors of dangerous activity there for some time.
Still missing some stuff.
Oriel, help us.
Where is the bank here as well? Head on over to the banks. I know we've got tons of stuff to drop off there. Alright, I may have found a possible solution. I limit my FPS to 60 using third-party like NVIDIA Inspector, and I haven't had any issues since. And it explains a handful of people experiencing this issue. I'll update this issue. Mine is set to 60, I believe. Yeah, FPS set maximum FPS, limited FPS by yep. And I got it set to 60. So I do have it set to 60. I just remembered you also had to find all the treasure for the museums. Damn. I remember doing that one. Having to sit there with the guide, and it made my own like little checklist, so that way I could put check marks next to the ones that I already had. Yeah, I remember that. I'm gonna have to do that again. That's gonna be exciting. At least we got plenty of stuff to do, right? Like, we're not gonna run that out anytime soon. For sure. Throwing that one in there for now. Oh shit, this is withdraw. I don't want to withdraw. Ah! Put you away. I'm gonna lock you just because I can use you later. Companions. Stop. Lock. Put that away. Lock. Put that away. Lock. Because I'm sure I'm going to make more characters in the future, so want to make sure that that's all squared away. Throw that one away. Actions. Lock. Deposit. No. Because that one isn't an actual... Maybe we are putting that in there. Alright. It takes you a longer one. His daily writs will be faster than on console. I know I was doing the one... I was getting the dailies for my crafting. I don't think I ever got really... I don't think I ever really got into writs. There's a lot that I didn't get into on console. That's all alchemy. Research. Decon. What do you got for me? Healthy? Yeah, right there. There we go. Everything is as cleaned up as we can make it currently, so let's get on out of here. And then, what are we gonna do? Where is the direction I need to run in? This way.
We've got almost everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to run to elsewhere after we finish this area out. How close are we? I don't know that I'm gonna finish. No, we'll finish this area. We'll finish this region's main storyline, and then we'll head over to elsewhere. Just because I really want the city. I mean, I really want the free house you get out of that.
I can't believe then is at what? Mad as he is,
The army of the undead has been defeated. But have they really? Because, I mean, like, they're still looking alive and pretty healthy and in charge to me. If you can't walk into the area without being surrounded by skeletons, then did you really win? Did you really take it back? I'm just saying, big dog. Let's go get this location discovered. And then we've got to turn around. Hey! It's Malik Delight.
Mahik wants nothing to do with Daedra. He hears they can make trees burn forever. How can they do that?
What
so you
we stumble upon just by exploring together.
So my question. That's a random place for a mammoth. I don't see any other mammoths around.
Fine attire you might make with that.
So the question is Malik, is he always lying? So then is it one of those, like, whatever he says, it's just he means the opposite? Or is it like he's lied a few times, but for the most part he's honest? Which one is it?
Stay away. It's not safe here. I'm glad you... Long? I can't be...
Ladna, exavija.
I think I can actually sense the blight attempting to corrupt my mind. I've never felt anything like this.
No. Okay, someone explain that to me. I just got interrupted. I'm genuinely getting upset about that because it says right here at the bottom, right here. While channeling, you also gain a damage shield that absorbs up to 10,140 damage and grants interrupt immunity. So why am I still getting interrupted if I have interrupt immunity? Anybody explain that one to me? Because it's not doing what it says it's supposed to do. Constantly getting interrupted doing those attacks. All right. No, you told me after break you give me stream tips. I just rewound and watched the section, but you didn't have any time to. Do you remember? I just need to watch more. Any tips that I can review tonight? Just reviewed quest a bit. Got a character. A good start. Yeah, get the character in a good starting spot. Have a clear objective of what you want to do. Like, that's going to be a big one. Have a clear objective of what you want to do in the stream. Did you create that YouTube, like I talked about? Also create Restream. Or E-Stream. You need to create that one as well. So yeah, create both of those. When you get done with all that, let me know. I'll help you get it all set up later. But you need to create both of those.
You can destroy the eldest, but you cannot have the heart. It belongs
And we
here
find
in the Shadowwood.
Very well. I'm not sure this is the best course, but I am biased by my attachment to the green.
Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Oh.
Count your victories while you may, for every step brings them onwards.
That's one. So we only have one left. We've got two.
Yes, bring me the heart and I will grant you a merciful death. Maybe.
Above. Okay. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. All the way to the top. Get the wisps. Wisps are down. Outstanding. Alright. Well, can't avoid them forever. Heavy sack, heavy sack.
Jack must like you, Tommy, in life.
Your hopeless heroism ends here.
Beast machine, help me! A victory worth dedicating to Asura.
At least, thankfully, you're...
Woo! Everything's secure now? Everything is secure now. Okay, have you been playing Mario? Because you sound like you're humming the tune in Mario. I have not played a Mario game since Mario Kart N64. Mario Kart N64 was the last Mario game that I played, and that was on Nintendo 64. Now, actually, there's a Mario series that I've really liked. It was on, not a video game. It's a fan-made thing on YouTube called Mario Warfare. If you guys are Nintendo fans and grew up playing Nintendos, like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Game Boys, right? Things like those. You should totally check out Mario Warfare.
Now,
You will absolutely love it.
Well, aren't you?
And you have to watch them in order.
You know, he comes and goes. Oh, yeah, there he is.
What am I supposed to be doing? Watch scenes from the past. Oh. Dos. Lodge. So I have to somehow get... Hey, we want you to go watch scenes at this one place, except for we want you to walk around an entire fucking mountain range to be able to get to see the scenes that we want that are literally just behind us. All the way down here. I'm catching up with the Halo TV series. I just started season 2. I heard a rumor that that's getting saved by Netflix. Is that true?
Sounds like you'll be having... Look for the glimmers of the past I spoke of. Hopefully they will help us figure out how to put the Blackroot clan back to rest. What's that over there?
Elfirian, General Malgoth and the rest of the Blackroot troops are almost upon us.
No, that plan is madness.
Silence.
And that was the one that got canceled by Paramount, right?
Today will ensure our sister villages live
The
on.
newest one that got canceled by Paramount, the live action one? Or are you talking about a different Halo? Can you use your private account and just... Okay, so here's a security tip for anyone looking at streaming or anyone new to streaming. Don't use your personal accounts. Make a new email. Do all of it. Keep your streaming stuff separate from all of your real personal stuff. Because it's more likely to be targeted as a streamer for cyber attacks, for like getting your personal information, hacking into accounts, things like that, and losing access to those. So what I strongly recommend is you create a Lady Pixie email and then use that exclusively for all your streaming stuff. Just so that you don't get targeted by one of them random hacker groups that try to like ransom accounts back to people. And you can just write it off as a loss if needed.
Rest now.
Live action one that was on Paramount. I don't know, Paramount canceling the Halos. Yeah, it was like after season 2 they can't, or what season was that they canceled it? Because it got canceled.
The poison itself is slow. The Blackroot will have cut our throats long before you felt its effects. Here, we'll drink it together, and I'll fight by your side till the end.
Until the end.
Now.
Yeah, it was canceled. Halo TV series was canceled by Paramount Plus due to the staggering cost and the inability to recoup fans' goodwill. So, yeah, Halo got canceled entirely by Paramount. Now Netflix apparently has secured the rights, but it has not been I can't find it that it's been confirmed for season 3 yet. But yeah, Paramount Plus did cancel it after 2 seasons because the amount of money they were losing because they were pissing the fans off by absolutely destroying the fucking lore and ignoring everything that's established because Master Chief should take his helmet off and have hair and a beard. Get fucked. He is bald, scarred, and completely clean shaven. We know that. We know that for a fact. He doesn't have a gorgeous set of hair and runs around with his helmet off and gets in fights with his helmet off. Hell, motherfucker went to an award ceremony where he was getting a medal in his full combat armor. Oh.
Look, another one.
That's the last of them, General. The village is clear.
An easy victory. Verlaine is the first to fall, but there will be more. Now, per the meat mandate, let us feast on the fallen. Prepare the cave temple. It's a suitable place for a celebration.
Dang, my username was taken from... why don't you... Okay.
Rise, my soldiers. Back to your bodies and take
Why
up
do you
arms.
command us from the ooze?
A powerful one, unknown to me, has stolen my bow. It invoked the right of theft and commanded we march against the Dominion.
By your command.
Look, another one.
General Morgoth, the troops. Half of them are dead. The other half...
are dying, including us. This is poison. The villagers poisoned themselves to poison us.
What do you mean?
The meat mandate, you idiot. Elthyria knew she couldn't win on the field, but she'll still manage victory. To the Nereid Temple. Perhaps we can beg a cure.
Oh, that's kind of ingenious. She knew she was going to lose, and she knew that they would eat their bodies. So she made sure they were poisoned. You could just say you hate my username. It's not that I hate your username. It's you have complained about your username not fitting in. Because we've got Wolfborn, Snowborn, Seaborn, Scareborne. You've been the one that's brought it up. And if you're going to start streaming again, now's the perfect time to actually pick a new name if you wanted to change your name, right? To rebrand, so to speak, before you get it all kicked off again.
Why do you command us from the ooze?
So like you could be Pixieborn, Ladyborn, or something entirely completely different.
What a sacrifice. Of course. Yes, General apparently so. For General, I'd say this is a pervert.
The other thing is the more places you can have the name that is just that is exactly the same across the board as far as like YouTube, Twitch, characters, emails, things like that. The more across the board it can be, the easier it is for your viewers and your community to find you on the various platforms that they use. Woo! It's above. Dang it. I went entirely the wrong way. At Lady Pixie, you could be Pixieborn. She could be. She could be. Yeah, so our daughters became gamers. And so I had to make them their individual profiles. And I let them... I was like, what's your favorite thing? And we just put born at the end of it. So we have Seaborn, Wolfborn, and Snowborn. It's pretty awesome. Alright, so I need to cut through this way. Nope, 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 nope. I didn't cut over enough, apparently. It's still not over enough. So, like, if I were to go over here, that drops me down there, which still is not correct. So how do we get to where we need to be then? Does this go around and go up, maybe?
You would steal that which has already been stolen, then enter the Shadowwood and seek it, though you will find only death.
Okay. Bet. Hey, it's Tommy Boy. Hey, Tommy Boy. Bye, Tommy Boy. I have no idea who that is. It was a Chris Farley movie. Oh shit, it's hilarious. Chris Farley was one of those actors, like... He died way too young. Dude was freaking hilarious. Living in a van. Down by the river! One of my favorite movies that Chris Farley ever did is one that most people have never even seen, let alone heard of. And it's got Matthew Perry as his co-star. It's called Almost Heroes. That is the funniest damn movie ever. And it's got the dad, the actor who plays the dad in American Pie. The one with the big eyebrows. Oh, I can't think of his name. But he's in that movie too. And he's not a stereotypical old man either.
We're back in. Good luck. We'll see you by the stones.
Nice. He leveled up.
You will soon join us and fight at Morgoth's side. Yeah.
There we go. Eugene Levy. Yeah, Eugene Levy.
I hope you prepared for undeath.
May Ifrit thank you, and thank you. Yes. Good luck.
Take the bow from the servant of Nemion.
Naaman warned me about you, and I prepared.
Esha.
That was a
So it's true then? You have retrieved my bow from the shade? My father told me, you will find your bow in an animal's bone. Before it's even carved, you will see it. Mammoth's tusk. Extraordinarily difficult to make a good bow out of. But it was just like he said. I saw it, and I knew. What do you want?
I want your army to march on Nemeon in the name of the Dominion. I release you and your army for service. You may leave. Let's go with this one.
My army is loyal even deep within death. Deep within the ooze. They would march against the sun if
Good. Good.
So you commanded the general to turn around and fight on our behalf instead. I feel sorry for the spirits of his soldiers that they remain bound here, but at least you were. We've done all we can. Unless you have.
Okay, so is this place gonna be hostile still, or is this place gonna be clean to walk through? Clean to walk through. Nice. Cool. So there's a book around here. There it is. Got it. Woo! That's a thieves' trove. I gotta look that up. How does Czar feel about thieves' troves? I know he gets mad if you murder people. I can't remember the rest of it, though. No.
A blessed bounty for potion making.
This is the final one. Queen RN. Nice!
Oriel grant me strength. Thank... Damn these gates. Indania believes he can enter on... Even as a lich. Even as a lich. Some
Okay.
say it won't...
Last one for the region.
I'm really... Let's hope this works.
Oh, it'll work, big dog. Open sesame right now. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
All right, then. There.
Let's go put a hurtin' on them. Because they're cruising for a bruising. Oh. Raj. Corrupt imp. Fun, you bastards. I can actually avoid that one. Hey, we leveled up again. Very nice, very nice. So we're level 32. Don't pick that fight, please. You pick the frickin' fight, Tommy boy. I'm gonna hook you up, Tommy. But stop picking fights. Be more aware of your surroundings, little man. Thank you. There you go. Hug the wall. Ba da 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 da.
I knew we couldn't be that lucky. The shade has blocked the way. Let's see. These pedestals look as if they're still...
I'm not going to end up keeping them, so it doesn't matter. Let's go with that one. What does that do? Your attacks with minor heretical knowledge. Damage dealt to status effects. Let's do it.
This is
Okay, so what do I gotta do? I gotta retrieve keystones. Let's start there. Let's go get it. Honestly, I think if Chris Farley had stayed alive longer, we would have seen more movies with him and Matthew Perry playing off of each other. Just because, like, those dudes were so good at that, like, off-the-cuff humor that they could just, like, come up with on the spot.
What do you want?
Tommy boy, are you picking fights again, big dog? Stop picking fights, Tommy boy. Yeah, my companions here. We're not engaged in a fight. So... yeah, I'm not in combat. Retrieve and place. So... What am I missing here? Because it's not... I'm not able to interact with it. I don't understand.
Well,
Why are we not able to interact with it? What are we...
Until you rise again.
But it doesn't tell me where to fucking find them. It just tells me to go right here, and then it is right here. But I can't interact with anything. There's no... I don't understand that. Why send me in here if I can't do anything? It won't let me interact with it. I hope this quest isn't broken. Because it's genuine... Maybe there's a button. It says I have to retrieve in place. I guess let's try a different one. Wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, see, that says recover the armory stone. Yeah, all three of them say recover it. And I couldn't... It wouldn't let me... I found one that's not on Twitch or YouTube, but the email is taken. Not sure about it anyways.
what do you want?
Again, what the fuck? Why is it... Why are the quests broken? I mean, are the skills broken in this? And how do you file... Like, how do you contact... None of those are correct, though. It's not a crash. It's not blocking progress. It's not an exploit. It's not impairing functionality. It's not delaying progress. It's not cosmetic. It's not a pleasant surprise. It's not awesome. Graphics, combat abilities. There we go. I guess impairs functionality is the only thing I can think of. I don't even know the name of the ability. I'm gonna have to do all that later. Because that ability is not working the way that it is written. And if it's not gonna work the way that it's written, then it shouldn't be written that way. Oh, yay. Tommy boy. You're back. The jackass that keeps picking fights and running away from them. Okay, so that's not it.
What do you want?
This one lets us take it.
I warn you, the demon you faced before was fettered by fear and mortality. I have no such limitations.
Again, I shouldn't have been able to be interrupted.
Fan out!
Isn't the best defense always a good attack?
I guess let's go back to the armory and try it again. Maybe it's unstuck, finally. Because this one worked, the other one didn't.
The Welkin stones are the only way to break the barrier and enter the heart. I'll get you back in.
Let's push all the way down. Go, 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 go. All the way. No longer in combat. And still cannot claim it. Oh, oh. There we go.
You are throwing your life for naught. The heart is already corrupt. There's nothing you can do about that now.
It's just a weird angle for it to acknowledge is all. Again, I shouldn't be able to be interrupted at all. Little Tangerine, Zero Sugar Skooma Enjoyer, Catnip Enjoyer, 10 Lives Larry. These are some creative names. I don't know if you're still here for door tipping, Chad, but those are some creative names. All right, one last.
We emerge. A fight, is it?
One last fight.
What do you want? Well.
Evil never sleeps of its own accord.
What is it?
Come and witness my wrath achieved. Then you will die.
Come in, move!
All right, we got all of that. Come on. All right, we made it out. Now let's go drop this keystone off. This should wrap up this region.
Good. This should work.
Valen hard. Fight me!
My sister's pawn come once more to do. I read we'll get what's coming to us.
Why was that interrupted? Again, it just like cut out mid-skill. Why is it getting cut out again? What the like, sincerely. Why is it not doing a full channel? Why? It's not doing a full channel. There we go.
Why won't you just die?
Man, this mission area. That I wonder. Oh wow, that's fair.
I've seen such terrible power.
Hold on a second. The beam is wonky because it grants you immunity interrupts proper, but there are other skills and ability not specifically considered interrupts, but can also interrupt. It's a little dumb and confusing for sure. Still gets me. Oh wow, that's weird.
It's working.
Not that.
Just a little more.
What were you showing now? It just seems like so. Yeah, like, cause like there was that one crystal that we just couldn't interact with. Even the Tommy Boy person was having trouble because they were running around it. It was clear that they were trying to interact with it and they couldn't interact with it. But you had to get like behind it and look at it at a weird angle to get it to be acknowledged. And then right there, like my beam kept getting like interrupted as soon as it would start. Like it would just cut off. I wasn't being knocked down. I wasn't being stunned. Like it would just like cut off. It would just stop. It's like so weird. But then again, we were also just like logged out. We were, hold on. We were forcefully logged out, and then we had to sit in a queue to log back in. So ESO's having some weird things going on right now that I've never experienced on console. And I'm gonna chalk it up to just like my tech inability or my tech illiteracy. There we go. My tech illiteracy is what I'm gonna chalk that up to.
Valenwood brought him back. It's Ifre's will.
What happened?
Indenir, Ifre has chosen you. You're the Sylvanar. I'm going to go let Raz know. I'm sure he's pushed into the grotto by now with the Bindusks.
Alright. Yeah, we got the boot too. I think the servers were getting a... What is a DDoS attacked? What does that mean? I am like so illiterate and not up to date when it comes to like computer terms and like things that can happen when playing on PC. So I do apologize in advance if that's one of those like super obvious things.
Is it true? What Cariel speak? Raz has had his eyes on other things, or he would not have missed.
Woo! Wasn't there someone else we need to talk to? Yeah, but they're both outside. Okay, Raj. Raj will go. Bum bum bum. Ba da 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 da. Cool. It's all clear. Hey, you, talk to me.
Quite an amazing scene to witness. How did this one miss it? This way.
Oh, we're beginning to get the Khajiit running around with the Khajiit. There's the sisters.
My soldiers, thank you, Sylvanar.
His spirit was gone from the mortal world. The Valenwood restored him.
Indania?
The Main speaks the truth, Queen Irene.
Cariel herself said Ifrei chose him. This one agrees.
Then rise, Indania. It is I who have the honor of bowing to you.
Queen Irene, please,
People of the Old Mary Dominion, I present to you your new Sylvanar.
Which means you need to find the green lady who's going to be attached to him.
It's good that Naaman...
With Naaman and...
We won. I'll see to the staff of Mac. The Green Lake, Velen Harbor, along the brook.
Yep, that was it. Alright, so let's use this to get to Velen Harbor so that way we have a fast travel point to get in there. And then I really do need to pop on over to, I really want that free house and elsewhere. I really, 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 really do. And I really do because I want the armory and the outfit station. But I want the armory specifically so I can reset my skills without paying to reset my skills. It's basically a form of hacking trolling when the bad guys fled target servers with many data requests consuming its capacity, rendering it unable to respond to legitimate requests from normal users. Ah. Okay. I should be safe here. So I will be right back, folks, because I'm 5.5 hours and I need another break. So I'll be right back, folks. Please stick with me through the break. We're going to get through this here. Open up another territory. Get some more quest markers and fast travel markers. And, I think we're going to skip a little bit of the storyline area and go directly to elsewhere to unlock that house. So, we'll be right back, folks. Please stick with me. All right. Let's get back to it. Check our inventory. We're at 61. None more. Shins. Leave that alone. Ah, yes, I remember what we are doing now. We are... Kindness, investigate the Vale. Valen Harbor. Let's go on up here. Head down this way. All right. Almost there. Silencer? That's a cool little title. I still at some point need to get down into Cyrodiil and do the building up the ranks. That'll have to be after I got my gear though. Because I want the Legionary title. Again.
We depart within the hour. Tell me.
Did go to the correct one, yes? Yes. Let's go down there and get the fast travel location. Okay. Now then. The easiest way to start this one is just go to Quest Starters, and it is the Demon Weapon. I totally forgot to do that. I just realized that. I forgot to actually turn in the Antiquarian's quest once I completed it. I totally forgot to do that. My bad. Right in that. Oh, we got our food buff wore off. We got to put that back on there. You, what do you got for me? We're gonna go. Yes, complete. Thanks. Cheers. Bye. Now then. Back to health potions. Alright, cool. That is done. Done. Most perfected restoration staff, perfected dagger, perfected bow. Alright, zoom out. Next we need to go to... Abner Tharn. Really? You're all the way down here in Ordon? Okay, sure. Oh, I did not. When you get to Rimmen, invest in some bank space, save running back to town and see a vendor. I've got it up to 100 spaces right now. I'm at 100. See? Yep.
I will stay close to you, Tommy.
I just
do not wish to lose my way.
I haven't built up enough of the crowns yet. I don't have enough crowns yet to get the rag picker. The rag picker honestly would make a big difference. I don't know that I want to run the rag picker herself, but I need a companion that does that. I know I still want to run the birds, the crows, like I do on my my console. So I want the crow merchant and the crow banker. I just don't know. I have to look through the choices and see if there's other choices for the rag picker or if it's just her still. Infused, impenetrable trainings. Dirty can go away. Decon. Merchant. Sell. Sell. We will be selling that belt. I just need to bind it first for the sticker book. Repair all, thank you. And we're gonna go like this, and we're gonna go down to the waist right there. And we're gonna hit that bind. And that bind. Your bow attacks reduce movement speed of any enemy hit for 14% and increase your movement speed. That's a total of... There's no cooldown. Did you notice that? There's no cooldown. Your bow attacks reduce the movement speed of any enemy hit by 14%. That's not a chance. That is a every time you hit someone, 14% reduction, right? And it increases your movement by 14%. So that actually is a total of a 28% speed difference for yourself, because you're reducing them and increasing you, so you've really just increased yourself twice. For 3 seconds. That actually isn't bad for a bow build, for a lot of control to like keep distance. That one's got me interested now. I'll have to keep that in mind for the if I ever do a bow character again. Decon. Alright, what do we got here? Shopping, training, powered. No. Sharpened. Precise. Nope. Okay, I thought there was a vanilla sounds space for gold. There is. That's how I got it up to 100. Because I think you start at, what, like 50? And then you get a total of 10 or 20 bag spaces while leveling up. I know I've gotten some from leveling up for sure. And then I've spent some to get more space. I do need to get more eventually, but like... An easier solution is just get the companions and in another. If this keeps up at this rate, I would say in another month or two, I'll be able to buy my first companion for computer. Which it'll probably be someone that breaks materials down, break things down for materials, just because that's the one that you're gonna use most frequently. And then eventually I'll get the merchant and the banker. There's actually one in this settlement too. I believe it's right down there. I think it's in here. Yeah, the handy haversack. Let's see while we're here how much it costs to do the next upgrade on that. Pack merchant. 19,000. 30,000.
You call that bad?
Yeah, so the next one's 46. So we're gonna hold off on that one. Hey, Ange, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? We are, I've decided I'm getting to a point where I want to have my house. So we're skipping the next two areas until we get our house. Because the next two areas we're getting, I'll show you, Ange. We finished the main storyline here. We just finished Green Shade. So, Malabala Tor, and Reaper's March were the next two. This one first and then that one. But I've decided I want the free house from elsewhere. So we're doing that first. Nice house moving up. Right? I'm getting to the point where I need the armory is what it is. So I can start resetting my skills because
I see my summons reached you.
I'm closer honed into what I actually want.
You may wonder who I am and why I sent for you. Don't. Just trust me. I have only the best interests of the Empire in mind, but we must leave now if we're going to take advantage of the situation.
Oh, thank you for doing that shout out. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Oh, nice house moving up, right? Moving out of my my broom closet at the inn. That's right. Gonna go get the Elsewhere house, and then we gotta go open up all the wings. That'll be another fun adventure to go do. But that is currently what we're shifting to right now. I've been finding that I'm leveling up faster right now, doing quests, than I was doing the dolmens or the docks. The only thing that I think can make it go faster is if it was Skyreach Catacombs. But that's the only one that I think would make that go faster. So, because this is the fastest currently available, this is what we're doing. Eventually, we're going to get into, once we get our level up to where it needs to be, I'm going to be running the Medusa set for the crit. I'm only going to run 4 pieces, though. And then I'm going to run Oaken Soul, Nerinthi's monster set. And I don't know about my 5-piece yet, but I do know that I'm going to be running medium for my 5-piece. And I'm going to be doing hyperfixating on a crit build. So flat damage increases how much crit does, because crit scales based on what your flat damage is. Armor pen's really good. But those are the priorities. Crit, flat damage, armor pen. I already finished the other 2 alliance zones. Nice. One house I want is Mistfall Manor. Going to have to finish the entire region of... Oh, you get a free house over there too if you finish the entire region? Nice. I was actually put streaming very far on the back burner, by the way, so no worries about that. Oh, okay.
A situation. We must hurry. I know about it. An associate. The tablet speaks written record. A mythic hero. I doubt my stalker.
Run! No, you have to buy it with gold for gold. Oh, okay. I know the one that I really want is there's two that I really want that I've seen I really like the ship one, and I really like Cold Harbors, but the reason I like Cold Harbors is because of the fact that I can... Hold on a second here. Oh, it's like way over there. Okay. What do I have that's nearby? I have this that's nearby. Cold Harbor. Cold Harbor has a, because it's flat and open, so I can build my own building. And that's what I want to do. I want to build my own building. And Cold Harbor, in my personal opinion, is like the perfect place to do that, simply because it's flat, it's open. You know? Perfect building grounds. I like the ship one for theme building purposes. There's another one, and I can't think of it off the top of my head. The Sijic Villa is pretty cool. But that's a special one. I'll probably end up buying one in the Alakir Desert at some point with the gold, if they have one out there. But that's simply because, like, that's one of my favorite regions. Honestly, I'm going to own a lot of houses. You know why? Because I like building. And I know there's add-ons for building. I have to go through them. But man, oh man. I cannot wait to do some crazy-ass builds. But the Cold Harbor one is going to probably be my once I get all of the companions that I need, the, not companions, assistants. You know, the merchant, the banker, the deconstruction. Once I get that taken care of, and I get, because then the next step is getting the, oh, I can't think of what it's called. The big one that you make, you can recreate the items from the sticker book. That big workbench thing. Can't think of the name of it. It's called... this, transmute station. So it'd be... deconstruction, companion, banker... No, deconstruction... deconstruction, merchant, banker, then this, and then once I have this transmute station, then I've also got to do the other crafting benches, and then I've got to put my favorite music back in the house, right? And then we'll go into the Cold Harbor one. Only problem you would have is he don't like Cold Harbor. You're going to get a house out there? Ooh, that's right. He doesn't like Cold Harbor. Thank you for reminding me. That is a valid point. Well, you know what that means? That means that I would have to find another house that's flat and open that I can build at. Moon Sugar Meadow. I might do the Moon Sugar Meadow then. Let's see this one real quick. I am curious. There we go, there we go. Moon Sugar Meadow. Thank you. Sure. All right. Moon Sugar. Okay, so I can remove the trees. Can I remove these? I can remove the plant clusters. I can remove the trees. Can I remove those rocks right in the middle? It does not appear to be able to remove the rocks, but I can remove all the trees. So this is a nice big flat area. It's giving me... I could make this work. I could totally make this work. It's kind of redundant, though. This would be my second house then at that point, right? Hi, me and my friend just got the game, and I'm pretty confused about how the game works as a group / people say the main quest is solo, but we can do zone quests together. You think you can shine some light on how this stuff works? Yes. First question. Are you on... Hold on a second, let me get out of here. Let me get out of here. Actually, I can do it from here. Are you on PC or console? First question. Second question. Do you guys all, you and your friends all have the same versions? PC, okay. And do you all have the same versions, like the same expansions, the same subscriptions, all of the things? Because there are some things that are restricted there. Like, for example, if you have... Okay, so yes, everyone has the same access to the same content. Cool. Did you all pick the same faction? Out of curiosity. Like, everyone's Dominion, everyone's Daggerfall Covenant, everyone's Ebonheart Pact. Now, the reason I ask about that one is because you'll start in different starting areas depending on what faction you started with. So, I'll accept one of us. Okay. So, each faction has their own starting area as far as the 3 main factions. So, through his Scareborne. Okay, so what you're definitely going to want to do is you want to... There is the main storyline, which is the... the main quest, the Harbridge, okay? That is solo. It hard forces you to be doing that by yourself. So that's the section that's by yourself, period. Now, if you go into, say... starting area, see Orc, Breton, so you 2 are EP. So we'll start where you guys start. Bleak Rock. I think it's Bleak Rock. Is it Bleak Rock? Yeah, it's Bleak Rock. No, it's not. Maybe. Anyways. That's the Dark Elf. Orc Veteran is bottom left. Where did it start you out at? Yeah, around there. Let's see. No, it's not that one. Orc is DC, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So eventually you'll end up in Glenumbra. So we're going to start with Glenumbra then. Because Glenumbra is the easiest to deal with. Starts in stores. Okay. Yeah, that's... Okay, so here we go. So when you get to these, what you can do is you can group up together. And then you can go down to where it says on the bottom, which... right here, where it says Open Zone Guide. Right? You can hold that. Or push it if you're not using a controller. And it brings up this. And you can see over here listed is all the regions, right? So one of the things you see down here is you can start zone story. Each zone has its own story. Each faction, if you start at their very beginning starting area, will send you to all of the base game regions for their faction in a continual storyline. And that's just the zone stories. And they will have this icon above them, and if you don't know what to do next, you can just hit start zone story, or there's an option if you're partway through it, you can hit continue zone story. Now the zone stories is PvE content that's not faction based, and it's not single player based. So you're able to get through all of those as a group together anytime you guys want, and you can go to the zone stories. Now if you're going to run into, you'll also run into markers that look like this here. You can see how two different icons. These are side quests, so these are just like a little bit more context, fleshing out the zone story. If you're paying attention to the dialogue and the story arcs and everything, this is extra filler stuff to keep you occupied and provide entertainment, XP, special equipment, things of that nature. So those can be also done jointly. There's also, so our Dark Elf friend can ignore what his faction is and set quests and join us and make our way around zones. Correct. Yes, 100%. Now, so factions determine where your starting zone is first. And then the next thing the factions determine is this. Campaigns. Cyrodiil and Imperial City are both PvP areas, and in Activity Finder we also have Battlegrounds. Battlegrounds is also a PvP area, and in those PvP areas you guys are 100% faction locked. So if you're not in the same faction, you cannot do those three things together and jointly. You will automatically be flagged as PvP against each other. So if you guys want to get into PvP content later, you guys do have to be in the same faction for that. But anything outside of the PvP content, and anything outside of, again, the main, under your quests here, the main storyline, anything other than those two pieces of content, you guys can absolutely join up and run out and do together. In fact, it's beneficial if you go through and you do all of the factions quests, all of the zone quests, you know, like, the more you flesh all of that out, the more you can get access to things like achievements, right? So, and you can see here where on the other side here, so this section, just so you can see where I went to, pulled up the quest, the menu here, went to journal, achievements, and there's all sorts of these, and you can see that a lot of these are dungeons or areas, like, right, those are zones. Some of these are zones, some of these are quests, areas, like dungeons specifically, or delves or things of that nature. Dungeons, crafting, right? But if you look through all of these, you can also see where you can start unlocking things like titles or dies. And then sometimes it's both, right? See, right here. So completed all of the All Dominion achievements, and these are the various different territories that you would have to go through and complete all of the zone quests to be able to unlock these. And you can do these regardless of what faction you're in. The only ones that are that are faction locked would be your PvP content. And you guys can join guilds together as well, regardless of what faction the guild is flagged for. You can join the guild faction, the guilds together, and you can be into, if I remember correctly, it's like 5 guilds, unless they've changed that number. It's 5 last I looked. You can be in 5 separate guilds at the same time. And I've heard that the game scales with the player right. Yes. Yeah, it scales based on your level and whatnot, as far as I know. With the exception of dungeons. Dungeons, whether it's the queue dungeons or the public dungeons, arenas. Yeah, arenas and dungeons. Those don't scale. Those are like, this is the recommended time to go to this place. It's one of those numbers. Because most of those are, yes, you should have the proper equipment. Yes, you should be the proper level. No, you don't have to be if you know the mechanics. It's one of those things. I've seen people who do quests together, it helps, and there are maybe parts in it be solo, you'll each have to pick it up and complete the quest individually. It's not like a dungeon quest that can be shared with group members. Yes, 5 guilds. Okay, good. I was right on the 5 guilds. Okay, how do dungeons work? Dungeons work in a few ways. You can find one on the map. They look like... They look like this. That's the icon on the map, right? So they have this boom, boom, boom with this little plus. So you can walk directly into them if you want. You walk directly into them. If you're by yourself, you're soloing it. If you're with a group, your group, and you are dealing with it with how many ever members you brought in, and that's it. That's one way to handle those. The other way is you can go down to Activity Finder, and you can go to Dungeon Finder. You can click Random Dungeon, or you can click Specific Dungeon. Now, I do strongly recommend you don't do those until you get the Undaunted quest line, because then there's actually a daily dungeon. There's daily dungeons and stuff to then start dealing with. So dungeons are going to be super useful, but later. And then the other thing with the dungeons is you go over to collections here. This is the real reason why you do dungeons. There's 2 reasons you do dungeons. First one is set items. Here we go. So if I were to go down to dungeons, right? You can see that we've got all the dungeons listed. And then it has items, right? And they're broken down into sets. Now these sets are exclusive to this dungeon. So what you can do is you can go through and you can find an item. Now I have not done dungeons on this character because I like 2-3 days into doing this on PC, I transferred from console. I used to play over there quite heavily. But I just started PC today, like 2-3 days ago. All right, so these you can see. Now you hear a lot of people refer to a sticker book. This is the sticker book. You can see that I've got some things filled in for the Armor of Veiled Inheritance, right? So I got some items here. And what these are for, and you can see it comes with a set. right? So everything that's under all of the set items section, and again, they also have the dungeons. Like, for example, I'll give you Medusa, because this is one I'm actually going to go chase. Adds crit, adds crit, adds crit, adds crit. Right? So this is just ton of crit. But you need to have all this criteria of items from this entire set actively equipped. Now, get some nice benefits. If I were to go over to, say, do I have one? I do. I have this one. So this Druid Jack, you can see it's bound, right? This one says bind unequipped, but it has this big important word here that this one didn't. Not collected. That not collected thing is part of your sticker book, because now I can go bind. Boom. Beekeeper's Curious collected. Set items. Dominion. Green shade. There it is. Beekeeper's Curious, right? And it says right here, transmute crystals. So when you go and you do your dungeons, you can collect all the set items. When you bind them, you're not going to get them until you have filled out your collection book. So like, if I were to go into a dungeon and I were to collect the Medusa helmet, I am not collecting the Medusa helmet on any of my future runs until I have finished collecting every item in the list. Now, say you get all that done and you don't, and you make a new character, or your friends got different characters, or you are changing your gear out but you don't want to run the dungeons anymore. Well, you can go to a transmute station and use transmute crystals to recreate the items that you collected in the dungeons with the traits you want at the rarity and level that you want. So when you go there, you get to collect your sets, put them in your sticker book, so that way you can make them later, which helps with storage space, it helps with character builds, and it also helps as a time saver for yourself. And say that you have the helmet for the Medusa set, right? Because there's only the heavy helmet, right? And your friend doesn't, and your friend's looking for the helmet. But you've completed the dungeon because you've farmed everything out, so now you've collected the helmet again. Well, you already have it. You already have it in your sticker book. You can give it to your friend, and now that cut your friend's time down from having to farm the dungeon repeatedly and over and over and over again. So those are also useful there. The other reason people go through and do dungeons is for... It's not mementos. It's right here. Undaunted trophies. These are the boss's heads on a plaque of the various different dungeons. And these can be used as decorations in your house. Now, this is the normal dungeons. So when you beat the normal dungeons, you get their head mounted on a plaque as a trophy. But if you go through and you do it on veteran, then you get busts, which are also decorations for your house, but they look like this. And that shows that you've beaten those dungeons on veteran as well. So you get various different things like that for doing the dungeons. You also get access to what are called monster sets. I'll show you my favorite monster set that I'm going to be chasing here. Dungeons. It's the Crypt of Hearts. There it is. Crypt of Hearts. This is a monster set. Monster sets come in light, heavy, and medium. So they come in all three with the same exact effects in all three. So you can make any monster set work with any armor build that you're doing. This is mine that I'm going to be chasing. And it's only a 2-item set. But you can only get these from running the dungeons in veteran mode. So you got to do the veteran variant, and that which is significantly harder. But you can get the helmets out of the dungeons, and then you can get undaunted keys to open up chests to get the shoulder pads for the second piece. So these are the types of things that dungeons come in really handy as for builds later on, for collection stuff, for trophy stuff. Let me get caught up here on chat. As far as dungeons go, past that, on other reasons on how they would work or why you'd want to do them, you can also queue as a group into the dungeon queue, or you can queue by yourself into the dungeon queue, and you can select roles. So the other thing to look at when you're doing the dungeons is up here at the top, it says group role, and this is you selecting what role you want to queue in as when you go into a dungeon. So everyone's got to be queued up right in order to go into a dungeon. It's 2 damage, 1 healer, 1 tank. Unless you just dungeon finder as a specific dungeon as your own personal group, your private group, and you're not going to let any public randoms in, then you can do it that way regardless of these, because you guys can select whatever's necessary. And again, if you just need to do it by yourself, you can public queue and be good to go. I think they scaled those better for low players. I think under 50 have invisible buffs to help you when you're a higher level. Don't worry about dungeons until you gear cap, because you will out level your armor quickly. Facts, yeah. Like don't touch the dungeons until 2 parts. 1, you got the Undaunted quest lines opened up, which will happen through storyline naturally as you get certain level milestones. Wait for that. And then when you hit level 50, and then it's after you hit 50, you continue to level up, but you become what are called champion points. And CP is short for that, and CP 160, if I remember correctly. It's level 50, CP 160 is where gear stops leveling up. So once you've hit that level, level 50, CP 160, then worry about what equipment you want to wear, because at that point you won't have to change your gear out anymore unless you're changing your build. You won't out level it because it stops leveling. That's the level cap for equipment. So dungeons give you pieces of different sets. Correct. Different sets as well as decorations for your house and achievements. But again, wait until you get the Undaunted line. Wait until you see level 50, champion point 160, CP 160. Wait till that point to worry about equipment. So once you complete a sticker book, then you get the items. No. You can just pick up the items. You get at the end of each boss fight, you get an item. You can also find some of those items in chests while you're adventuring in the dungeons. You get the item, you bind it to your sticker book. And then your sticker book, if you were to, say, sell the item, deconstruct the item, or the item isn't max level because you didn't wait to max level to get in there, as far as like equipment level goes, so you need a higher level of it, you can recreate it. Or say that you want it with a different perk, a different ability on it. For example, like this right here, it has the training perk on it. So, like, if you wanted to make something, but you wanted a specific perk here, you could then recreate the item on the transmutation station using the exact conditions that you want it to be set for. So that's what the sticker book is for. It's for convenience, and each time you fill in a sticker, you're not going to get that one again until you've filled in the rest of the sticker book. But you can recreate these, and you get a certain amount of them every run on a dungeon. So once you complete the hold on a second. 1 second. You can also get decent sets overland just questing and fighting bad guys, world bosses, world events, dolmens, geysers, vents. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's other sets that are not just in dungeons. There's sets that are overland that you can run into like crafting stations and stuff and find them. Find crafting stations that build them. You also get rewarded sets. You can also find sets in dungeons and overland world bosses and things like that. And there's different various events you can get stuff from. So yeah, absolutely. The Undaunted is main quest, or will you get it as you run quests together? Undaunted will unlock when you get to a certain level. When you get a certain level, you'll get a message about it. Undaunted is not main quest. When you are leveled, you will actually get a letter and invitation joining the Undaunted. It's kind of like, so like just worry about the main quest, right? The zone quest, the main quest, the side quest, level up. And when you are just questing normally, eventually you'll hit a level where you get a message talking about the Undaunted. And that point is where you start worrying about dungeons. As far as like, because there's daily dungeons that you can go do and get special keys and rewards and stuff for. So you can start farming that material. But again, still like try to wait until you're level 50 CP 160. So that way you don't have to change the equipment and the equipment is already max level. So that way you can use it and not have to worry about getting it again. If you don't want to, you know. All right. And let's see here. This icon right here, where it's got the hammer and the nail with the little fire thing. You can see another one up here, hammer and nail with the fire thing. These are the overland crafting stations. So each one of these is a specific set that does a specific thing. And you can always run up to those if you have the materials and the skill level to craft. Go for it. Yeah, me and my friends mostly just want to run quests together in a group and explore stuff in a map. Oh yeah, no, absolutely do that. Group up with your friends. Go do zone quests until you hit 50, 160. Once you hit 50, 160, then from that point, I would sincerely decide, like, start looking at builds. As far as, like, when I say builds, I don't mean, like, go look at somebody else's build. What I mean is, like, looking at creating your own build. Like, if there's a specific skill you really like, a specific ability you really like, a theme you want, a specific piece of equipment you know you really want to use, right? Something of that nature. Like, find a starting point. Once you hit 50, level 50, CP 160, find a starting point and then create a build. But wait till that point so you don't have to change the equipment out anymore. But do the adventuring, change out equipment as you guys come across it. And then when you hit those ranks, then go ahead and change over from just questing to putting together equipment and builds for yourselves. Because then it gives you guys something to do and something to chase and goals to achieve. And you guys can help each other because chances are you guys are going to be having like, oh, well, this person's doing a tank build, so they want leeching plate, for example. Well, that's in one dungeon. Well, this person over here is doing damage, so they want crit. Okay, well, that's in a different dungeon. So then you guys can help each other chase each other's equipment to create the builds. That's just a recommendation, of course. And then, yeah. And if you need any help, honestly, the ESO community is one of the most helpful communities you're going to run into. The least toxic. So absolutely, strongly recommend always reaching out for help and asking for it if you need it. For like clarification reasons, or just you're stuck somewhere, or you don't know how to do something. I would definitely advise take your time, don't rush, enjoy the scenery, the stories, have fun. It'll be clearer as you learn it. Oh yeah, absolutely, facts. Thank you very much. You have been super helpful. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, and there's quite a few on Twitch that are official stream team members for ESO. We actually have one in our community that shows up regularly as Man Bear Nug. So there's ESO itself, the company itself, for the gaming and everything. They actually have an official broadcasting team on Twitch. So you can also find those members. They'll usually have the icon somewhere on their page. And they're all Twitch partners as well. So you get the double whammy there. But super helpful community, for sure. Matter of fact, I need to go grab something real quick, folks. So I will be right back. One moment. Please stick with me. Oh. Nope, I gotta scroll back up. Honestly, you helped me so much more than I expected. It's now much more clear on how to get my group together and start questing. Nice! I can also explain a few more things about the zone areas if you're interested, like about dolmens and things of that nature, and delves. Sneaks back in to say, very nice! 500th! Woo! Nice. Finally broke 500. That's outstanding. Yeah, and start research. That's solid freaking advice, because I can't remember who did it. I think it was Snosberry. But somebody sat down and broke down how much time it would take to research every single trait in the entire game if you only researched one trait at a time, and I think it came out to like 2 years, a little over 2 years. So yeah, research is super, 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 super important. I heard the Morrowind DLC is free or something. What does that include? Honestly, I don't know, because I have the version that has everything. And I've owned that one since it was new. Or since you still had to pay for that one separately. So I have no idea on that one. As far as research goes, I can't do it here. But in the, man. There we go. When I get back to a city, I'll show you how to do the research thing. And I'll show you about the deconstruction stuff. Also, if you guys are planning on doing any add-ons, I would strongly recommend map pins. And the mini map. You can see it down there in my bottom right hand corner where I've got a mini map. It disappears every time combat pops off.
This way.
Oh, we're gonna go get that.
Expertly done, Tamit.
Oh. Broda. Is that how you say that first part of that name? Broda? Yeah, okay, cool. There is something that I would recommend. I don't know if you're actively playing right now or not. But there is something I would recommend. And that's going to zoom way out here. Up here in Western Skyrim, go to Solitude. And then go to this place. So this is the Blue Palace, right? Go to this place here, the Antiquarian Circle, and pick. There's a lady in there that has a quest for you that gives you a new skill line. Go pick that skill line up. That's going to be super important. Do that as soon as you guys are able to. Depending on which mini-map, maybe a setting to keep it on screen, not despair. I had to do that because I'm lost forever. I'm always lost. Yeah, mine is the... Votan's map. It was the one that had the highest download. So I figured it was the one that was the most thoroughly kept up with. I think the next one down below that had like a third of the downloads.
Rest and no peace.
Same one you use? Okay, cool. Ange, so you can turn yours off? Turn it so it stops shutting off in combat? Is that the settings inside the minion bar that I have to do? From the minion manager? Those, Broda, if you see these, they're called sky shards, and you can see on my compass here at the top, it's got this symbol. You see those, you grab those. Because every 3 that you collect, it gives you a skill point. Does free, like, skills, right? It does. When you get 3 of them, it's a skill point. And then the other thing is, let me kill this snake. Alright. So the other thing is you can see on the side here, map completion, and that's for this island. It actually keeps track of them here, right? So we got 9 out of 16 on the entire map, and every single delve, which is this torch icon here, has a sky shard inside. They each have 1. Now, one of the cool things that ends up happening, if you don't use map pins like I'm using or any other add-ons, once you've collected all of them on a single character, doesn't matter what character, on any character, it opens up like this one right here. So if I got a new character and I didn't feel like, and I didn't use add-ons, and I didn't feel like going through and using a guide or trying to remember where everything is, I could pop this right here, and it instantly unlocks those shards for me. Does cost crowns, but in order to make these available, the requirements are you have to have collected all of them already on a single character. So you can do that for each region too. And actually, you know, I don't know if you guys have houses or not, but if you go into the Crown store, it's free. If you have your subscriptions, I don't know if you guys have subscriptions or not, or if you have all the DLCs, but hold on, we're being attacked. Alright, so as I was saying, you can go to Crown Store, and then right here in Quest Starters, this, if you have this, the demon weapon, and you follow this storyline all the way through, which is what we're doing right now, you'll end up getting a free house at the end of it. It's a decent sized house, actually a pretty large house, that's got wings of it that you can also open up. So that's pretty cool. That's what we're currently working on. Let's see, where are we going? We're going this way. Oh, and your bank, your personal bank, is available for all of your characters. So say you make a character that uses heavy armor, and you have another character that uses light armor, and you find this really badass light armor piece on your heavy armor character. Well, you can put it in your bank and then log in with your light armor character and withdraw it. So your bank is account shared for all of your characters. All your characters can interact with that specific. Hold on, I gotta fight a snake. That specific inventory. It's a shared inventory across all your characters. Companions do have to be unlocked on each character individually. Just got, let's see. I got the game way back when it was free on Epic, but I never played it, and my mates just on sale. No ESO plus, no DLC, I think. Just now on sale, and no ESO plus. Okay. Fair enough. There's in Glen Umbra. In Glen Umbra, if you guys haven't gotten it already, I believe it's this one, the Rosy Lion. You can go inside there. It's an inn. And there'll be a quest, and they'll be like, you can have this. You don't worship Daedra, do you? And they just give you a free broom closet to live in and put some stuff in. So that's another little thing, is you can get your house, get a house. There's several that you can get in the game that are free. That are small, tiny broom closets. But you can put chests in them, storage chests. And you can also use that for more storage space if you need it. So that's also another fun option. Alright, now I need to talk to the guy about the thing. And maybe I should just fight you. Okay. Run, 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 run. Cut to the right. Good to go. Down here. And then I can cut to...
Please, this way. Hurry.
Why are you having me go this way? Alright, let's follow the ghost and see what the ghost does. She said this way, please hurry. I'm not seeing anything, little lady. Ah.
Wait. Surprise. Would you...
Okay, cool. We can get out of here. Go, 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 go. And then once I get out of here, I can show you the research traits thing. Up here to the right. Cut down this way and go left. All right, we made it out. Now where's it telling me to go? Okay, so it wants me to go way over there. So in the meantime, we're going to actually come back here to... Cool thing about the houses, you can fast travel to them for free. Alright. Okay, thanks. Your group will probably go to Glenumbra Zone and start the zone questline there, explore and clean that zone first. Okay, cool. So... one thing you want to make sure you're doing every single day that you log on, talk to the stable master.
Welcome.
View stable. You'll get this screen first. You want to go over to where it says riding trainer at the top, because there's two dots here, so that you can switch between the two. You want the riding trainer, and you want to start working on getting your speed skill up, and you can only do this once per day. You can increase it by 1% in one category once per 24 hour, like once per day. So you can see, like, I can't do it again until the day resets. So that is definitely a must, because you can only do 1% in one category per day, and they think they go up to like 60 if I remember correctly in each category. So that's an important one. Now for the research, I don't know that I have anything that needs to be researched right now, or that can be researched. I think all my research is full, but we will go down there. Okay, so you can see these signs, right? And you'll run into a blacksmithing station, right? Clothing station. Actually, you're in Glenumbra, right? You're in Glenumbra. Let's go to Glenumbra and I will show you in Glenumbra. That way you know exactly where to find it. I'm so glad they reset that per day, not 24-hour wait. Yeah. I remember when that was a 24-hour wait. You click it, and then 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds.
This place, in a book from my time. It is quite different from what I recall.
All right, Broda.
Perhaps I misremember. Pay me no mind.
So that is the Way Shrine here in Glenumbra, right? So I'm in Daggerfall, in Glenumbra, in the capital. Okay, Glenumbra. In Daggerfall, and I'm at the Way Shrine up here by the docks. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make our way down to that point down there. Okay, so from the Way Shrine, we go around. The docks are down there for point of reference. You can see the ships down there. So docks as a point of reference. Way Shrine. Go down this way. And you come into this big area. Actually, are you here by chance? Are you PCNA? Because if so, meet me by the well. Because there's a few things we're going to go take care of. No, waiting for tomorrow to play with my mates. Okay. So we're going to cover a few things here, and these are really important things. First, you can see that this place has got... We're at the well, okay? So this place has got those red banners, and this place has got those blue banners. This is the Mage Guild and the Fighter Guild. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go inside. And you're going to want to find... See, there's stairs up here. Oh, where is the Hall Steward in Glenumbra? Where is the Hall Steward in Glenumbra? I never go to Glenumbra's. You're not the Hall Steward. Is it? It's not the Armsman.
Fine goods for
Yeah,
all.
no, it's not the Armsman. Where? That is a... I have never run into that problem. Of course, I don't do this here. Where is... Hall Steward? Baisley Frindray. Okay. That's Barrymore Smith. So it gave me the name. Now I just gotta find the damn name. That's Black Dagger Archer. That's Lucas. Daggerfall Guard. My Elder Scrolls has been giving me issues all day. We've had some weird glitches. And this, I'm beginning to think, is one of those weird glitches. Because it says this person's here. Hall Steward. Basil. Bernarde. Weird. I've never... You're a queen, Mark? Oh, yeah, that's right. Good call. Good call. Okay, so you need to find the Hall Steward in the Fighters Guild. Wrong faction. This guy. And you need to find the Hall Steward here. The map, if you look at it, it'll tell you over here the Hall Steward and their name. So you can find them. And this one is going to be the Magus. Magus? How do you pronounce that? Magus. Anyways. Faction shouldn't though, since fighter guilds have nothing to do with factions. They technically don't, but the Hall Steward's not spawning in. And I'm in Daggerfall, and I'm the Queen's person. I'm the Dominion, like... Unless the game is glitching on me, Ange, do you know why the Hall Steward wouldn't be in the hall? Because it shows on the map that he's in the hall. That they're in the hall. Anyway, so you talk to them. Broda. You talk to them, you join both. Join both. Here's why. You get a Fighters Guild line, you get a Mages Guild line. The very first passive is Persuasive Will for mages, and the very first passive for Fighters Guild is Intimidating Presence. These two things, if you get the skill lines, you get them automatically by joining, and then you put the 2 skill points into each of those, one in each of those, right? Then that unlocks Persuade and Intimidate in dialogue options with NPCs as you're adventuring, which helps cut out a lot of BS. So those are super important. Join those as soon as you can, and then make sure you get Persuasive Will under passive abilities and Intimidating Presence. I never noticed. LOL. I don't know. They went for a drink. What happened to my mate? Will this happen to me? Possibly. I have no idea. We've been having glitches on ESO today that aren't normal, but I'm also like super computer illiterate. So I understand the game really well because I did this on console for years, but still learning the issues with the computer stuff. But anyways, so you do want those 2 things. You're also going to want to go down to the workbenches. So, Fighters Guild, Mages Guild. Right here, you can see that right there. This banner is woodworking. Which is this, a woodworking station. So you can see right here where it says research. You can grab research. Now you'll be able to research 1 item at a time to start with. And it'll tell you what you have available. Me, I'm currently full. Researching 2 out of 2, and you can see that like this one is counting down and it says researching. So this one is currently researching, and when it's done researching, then I'll be able to move on. Let's find one I haven't researched category in. And as you go up and how many are discovered, the time goes up as far as how long it takes to research something. So that's something to keep in mind. The more of these you unlock, the longer it takes to research. But once you have it unlocked, like I have this unlocked already, I can now, when I make an Inferno staff, I can add this feature, which increases experience gained from kills, to this item, because I've researched it. So when I make this myself, I can add this to it. This goes into whole making your sets. So when you get the sticker book items from dungeons and stuff, and you go to a transmute station, you can craft your own. Or if you go to a crafting station that's overland for a specific set you like, you can put the traits on that you've researched. And some items, some sets, to craft them, it requires you to have a certain amount of traits researched. So that's another thing to keep up with. Anything that you're not researching, you can break down. So, I'm not breaking anything down here. Let me go find another one. So, Fighters Guild, Mage Guild. There's the wood crafting station, and we come across here to this bridge. So that's the guild areas. Go right around here and up the hill. In this building, you can see the big sign out front on the top. Looks like an anvil. That's your blacksmithing station. And you got a clothing station here and a blacksmithing station. And then you've got, for this category, we've got weapons. And we've got apparel. Looks like I actually can do a research right now. So let's take a look here. Eventually you want to research everything. So like this one, I haven't researched anything in this category, right? And I only have one that I can research. And you can see it's 5 hours, 7 minutes, and 48 seconds to be able to research this. But like this, I've got the training one researched. I can research another one, but it's 10 hours and 15 minutes now. Now, the things that you've already researched. So if I loot something with a trait, I can research it and be able to apply it to the trait or something that I craft myself. Correct. And they'll have this. See how this has like a magnifying glass next to the item? That means that this is an item that has a trait and it has the magnifying glass next to it that I have not researched already. So this is a trait that I haven't unlocked. But like you got to keep in mind, for example, this is a dagger, one-handed, and it's got the training, right? This is a dagger, one-handed, and it's got the training. So I can only research one of these. Once I've researched it, then the other one is no longer useful as a research item. But what you can do is you can do this right here. So like this doesn't have any traits whatsoever, and you can see it's above the can research section, right? So I can grab that, and it puts a check mark next to it. And then I've got pauldrons over here I can get rid of too. So, and it says 2 items selected, and I can do this right here. This deconstruct multiple, confirm, and then right here I get crafting materials, and it increases the skill line. So this is a good way to build up your skill line, get your research unlocked, and as you build up the skill line, you'll unlock this. And this right here, as you can see, it says allows research 2 items at once. And that's at rank 1. Next rank, I can do 2 more items. Not next rank. At rank 3, I can do 3 items. And then rank 4, I can do 4 items, right? So you can eventually end up researching 4 items at once. And it increases the speed at which you're researching. So by breaking down the items that you're not researching actively, you can end up increasing the smithing skill or whatever skill, because I haven't crafted a single thing. This is all just from breaking stuff down or reading books. But you can level those up to max out how many things can be researched simultaneously, how quickly they're being researched, which helps because some of these things get into like where it's like almost a month to fucking research a single trait once you start like really getting out of the traits all figured out. If you don't have ESO plus, that's gonna suck because you're gonna end up with a lot of crafting items, as you can see. And all those crafting items count as an inventory slot individually. If you get ESO plus, one of the tricks that the community does is they'll get ESO plus for 1 month, right? For those who can't really afford to keep up with it, totally understandable, especially in today's economy. But there'll be people that'll go and do ESO plus for 1 month. And what they'll do is they'll just spend that 1 month filling up their craft bag with as much materials as they possibly can, and then they'll cancel their subscription. They won't renew it, is what'll happen. So, because you can pull from your craft bag if you don't have ESO plus, but you can't deposit in it. You can only deposit in it when you have ESO plus active. So that's another little workaround that people get, is like if you want to do the crafting but you don't want to maintain a subscription, go through, spend 1 month, pick a month where you have the time, Get ESO Plus for that 1 month. Grind out as many crafting materials for everything as possible, and then don't renew the subscription. Because now you have a craft bag that's full that the materials can be pulled from automatically to craft things for all categories. So that's another little option there too. And you can build storage containers in your houses to store with crafting materials, and you can put crafting materials in your bank. And if it's just you and your friends, you guys can make a guild and just put it in the guild bank too. Those are all also options. So let's see here. And research isn't bound to the item. If I research trainer skill for a dagger, I can craft it a warhammer trait. No. The research skill traits are bound to that item type. So like if you have a dagger, if you have a standard orc dagger that you research and it has a training skill on it, cool. If you want to make a wood elf dagger, you can put the training skill on it if you've researched it from the orc dagger, right? So it doesn't matter what type, like if it's orc, Khajiit, elf, whatever, that part doesn't matter. It just matters, did you research this trait for this item type? So dagger, sword, axe, you got to do that for each item type. Same with equipment, like same with your armor. So like if you research your helmet, that's a heavy helmet for training, you still have to research training for medium helmets. You still have to research training for light helmets. And you know what? I'm going to give you one more piece of advice for the traits. And I can show it to you at the blacksmithing station. Recommendations. Training, because it increases experience gained from kills. Super important for helping yourself level up. The other one, if you guys are not going to do PvP, divines. Divines increase the effect of Mundus stones. Okay? I'll explain Mundus stones in a bit. But they increase the effect of Mundus stones. That's super, super important. If you're playing in PvE content, that is probably one of the more important ones. Then you have impenetrable. This is PvP exclusively. This has zero effect in PvE world. This has zero effect against any NPC monsters. This only has an effect against other players. And it reduces bonus damage taken from player, that's the key phrase there, player, critical hits, and durability damage. So impenetrable will reduce the amount of damage done to your equipment that you're wearing by other players, and it reduces the damage you take from their critical hits. So impenetrable is an important one, but it's exclusively a PvP one. And if you haven't done so already, what level are you by chance? Are you at least level 10? Medium, light. What are you? You're a light and a light. You got divines and impenetrable. We'll keep both of those. Okay. Oh. And then there's this one, too. Enchantments. 10? Okay, cool. So what you need to do at some point, and you have to do this by yourself or with your friend that is the same faction as you. Go to Cyrodiil. Go to Ice Reach. Okay? Go into Ice Reach. This is PvP world. And there's going to be a person that immediately has a quest for you when you get there. And it's going to be an option where you can either skip the tutorial or you can do the tutorial. Do the tutorial. Do all the tutorial. You'll eventually unlock a skill line that's called Assault and Support. You'll unlock these two doing the PvP tutorial in Cyrodiil. Even if you don't plan on doing PvP ever, the reason you want to unlock this is because of Assault, and the reason you want to do the tutorial is because it'll level up the skill line enough where you don't actually have to PvP. But you want this first passive, because look at the bottom what it says. Gallop at all times, increasing your mount speed by 15%. There we go. So this part is irrelevant because this part is just PvP stuff. But this right here, this little section, at all times. That affects you guys when you're traveling around on the map, doing your PvE, exploring and adventuring and questing. So that's really, really nice. And again, you can get this unlocked, this Assault to level 3. And support to level 3. Support you really don't need right now unless you're going to do PvP stuff. But this, just by doing the tutorial on how to use the siege weapons, how to travel between the two camps, and talking to the people to learn about Elder Scrolls. Just do those things, and you'll have enough to be able to unlock that and give yourself a 15% speed boost on your mount. That's another really fun, important one. All right. Enchanting tables. They can break down glyphs if you have any. Jewelry stations. Jewelry stations are fun. Because these jewelry stuff are really easy to get. The first three. Arcane, Holy, and Robust, which is increases maximum magicka, health, and stamina respectively. See here, this one's a robust. Get rid of that one. And how you can unlock those is you will see yeah. This icon right here, it looks like a crazy little star swirl thing right there. That's called a dolmen or a dark anchor. And those, whenever you defeat, you just gotta, if you can get a single hit in when one of those is active, what'll end up happening is you will stick around, you'll get a chest at the very end, and at the very end, you get the overland jewelry out of those. So that's an easy way to get those if you need those for research or whatever, or if you're chasing a specific set. Are you a lion? Hell no, I'm not a lion. I would never play for a losing team. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Except to unlock decorations for the house. That is the only exception to that rule, because I'll eventually have to make a Daggerfall Covenant and an Ebonheart Pact characters just to be able to unlock the banners for decoration purposes, because I'm a sucker for cosmetics. But I will never ever actually play a other faction character because they lose the war. Why would I support them? They lose. Canonically, they lose.
I'm busy, very busy.
Okay, I'm gonna head to bed now. You've helped me so much. Oh yeah, absolutely. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. And again, if you have any more questions or advice, like I've got a Discord. Matter of fact, let me. That's the Discord. It'll send out notifications whenever I go live. There's also a ESO channel there, and the bulk of the community in that Discord are ESO players, and we've got ESO bots and resources in there as well. For the Covenant, foolish. I'll eventually have to be there. I don't want to be there right now. I feel like supporting Ebonheart Pact or supporting Daggerfall Covenant at this stage, because we know what happens in the future, is kind of like going, hey, you know what? I'm going to buy a house. But I'm going to buy a house in 1944. I'm going to buy a house in Nagasaki, Japan, or Hiroshima, Japan. That's where I'm buying my house. That's what supporting those two factions feels like. You know that they lose. Oh, I got off track. There we go. Supposed to go in this direction. You know it's not going to work out, right? Like, Skyrim answers to the Thalmar. The Thalmar removed a Nord god and said you can't worship it under punishment of death, and the Empire said, yes, ma'am, we will obey. I mean, I'm just saying. I need to save up and get that cinch with the purple glow for my mount. Honestly, I'm missing my purple horse, my black and purple nowhere horse that I had. I freaking love that thing.
I see you made it to the old.
And I had the mini pony version too, the non-combat pet version.
Search my packs. You will find nothing. This one is innocent. Tell her, Gomani.
All right, let's go.
Not by myself, foul demon. I shall gather a Krajun, a company of heroes. Starting with the Altman, Nurarian the Perfect, who communes
we gotta
among the
listen.
buried roots of the alien worms. These are the words.
What an interesting story.
Nearby. Okay, cool. Don't matter. The queen might win, but not for 100 years or so. I mean, actually, I gotta check on that. I know the time difference between ESO and Skyrim. But at what point did the Thalmar just exert dominance and take over everything? I gotta check that one out. I gotta see how far away that happened. I played 20 minutes, just started. I know nothing about Elder Scrolls also. That's fair. Oblivion's what, number 3?
Troubled place.
It's Oblivion, Morrowind, Skyrim, and then ESO predates all of the single-player games. Oblivion is 4, so it's Morrowind, then Oblivion. Yeah, that's right. It's Morrowind, then Oblivion. Thank you. Just thought your character looked like a lion. Oh! I thought... Okay.
The distinctive smell of Daedric sorcery. It's as atrocious...
Let me explain that in a second. Okay, good. Abner Tharn's done talking. Okay, so my character's race is a Khajiit, which is a giant cat, essentially. So yes, that. When you said lion, I thought you were talking about the faction, because there's a faction called Daggerfall Covenant, and the Daggerfall Covenant logo, their symbol is a blue lion. And I was in the Daggerfall Covenant area, starting area. So that's why I thought you were referring to the faction because of the faction territory that I was in. I did not realize you were referring to my character's race. Yes, my character's race is a cat race. It's called the Khajiit. I came to ESO for the lore. Well, I kept hearing how pretty Somerset was, so I had come to ESO to experience it. I was familiar with the lore already because my uncle, when I was a kid, introduced me to... Yeah, it was Morrowind. He introduced me to Morrowind because that was my introduction to the Elder Scrolls universe, was Morrowind. And then from that point forward, I've kind of kept up with it whenever they've done something new. And then, oh, what's his name? Something Muppet. Budge Muppet or something like that, I think his name is. I'd have to double check. But he's a content creator that goes over like the history and lore of the Elder Scrolls universe. And oh my goodness. Budge Muppet. Yeah, okay, so I did remember that correctly. Yeah, the lore is freaking insane. They have got so much damn lore. It is fantastic. And because they've got so much space in between their various different eras that are just like, we don't know what happened. Everyone is able to like, they're able to make new content for all the different eras and it be cool and it not contradict anything. So whatever ends up being a fan favorite or whatever they think they can profit from, they can add to it without screwing anything up, and they do so regularly and cleanly, I might add. So yeah, Bethesda fucks up a lot of things, but ZeniMax hooking them up with and working with them, and Bethesda doing their own universe, the Elder Scrolls universe, like, they're doing it right, and they're honoring their lore. I don't want to talk to Abner Tharn. I just want to jump. I'm stuck. There we go. Unlike what Bethesda did with Fallout, right? Like, Bethesda regularly screws up Fallout lore to the point where they had to retcon things. They had to retcon full games. They had to retcon the Fallout Bible because they screwed the lore up so goddamn bad. But Elder Scrolls, they haven't had to do that yet. They've actually been really good there. But I think it's because they invented this universe, whereas, like, Todd Howard just really wanted the Fallout universe, and then he fucked it up. Because he didn't understand it, and he still doesn't understand it. My boyfriend started with Morrowind, then Oblivion, then he got me into Skyrim. Nice. It's been a while since I've been back in Skyrim. I have to go back there at some point and check their check their what do you call it? Their mods to see if they've added any new cool housing mods. There's one castle mod that I've been waiting for them to actually work on. It's up by the Road of the World. Such a cool house.
Such luck! Let us hope it continues.
A funny thing, when I first started in Rimmen, I was dancing in the cooking area to a bard there, and there was a few others. Fudge Muppet was one of them. And it sent me an invite to a small guild, and we just danced. Nice!
As atrocious as it is pervasive.
I did play Oblivion, experience the Oblivion Crisis for myself. It was fun. Yeah, Oblivion was really nice. You just had to jump everywhere. I remember you had to jump everywhere to get your acrobatics up so you didn't die every time you fell off of a cliff or you took a jump off of something that was just a little too high. That is probably the most memorable thing for me for my gaming experience with Morrowind was like just jumping everywhere. Fucking jump. I will say out of all of them, I did enjoy Skyrim the most. Skyrim I definitely enjoyed the most. They are all really, really good and they had great stories.
I'm not sure what I expected,
but like the one that I wanted to spend the most time in was Skyrim. But they were all really, really, really good. And if people haven't experienced them, they do enjoy the lore. Like I strongly recommend checking them out. And yeah, check out Fudge Muppet's content, man. Like his story stuff is so freaking cool. In their fullness, face the empty sky will set the path to knowledge in the world. Okay, so full moons. Puzzle time. That one's broken. That one's missing. What do you got up here? I don't know what you have to activate it. Okay. It said full moons facing the empty sky. So let's try the empty sky one.
Pretty ingenious for a bunch of ancient cats.
Oh, I did get it right.
Why don't you see what's in the chest before we head to the bund? Come on.
Whee!
I can't maintain this portal indefinitely.
Abner Tharn's such an asshole. He's such an elitist asshole. And just suppressed the total number of play hours I had in Skyrim, so now ESO is my most played. This dang puzzle drove me nuts. I'm mad about Skyrim's counting. Cause like I had Skyrim on, what was it? Was it 360 or was it 1? Xbox One. I think it was Xbox One. Anyways, I've had like 3 or 4 different versions of Skyrim, and each of them have their own time. They didn't consolidate the times. I'm mad about that, because it's like I want to know how much time I've genuinely spent in that universe, but I have no idea, because I would have to go through all of the different versions that I've had and check all of their times, and then figure out, like, add all that out and then calculate it.
Only the brave travel these roads now.
Yeah, same here. The variations are also. I really wish they weren't. I really do.
Wounds are easy, because 2 shall become 3, annoying demon. As soon as this one rescues Flynn-filled demon hunter from the alien lair.
You know the
These are the
Protects us from our own
the
protectors.
words are true.
There we go. So I noticed for the Xbox, if you don't close out the game correctly, it stays running. It's not necessarily that it's a quick resume feature. Oh, I'm not on Xbox. Ah. My bad. I'm not on Xbox. If you push the Xbox button to bring up the side menu and you go over to groups, or you go down to groups when you go to your view all stuff, but if you go to your groups where you have your pins and stuff like that, there's a quick resume section down there. Some games have the quick resume feature. Not all the games have the quick resume feature. And you can also exit them out there as well. So
Fear not, Tamir. I am ready to explore.
I figured you're ready to explore, Czar, but you're gonna have to chill out because I want that fast travel waypoint first.
Fine threads make for strong cord. Yes.
Headphones have died. Wah, wah, wah. Alright, next one's...
A great deal of effort to separate and hide their clues, but I feel like we're getting closer.
So I've noticed with Xbox, yeah, I read that one. It's way past my bedtime and I got work tomorrow. Gonna drag myself to bed. Well, I hope work goes smoothly, at least. And, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Hope you sleep well. Get some good rest. And, again, thanks for stopping in and hanging out. I appreciate it. I really do. And thanks for the help with the mini-map. And they, oh, there was something else you helped me with today, too. Was it add-ons? You helped me with so much, Ange. So, anyways, thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, Scare from Toronto. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. How you doing? Do you play ESO by chance? And are you on PC or console? Have a great rest of your night. Ensure night. Oh, yeah. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Sleep well. Hope work goes smooth. Why are those not turning on? There we go.
Daryl, I was supposed to die, not you.
Run! Oh, there's a readable this way. Let's go grab it.
If I wasn't preserving my power, we'd be done by now.
He's such an elitist asshole. Alright, go down one more. Get that one.
Peace for now.
Alright then.
Make this swift.
Get down here and get that sky shard. Let's go grab it up. Woo! Alright, so let's backtrack because we've already cleared some of this area out. And let's cut down this direction. There we go. I did finish Dante's Inferno. It was really good. I liked more of the original God of War. Yeah, it's a really, really good game.
Where did you learn to fight? Shadastula Academy?
I wonder if he's referring to us. Or if he's referring to Czar. Ah, shit. I actually have to check. I actually have to check to see if they've gotten any leaked information about the next Elder Scrolls game, because I'm curious if they're going to be bringing the Dwemer back yet, because that would be really cool. The Dwemer would be dope as hell to bring back.
Ah, another prism puzzle. At least the ancient Khajiit were consistent.
Sometimes knowledge can only be found in the dark. The fading moon gives way to the empty sky. It's the sun and the moon. Gives way to the empty sky. It's either this one or it's that one.
Adequately done. Now, collect the triangular.
Good, good, good.
Come along. I can't maintain this portal indefinitely.
Boom, boom. So, Scorpion, are you going to be doing the Elder Scrolls going forward from where you're at? Like, doing that one and then Skyrim? Or are you going to be going further back? Like, because I know, at least on PC, the Game Pass has all of them. Shit, where are we going? This way. This is my favorite settlement in the entire game. least on PC, I mean on console, it's my favorite settlement in the entire game because the settlement, these guild vendors on console, especially on Xbox, have always the coolest stuff for the best prices.
Then Kunzari turned to the rest of his Krajun. One more we need. A Khajiiti queen of renown. A Nequina sharp-tongue. Who loves to bask in the glow of
This new move. Oh yes, still do.
reflects and thinks deep thoughts.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
And the words are true.
Shit. Damn it. What level am I? Because I know what I'm about to run into. I know what I'm about to run into. God damn it. And I can't bring myself to do that. I can't do that. Yeah, changing plans. I can't do that to myself.
Fear grips my heart.
Head to the gate. Greenshade is still safe.
Is under attack.
You're hitting the right. The droblog overran the marketplace.
Head to the gate. Greenshade is still safe.
All right, let's go get them. Rescue the civilians.
Fear like this.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. So, we're about to run into a character in that storyline that if you do it out of order, you don't know who she is. If you do the quests in order, you find out real quick who she is. And I'm curious on how much that's going to change storyline if I go into that quest already having interacted with her and knowing who she is.
I can't believe the fists of...
Below. If I can be Oblivion, I'll play Skyrim. Fair enough. Fair enough. Have you never played Skyrim? Is that what I'm understanding?
keep your shame.
Yeah, I know that. I don't know that I've ever met a person in my entire life that's not played Skyrim. Sorry, that was just like, that's a culture shock for me. Wow. Okay. I can tell you this. If you really truly pay attention to the story and to the universe and like actually go out and explore and do all the things, legitimately do all the things, you're more than likely going to do what most of the world has done, is fall in love with the universe, especially once you hit Skyrim. Like, oh my goodness, Skyrim's universe, so freaking cool. There's so many little hidden details.
Wow, they've got...
And there's always books. So there's a fun little, like, there's timeline issues that are deliberate. And what I mean by that is, like, you can see that the Lusty Argonian made a song, right? This is their version of erotica storytelling. And you'll find those. That's a comical one. There we go. This one's got a date in it, right? Granted, it's a journal, but it's got a date in it. And you can find books all throughout the single-player games as well that give information, background, lore, talk about historical events, things like that. And some of them you'll find are books that are written about events, about beings or whatever, that are written from the future. They're books that during the time frame that you're finding the books and the year that the games are taking place, these books weren't written then. They were written in the future, but somehow they're here. Because there's a Daedric prince, it's like a demon prince, essentially. A demon lord. And his name's Hermaeus Mora, and he likes dropping books off in different time periods that he feels are important, or that he thinks are going to be funny to watch what happens, like, what happens if this types of knowledge gets over here? Or he'll see a foresight of, like, well, this event's going to happen, so I need this person here to have this knowledge so that they can deal with this and prevent this from spiraling or prevent this from going away. I don't want it to go. So there's actually a written reason why you'll find books throughout the games that shouldn't exist in the time period that you're playing in. So that's a deliberate mechanic in the game. So that's something to keep an eye out for, because that's kind of fun to run into, and that's where a lot of the lore comes from. But again, you can also, there's Fudge Muppet, fantastic source of lore. I will say that Oblivion's graphics are going to be kind of rough in comparison to, say, Skyrim's, so do bear that in mind. And Skyrim has mod support on console as well, so like you can further clean up the graphics on Skyrim if that's a deciding factor for you.
Nice work.
What is it?
rest.
Oh, in Skyrim, you're gonna end up as a stealth archer, just so you're aware. I promise, you'll end up as a stealth archer. Sarah Bear's the only person who's strong enough to resist the dark side of the inevitable trap that gets every player of becoming a stealth archer. So yeah, that's what you'll end up as. Just, I'll give you that spoiler for free, so that way you can just immediately go into Skyrim and don't even resist it. Just fully commit to the archer bit right out the gate. The books sounded crazy. Oh, the books are. The books that are... The lore universe that they have created is so freaking fantastic and crazy. Not to mention, the further back in their lore you get, the more you start like having these little interactions of like, huh, this explorer that came to this land that we now know is this name described a species of beings and creatures. They look like these things. Huh, we're here. Why don't they exist anymore? You know, and then you got to start going, ooh, one species settled there, and those creatures don't exist anymore. Well, we know what happened there, right? Like, you start seeing how dark the universe gets real quick. It's one of those that Elder Scrolls has darkness to it. It's hidden very well. Mostly. But Elder Scrolls darkness still isn't dark enough to be considered grimdark. But it's got a lot of grim implications. And I will say that the single-player games, how you increase your skills and level up skills is by using them. So if you want to level up a specific skill and make it stronger, you have to use it to level it up. That's how the Elder Scrolls games work. So do keep that in mind. That'll also help. And save frequently. Save frequently.
They'll pay for this. Oh, Lieutenant, much as I want. Once you kill the Droblug's leader, I hope those orcs tired. Then we'll fight until they leave, or help arrives. The Queen will send an army to protect. I don't feel the same way. Nothing.
What do you want?
Nice, I like that leveling up system. It is a really nice one, but that's why when like I say jump everywhere, like if I can't remember, it's been a while since I played Oblivion. I know Morrowind had it. I don't know if Oblivion has it. Do they have a skill line called athletics? Because if they got a skill line called athletics, don't walk anywhere, don't run anywhere, just jump. Literally jump everywhere you go. So, like, it should look like that.
As our agreement stipulates, by fire and sword.
Because I know in Morrowind for sure. I don't remember Oblivion. I think Oblivion has it too. where athletics was increased by jumping around. What time were you talking about in playing Skyrim realistic, like, don't use magic? What time you were talking? One time you were talking about playing Skyrim realistic, like you don't use magic. I don't use magic, period, in that game, just simply because I don't like it. And legitimately, when it comes to Skyrim, 100%, not a joke, not an exaggeration. There's so many fucking memes about it because it is just a cold, hard fact. Stealth, archer. No joke. That's all you need. It doesn't matter what the fucking enemy is. It doesn't matter what builds, weapons, fighting tactics. All of it's irrelevant. Stealth archer. That's it. They do have really cool magic stuff in Sky. They do have really cool magic stuff in Skyrim. Legitimately. I'm not a magic user. They actually have a wizard's college you can join, and you can work your way up to be the leader. Oh, my battery's died. Of the mages college, the wizard's college. Oh, my battery's died. My battery's died. Man, I kind of want to show you Skyrim now. Just because, like, Skyrim is really that dope. I will say this, Scorpion. If you end up not liking Oblivion for whatever reason, I still do recommend giving Skyrim a shot. And lives Larry. Stacks with Deluge. And some of the names he comes up with, they're so funny. 10 lives Larry. You think that's a healer or a tank?
I hope you've had as much. Good. No, we need it. My team will hit them from behind. That is beyond me. If I the warehouses contain Velen Harbor's. I'll order the militia.
33. Ooh, ah, ha, ha. So why does no one like the faction? No, there's a lot of people who like each faction. Everyone likes each faction. Like Mike Macon, he's Daggerfall Covenant, which is the Lion faction. He's Daggerfall Covenant, period. hardcore, doesn't play anything else, won't play anything else. So like, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just every faction legitimately has its hardcore supporters, and then there's also those that support it just because it's funny to rile up other people. Me personally, I'm a lore person, and the Thalmar are like the religious / secret police for the Alderi Dominion, which is one of the 3 factions, which are High Elves. And during the time that ESO is taking place, this is called the Three Banners War. So, Alderi Dominion, which is the faction I play as, and then the Daggerfall Covenant, which is the Blue Lion, the Blue Lion faction. And then there's the Red faction, which is the Ebonheart faction. They have a dragon as their symbol. It's like the Nords and people like that. Now, those 3 factions are fighting over the throne of the Empire. So, winner gets to sit on the throne and declare themselves the Emperor. And what ends up happening is Skyrim's significantly in the future. Skyrim is the newest in the storyline. And the results of all of this have already taken place by the time Skyrim's happening. And in there, the Thalmar, the secret police of the Aldemirian, the religious police and enforcers of the Aldemirian Dominion, they are all over Skyrim, which is Ebonheart Pact territory. And there's Daggerfall Covenant people also that you'll run into that are, I believe it's the Red Guards. Yeah, I think it's the Red Guards. Anyways, you run into various different groups that from the other factions that talk about how the Thalmar have conquered their homelands and conquered their cities, and that the Thalmar have also fought a war against the Empire itself, which is the most powerful faction that everyone wants to be in charge of. And they fought a war against them and fought the Empire down to the point where they had to come to a peace negotiations where the Imperium, the Empire agreed to remove a Nordic god called Talos from the Pantheon and outlaw his worship. That was how badly the Thalmar beat the Empire. So it's one of those, like, nobody can really challenge the Thalmar at the point that Skyrim's taking place. They're to the point where the most powerful being in all of Tamriel, which is the world that this exists in, the most powerful person, most powerful mortal being, has to take orders from them. So it's like, I mean, at that point, did any other faction win? It doesn't even matter who's sitting on the throne at this point. They answer to the Dominion. So that's why I'm always like, there's no point in playing for anybody else because these guys win the war. Definitively. There isn't any debate on that. However, that being said, each of these factions have their own starting storyline. And the Dominion's starting storyline is that the Queen wants peace and she wants to incorporate all the races. And she's fighting an internal faction of High Elves who believe that High Elves are superior. They're Nazis. They're High Elf Nazis that believe that if you're not a High Elf, that you're a sub-standard species, like subhuman species. You're not even equivalent to them. You're below them because you're not born a High Elf. They're those people. And the Queen's fighting an active war against them. And the Queen's empathetic, and that's the problem. She's reasonable and rational and logical and it's trying to be fair and kind and good. She fights the war, she orders the killing what she has to kill, but she never fucking roots them all out. And as a result, those that didn't get purged during this storyline end up waiting and biding their time and rebuilding in the shadows, and eventually they take over because the Thalmar that we see in Skyrim actually have the Nazi high elf group, which is called the Veiled Heritants. The Thalmar in Skyrim have the same exact belief system as the Veiled Heritants here in ESO, which means they ended up beating the queen internally. So she ended up winning, the faction won the war, but the faction lost internally to the Veiled Heritants, who then are now the modern day Dominion. So they won, but they also lost to themselves. They beat everyone else, but lost to themselves.
You did it. I'll keep the militia fighting. We'll keep the rest of the regatta.
First hold, so much death. I hear the place still smells of
You've done
fire
it.
and death.
Still in her hiding. You should. Victory.
All right, let's go.
Such pain.
This is... And look like fools in front of the green... How?
Toast.
Where's the sergeant? Oh, she's down this way. Okay, let's go find her. On the Dominion's emblem is an eagle.
The captain's men. My job.
Belen Harbor isn't the only place in danger. The sergeant, to be blunt, Belen Harbor, he'll be a safe. My name is Gwaring. Too many if you want.
Sounds like crazy world government. Oh yeah, it is. Having a hard time sleeping? Do you have to be up early? Out of curiosity? Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff that goes on because, like, while all the factions are fighting, each race within the factions are also fighting to take over leadership of the faction, and then you add on to that the fact that this planet was created by gods that were forced to create it against their will because they were tricked into it, and then by the time they figured it out, it was too fucking late. Oh yeah, that's how this universe was created. And then you also deal with the fact that the Daedric princes, which are like the demon lords, are constantly trying to invade and take over. That adds another whole level of things to it. And then we've got races that are just missing. The dwarves, known as the Dwemer, missing. What happened to them? No idea. There's theories. We see tons of their artifacts and their creations everywhere. We see their armor and weapons and everything that a culture leaves behind, you know. Books, furniture, tableware, all of it. You ever find a dwarf body? Nope. Where are the dwarves? Where are they most likely? Underground so far that nobody has fucking dug deep enough to find them. Do we know that for sure? No. They're just missing. And then you've got the snow elves. The snow elves were pale white elves that were thought to be extinct. And then we find out that they're not extinct. The entire race was betrayed by the Dwemer and their blind and twisted creatures living in the tunnels and then the ruins of the old Dwemer settlements that are underneath ground running through the entirety of the world. Except for two, who are brothers, and one of them's a vampire. Oh, and vampires, there's two types of vampires. There's vampires, and then there's vampire lords, which are the original vampires. They view regular vampires as feral beasts. Yep. There's also werewolves. That's another fun one. And then each god has their own faction of followers that go out and have their own reasons they fight and crusade or do whatever they do. There's one that's just dedicated to lovemaking. That's a female, a Dibella. And guess what all of her female followers do? Yep, that's it. That's a whole storyline in almost every game that's brought up. And then there's also the, which one is it? Stendarr. Stendarr, you'll hear warriors all the time. Good warriors go, Stendarr, protect us! And they invoke Stendarr. He's one of the gods. Except for every time that someone is a Stendarr follower and they belong to the followers of Stendarr, they always get slaughtered in fucking mass by everything that they're supposed to be fighting against. They always lose. Like, not just like a little bit lose, they hard fucking lose. Like, entire chapters just decimated. Factions, houses, and locations and fortresses just torched to the ground. They get tortured to death all the time by evil monsters and stuff. But they all continue to pray to Stendarr, who does nothing but ensure they die. It is such a wonderful universe. And then there's Sherogath. Sherogath, Uncle Sheo, as a lot of people will call him. He's insane. Legitimately insane. And mentally fucking unstable. To the point where, like, you're his best friend. He's going to make you suffer because it's funny and that's what best friends do, but he's not sure if he's going to get bored or not. You know what? Let's find out. Hey, what's that over there? A cake? Cool. Like, that's him. And he finds everything entertaining. He gives you one of his staves you can get in Skyrim is called a Wabbajack. You know what it does? No idea. You know why? Because it's deliberately set to random. So it's a staff that shoots magic out at something. Maybe you turn them into a chicken. Maybe you turn them into a bunny. Maybe you turn them into an angry 10-foot frost Atronach that's going to smash your face in. Who knows? Maybe nothing happens. You know, that's Sherogath. Just because he finds it funny. I won't be rocking with the elves. Yeah, I mean, they win. They're legitimately, they're the original race. That's the other reason why the High Elves have a group of their society that is always extremely elitists towards everything, because they're the original race. They are the original blueprint. So that's where that arrogance comes from, is they are the original. They are more powerful at magic than anybody else. And they know it. Haven't totally giving up on the stream. But if not, I just need to leave by 11:30 a.m. Well, you could always try take some chocolate. It should relax you enough.
Did what we had to.
I think in more so being give me a good try now. Unfortunately, we don't have anything set up in here. Wood elves, Bossamer, they're cannibals. Yep, they're cannibals. The Khajiit, they're the ones that are typically related to moon sugar and skooma, which is like their equivalent of drugs in this universe. That's usually what Khajiit are associated to. Or like super duper religious for the moons. Jode and Jude. I'm sure I'm messing up those names. We'll find out more when we get into their storyline. Redguard, fantastic soldiers, typically associated as corsairs, like pirates, but from a desert area. The lore is sounding very good and interesting. Oh man, the lore. Let me put it this way. You've been around long enough to know that I'm huge into lore. Anybody who's been here on my channel for any given amount of time, you find out real quick that I'm huge into lore into multiple universes. I will say this. My favorite universe for lore is Warhammer. One of many reasons, there are several reasons for it, is that it is the most in-depth, largest lore-filled universe that I have ever discovered. Period. Bar none. Nothing comes close to touching the level of lore which exists in Warhammer. The universe that has the second most lore that I have ever come across, personally, firsthand, is the Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls is number 2. That is how much lore exists to the Elder Scrolls universe. If you really, really dive into everything, it is the second largest universe that I have ever personally directly interacted with. It's pretty fantastic. And the other thing about it is it's still going with the original creators. You know, like, not like, when I say the original creators, I mean like the company that originally started it, Bethesda, is still doing it. Which what that does is, even if the teams change, right? How a company's staff works is the original staff teaches the new staff. The new staff then become the old staff, and they are teaching the new staff. And each time a new generation of staff come in, there's a new level of evolution and growth. And because they created it, they're able to maintain its lore consistency and its heart and its core and its soul. And then it's able to evolve naturally without ever contradicting itself to a noticeable degree, or to something that can't be just chalked up to, oh, human error. You know, and it's so very rare that it does happen. Most people, if you're not like super diving into like insane, stupid detail levels, you're not going to notice any contradictions in the lore. That's how clean they are with it. But we also get to see the natural evolution and progression of that lore being developed as the generations of the creators continue to expand and they change and they grow. We get to see those changes take place through Elder Scrolls as well. So that's one of those really unique aspects of that universe that we get to experience.
Good to see you.
Let this be a lesson.
Oh, and dragons exist in this universe, and they're immortal. The only way that a dragon can die is if their soul is absorbed by a individual known as a Dragonborn. Other than that, dragons will just continue to fucking respawn when you kill them. Like, that's another aspect of the lore that's really fun, is dragons don't actually die unless a Dragonborn individual absorbs their souls. And Dragonborn is a person, because it can be of any race. It's a person that has a half mortal soul and a half dragon soul, essentially, and they can absorb the dragon souls themselves, and that's how they can actually kill dragons and make them stay dead. That's another cool little thing that exists.
Roku's.
Good. Follow. This should let you talk to the Droblog without bloodshed.
Why must Chieftain Agrok still consult with that apparition? May this be the last time I light those accursed candles. What beast only talks through a ritual? I don't trust it.
Why do you disturb me? You have your orders, then be gone.
She's gone. I know you're not. Yes. We have lived.
All right. Oh, and they also keep the, which I'm sure you found out at the beginning of your game. They keep the reality of being the Emperor pretty grounded in real life. Of the Emperor is constantly getting assassinated. Whoever the Emperor is, they're constantly getting killed. Which, if you look at like ancient Rome, for example, because that's who the Empire is based off of. If you look at ancient Rome, like look at when they started having emperors, and then look how frequently they died from assassinations. So they kept it on point there, and they do keep it on point there. Because like that one starts out with the.
Take this.
That one starts with the. the Emperor fleeing through your jail cell, if I remember correctly. And then he ends up getting assassinated anyways. In the very beginning. And then Skyrim, you end up having to go and there's a storyline you can choose to undertake where a member of what would be like the Senate hires you as an assassin for the Assassin's Guild to go and kill the Emperor. Because, you know, that's how politics really work in real life. That's how being an emperor in the Roman Empire worked in real life. It was always the fucking senators. They do really keep the lore on point, and the relatability to the way it works in real life settings. They do keep all of that so on point. It's really nice. It is definitely super enjoyable. For me, at least.
Have you his handiwork, but these Daedrics, I'm a warrior. I'll shield you from attack. Go.
Czar's holding his own. Nice.
Are you hurt, elf?
No, I'm not hurt. Oh, I'm not an elf anymore. That's right, I changed this character's race to a Khajiit. Is that the Green Lady? That's the Green Lady.
I have power. Chieftain, cut them down.
I warned you, Roku. You chose to stand against your people. No, brother, stay your hand! My daughter! This is not loyalty! You're this hound's pet!
Chieftain Agrok, you have much to answer for. The Hound. I know who he truly is. It does not bode well.
Okay, so I guess we'll just leave.
The Hound. He has gone too far. If what he said was true, the Sylvanar, my Sylvan, I have to face the Hound if I
should have stopped him.
I mean, if that's what you want to use, that's entirely up to you. It has to be a name that you are confident in. Is that it right there? Yeah, that's it right there. Let's see here. Quests. Yeah, that's sure shit it. Oh no, my food buff. Okay. Woo! All right, making some good progress. Run by this one. Woo! Is there a book on the outside? No, book's inside, isn't it? Yeah, I bet it is. It does say that that's below us too, so... Oh no. Bum 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 bum. We are getting there, so I'm trying to get down to the quest marker we have. And I'm hitting things along the way. Like right now I'm about to go get a sky shard, get another waypoint, and then we can get on over to... See, we're making progress. We gotta get all the way down here. Ooh. I can't get back up this way. Really? There we go. Let's go get that waypoint, and then we're gonna go working our way south towards the quest marker over there. We're almost there. Looks like there's a lore book. Fast travel point down there. Let's go get it. There it is.
Please, I need you. I'm the Silver. Thank you. I need you. My advisor, a warrior, the youngest, the Drublog used as the Sylvanar. I'm the...
Raj. Let's go help them.
Let us fight. They left us no
And this game for $2 on Steam, so I'm gonna give it a try. Nice, very nice. Are you familiar with the Elder Scrolls universe by chance? It's definitely an enjoyable game, especially if you can find like a good community to run with, because the community is one of the least toxic MMO communities I've ever experienced, which is part of the reason I really do enjoy it. Swords and magic. Yes. I don't know if you've played Skyrim or not. I played WoW for almost 21 years. Nice. Okay. So this would be like a prequel, and prequel to Skyrim. $2 is $2. Facts. It's a very rich universe as far as lore and things like that go, and it's very enjoyable. But yeah, if you have any questions whenever you're running into it and playing it, let me know. More than happy to help you out.
The Emperor's finest reporting.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But yeah, just if you need any help or advice or directions or anything like that, like, let me know. I'm more than happy to help you out. And then I know that we have a large...
The Sylvanar's been captured. The Droblog shaman chanted words from a ritual.
We have a large ESO community here, and some of the members you'll see come in, like Manbear Nug. He's one of several. I think they're sitting at 90 right now. For official ESO stream members that are actually officially sanctioned by ESO to be their official stream team. We do have members of that team that do come in every now and then as well. But yeah, wonderful community, super helpful. Most everyone that I run around with, or that I've interacted with, or that you'll see on this community, would be either Xbox players or PC players. Most of the ESO players right now that I have here are PC players. I just transferred to PC like 3 days ago, so that's why I'm in the process of rebuilding everything.
Why is thank you? I couldn't say.
But I was Xbox up until a few days ago. Now I'm rebuilding from scratch. I should have checked. Is there a sub to play? There's not a sub to play, but there is a sub that is optional. That, if you end up enjoying the game, is a dramatic quality of life improvement. But it is not required to play. No. I have Linux, Windows. I don't know if that matters for ESO. I think ESO is just, if you're on PC, you're on PC, and if you're on Xbox, you're on Xbox. For PlayStation, PlayStation.
When we find a Sylvanar, will you be able to...
I think it's only the 3 categories. I don't know that PC breaks down into further ones. And if you played WoW, are you familiar with Minion mod installer? Because if so, it works for Elder Scrolls Online as well. For the add-ons, like my mini map that I have, that's a add-on. You start to say the line, is there a subplay, and then an ad. Okay. Sorry, okay, yeah. And the ad is over. Okay, cool. So what I was saying is that...
Now that we have
Hold on a second.
That's it. We keep it out of... It's a ritual
There is a sub, but it's not a required sub. It's optional. I will say that you get access to the base game. You could definitely play and get familiar with the game without it. I will say it's a dramatic quality of life improvement, though, to have it. But by no means is it a required sub. And then, and even then, there's workarounds. Like, there's a lot of ESO players that'll get, like, the sub 1 month. And let me get the safety. I'll show you why.
Wait! We can't stay.
Alright, hopefully this is safe enough. Okay. So. Right here. Craft bag. Because there's crafting in this game. All the various kinds of crafting. The craft bag is an infinite storage space for crafting materials. If you don't have ESO Plus, which is what the subscription's called, which is, if you buy it monthly, it's $14.99 a month American. I don't know what that translates to into for other countries' currencies. But if you don't have it, then the materials go in your standard. Okay, US dollar, cool. So yeah, it's $14.99 US dollars. So $15 a month, and you get access to all the DLC in the entire game that they've ever released, except for the newest 3. The newest 3 you always have to pay for. But you'll get access to all the other DLCs. You get monthly deals at the Crown store, which is the premium store. You also get a monthly set of premium currency. And you get the craft bag. And you get extra storage space. You get... Character. You get this right here. Just 10% increased experience, gold, alliance points, Talvar stones, crafting inspiration. So 10% across the board to everything as far as like resource gains and experience gains. And then the craft bag is infinite. So instead of having set number of storage space, because I think you start out with like 50 storage space, you can upgrade that for your carrying personal inventory bag with gold that you make in the game, or you can get the craft bag and they'll all go in the craft bag. Craft bag's infinite space. A lot of people, what they'll end up doing is they'll get ESO Plus for 1 month, go through and spend that entire month just grinding out resources to fill up their craft bag, and then cancel their subscription, or rather not renew their subscription, because as long as the craft items are in your bag, you can still use them. You just can't add to it if your subscription's not active. So there's a lot of people that will do that. Content loss? Yes, there is a content loss. So I have the subscription. But like, you'll get 4, 5, 6 times 3, 18. 19, 20. $21. You get 21 different zones to run around in the base game, and the rest of the zones you get with either the premium DLCs that are the newest ones, or through the subscription service. But there is a ton of content that you just get in the base game. It doesn't require the subscription by any means. A subscription really, truly is a quality of life thing. Because you can also just flat out buy the individual DLCs, and there's a few ways to do that. Some of them are still listed in the stores. The other way you can do it is you can just go to the Crown Store itself directly and just flat out buy the DLCs you want. And they have some of them that are bundled. So you can just buy the individual DLCs that actually interest you. So that's always an option. But yeah, there's genuinely a ton of content that just base game. So you'll be able to really quickly figure out whether you like it or not. And again, if you have any questions, like absolutely let me know, or throw it in the Discord if I'm not live streaming, and there's somebody, if I'm not available, somebody else will answer it, because most of my community is ESO players. Now, is there any way to get them besides spending actual money? Let me see that. Let me see that. Not in the game. There is not. Yeah, not in the game, there's not. So either way, you'd have to spend real money. You'd either have to buy the premium currency, or buy the DLCs, or buy the subscription. One of those three. However, if you... especially if you can go into, like... ESO, because the ESO has an official stream team, and a lot of them will give away codes to the newest DLC. Whenever there's like a recent DLC release, they'll raffle away or do auctions. Not auctions. Like they'll have the spinning wheel with random raffle tickets that people can get. They'll do stuff like that. So there are content creators that will give away the codes, especially from the ESO broadcasting team. So past that though, yeah, no, you're gonna have to use a premium currency of some kind, whether it's purchasing a premium currency and purchasing it from the Crown Store, or buying the DLCs directly. I'm a big grinder, and if I can grind to unlock anything, I'll do that first. Actually, yes. No, they got rid of that. There used to be a way to do it, because the way you used to be able to do it is there was a calculation of how much gold equaled how many crowns, and you could buy things in the Crown Store as gifts for people. But what they did was they disabled gifts giving, period, for the entire game, because there was a lot of scams that were going on where people would buy a bunch of crowns, buy a bunch of gifts for others, and then ask for a refund for their crowns and claim like, oh, my account was hacked, or oh, somebody, my kid got into my account without my permission or knowledge, right? And then they would demand refunds, and because the account that's demanding the refund doesn't have the items, other accounts have the items, it was causing a lot of financial issues for the company, so they disabled gift giving entirely. So there used to be a way where players that had subscriptions and had tons of crowns would sell their crowns by, you give them so much gold and they'll sit there and they'll purchase whatever thing as a gift and send it to you. But it's been disabled for a little while now, and there's no future indication that they're going to be turning it back on anytime soon. Now, beyond the content, there's a ton of grinding to do. A ton. Counter, you also don't have to grind if you don't want to. And what I mean by that is, like, say you find one class you really like. Because all the classes are capable of doing all of the roles. Some classes are better at it than others, obviously. But all classes can do all roles. And there's a thing called an armory. Yeah, right here. This armory station. This is like a workstation where you can save a loadout and then have a second loadout that you can load up. So you can switch between your various loadouts on the same character without having to constantly spend premium currency or spend scrolls on resetting your character stats so that you can go, oh, well, I don't want to be a tank. My friends need me to be a healer. My friends need me to be a DPS, or whatever the case. You can just save the various different profiles for your character on the armory, which you can put at your own personal house. So that way you can just pull whenever you want, whichever profile you need for that specific character. Now, you do have to keep the equipment that you've saved for that profile, but you can do that through the armory system. There's also another little fun thing. There's this item called a transmute station. This transmute station, it's another workstation, requires a currency called transmute stones, which you can grind those out through various different types of content. The easiest way to grab those is going and doing like PvP stuff, which is 3 different kinds of PvP in this. No, 4 different kinds of PvP in this. But the transmute stones, when you get those, you can actually go over to, this is where the grindy bit gets in, collections, and you can go down to set items. Now, dungeons, example, right? These right here can all be gathered. Oh, I gotta remember I gotta do that. There we go. From this specific dungeon, which you can see here. And once you fill them in, which all of these right here, all that you can see, all have their own group of items. Like, here's a good one, starter zones, right? So I'm going to go here, and then this shows that it's a set, a trainee set, and it does these things. Now that I have it here, you can see right here, transmute stones cost 62. So say I really want this item, but I don't want to go and grind for it again, because I obviously did it once already, and that's why I have it, or I came across it once naturally, and that's why I have it. I can go and get a transmute station, use transmute stones, and recreate this item with whatever trait that I want, that I've researched, and create the perfect version of it for my character, or for my friend's character, or for an alt that I'm leveling up. So, doing super grindy thing on one character can benefit all of your alt characters, as well as your current character and any of your friends or guildmates that you might run around with. So, like, there's a ton of grindy content that is that's actually super beneficial. Let's see. Dang, bad people rooting for good people. Yeah, totally agree on that. Also, there's regular crown crate giveaways on Twitch. If you've connected your ESO account to your Twitch account, you can do that in your Twitch drop settings. there's constantly crown crates. Crown crates are like the equivalent of gambling, obviously. Show you right here. So like the Grim Harlequin crate, for example, preview it, and then it comes with, you have the chance of winning all of these things. Hold on. Let me get somewhere where we don't have a tree in front of us. There we go. Thor. Crown crates. Preview. There we go. So, like, that's a mount. That's another mount. That's another mount. Then we've got outfits. Mounts, 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 mounts. That's a behavior. Different things. Then you've got effects. You've got pets. You've got mementos. You've got skins, appearances, cosmetics that you can get out of these. You can get experience scrolls. You can get decorations for your houses. You can get instant research scrolls, which is how we get more traits to be able to fine-tune our crafting. The way I play games is I will play the game for the gear and not in it for the skins. That's the thing, though. Right? So, collections. If we go down here to the styles, I have not purchased any styles in this game yet. These are just styles that I have encountered in the game, because you can find the style motifs. Let's go with my helmets. Here we go. So you can see my helmets. These are the light categories. And these are just the ones that I've encountered. And then you got the grayed out ones that I haven't found. But there is style pages that are just cosmetic styles that you can go and grind and find in the game. And if you can join a guild that has a guild vendor, which is super expensive to keep up with, by the way, you want to talk about a grind, be in a guild that requires a guild vendor. Because you have to make a blind bid every week on your guild vendor stall as a guild. And that takes millions of gold every week. But you can sell things. Makes it really easy for people to search you, and then your guild name and guild location vendor stall goes into tons of fucking bots that promote where these things are, what they're being sold at, because players don't want to do the grinding, so they'll go through and they'll find them in vendor stalls from players who have already done the grinding for them, and they'll purchase it with the gold from the in-game currencies. And raids, and get best armor for the class to do the best damage dealing, healing, or tanking. We will having a house make me do more healing, DPS, or tanking. I wouldn't say it's going to make you do better, but it allows you fine-tuning. Now, what I mean by that is, if you have a house, which there's in-game houses that you can get without having to spend any real money. There is plenty of those. And there's a lot of houses that you can just grind gold and then go purchase the house for gold. There's a few that you get from storylines as well. So it's going to allow you to build all the crafting stations. It's going to allow you to build the transmutation station. It's going to allow you to build the armory to have your different loadouts. It's also going to allow you to build test dummies of varying kinds. Because there's varying type, like all the different monster archetypes that are throughout the game. There's a variant of a test dummy of them that you can find. And they match the health and resistances of that monster. So you can build those in your house or place them in your house So that way you can test your build out to see your numbers that you're doing, and then fine tune it in a safe setting, and that's a controlled setting where you can stop combat anytime you want to change out gear, tweak a skill, or whatever. So having a house does allow you the freedom to do all of that fine tuning. And also, for a person who likes dungeons and doing the grindy stuff, we got another fun little thing here. Furnishings. They have these trophies that are kind of cool. They're decorations. And each one of these is a dungeon boss's head. So each one of these belongs to a dungeon boss, and when you complete the dungeon on normal, you get their head as a trophy that you can mount on your wall. And if you go through and you do it on veteran, they get these. So you can display those in your house, and players that come and visit your house for whatever reason, if you give permission for players to visit your house, can see all of your dungeon accomplishments and which bosses you've beaten on regular versus which ones you've beaten on the veteran. So that's another cool little feature too. I also just looked, is this a tab target system? Okay, so understand that I'm like 3 days into being on a PC. I am a console player, so I'm very computer illiterate. So you'll have to explain what tab target system is. I can show you what combat looks like. So I have this. I'm using a controller, but I am on PC. I can use keyboard and mouse. Like if I'm using keyboard and mouse versus the controller, just they highlight when you're targeting them. Oh, this is the wrong one. I switched my weapon. My bad. There we go. I typically run a single bar on console. You can unlock main hand and then the backup, so you can run 2 different weapon systems. On console, I run a ring that prevents me from using a second weapon system, and I'm going to end up getting that on this character eventually. I just have to level the character up enough to get there. But yeah, so it's just like highlight, put the crosshair on them. So tab target is, do you have to aim or does it target lock? You don't have to worry about aiming. No, you have to aim. You do have to aim.
I think the Droblog were manipulated into this.
There are certain things that are just... You don't have to aim... You have to aim, but not precisely. Just get it in the general area. Like, for example, my staff. If I keep it heavy charged, and I run around, and I just happen to see someone, it'll automatically lock onto them and keep... like that, as long as I'm holding my heavy attack. But if I'm doing my light attack, it'll just go wherever I'm aiming and won't stay targeted on the enemy. So the tack also changes whether it stays locked onto them or it aims and has to stay aimed. And then you also have big AoEs where you can just walk around and so yeah, it's a mixture. It is a mixture. Just depends on the skill or the attack type that you're using. Alright, where are we going? Here. In the direction of me. Yeah. It's really what skill, attack, or ability you're using. It comes down to that. And I would strongly recommend playing in third person. the game starts you out in default as first person, but I would strongly recommend playing in third person just so you can see like the AoE effects on the ground. Continue story. Ah, you're there. Okay. I will pay for that mistake. Yeah, I would not play an MMO in first person. I'm too old for first person. That's fair. I prefer third person as well. Actually, I just uninstalled WoW from my computer. I played it once back when I was in the army I played it for 1 year while I was in the army. It was 2008 to 2009. And it's because our platoon sergeant would let us off work early if we played with him we had to play Horde on WoW. It was back when Lich King was still new, or it was either new or it was coming out, or just came out. It's one of the two, but Lich King was the newest thing. And then I never played again until like 3 days ago. 4 days ago. And man, oh man, was that a frustrating experience. So, I uninstalled it. Went back to ESO.
According to... I was so helpful till now. No, I've seen you...
I understand. Daedric rituals often come. If you think I'm a good advisor, listen.
You can go, homie.
I didn't think it would be like this. The pain! Ah!
By the pack, that was horrible. Earlier, the runestone. I can use my visions to get out of Jossiger, so you don't have to worry about it.
Cool, cool, cool. Gotta go disrupt the spirit stones. At least you played during the best expansion. I did. Yep. I got frustrated trying to go back to it, because, like, it wasn't anything that I could remember, and the class that I was trying to play as was still not functional. So I was like, well, we'll go back to ESO, because I know ESO. ESO I have a community for. I understand it. It's pretty intuitive for the most part, especially if you're familiar already with the Elder Scrolls universe from, like, Morrowind, Oblivion, or Skyrim. There we go. And then the community's super nice. You don't have a lot of elitists, and you don't have a lot of hyper-competitive, toxic players within this community either. Most everyone in the community genuinely wants to help everyone else get better at the game, so they have more people to play with. So that's a pleasant experience. Oh, ads again? Oh, okay. When you get back, let me know. And back. Okay, outstanding. If you're trying to play again, but retail, I understand. I play classic WoW. Okay, nice. Yeah, honestly, the other thing that was like super frustrating is the restrictiveness that WoW has. Like, you know how if you want a character to be a leather worker, that's that character's profession. That's that person's profession, and they're locked into that. You can undo that, you can unlearn that and replace it with a different skill like mining and blacksmithing, right? Or skinning and leatherworking, or whatever profession. But you can only have the one. ESO, you can have all of them on a single character, which is really, really nice. Because then, like, you can designate one character for, first of all, also, there is enough skill points in this game to get all of the things. So you can get all of the things if you really want to get grindy. On a single character, you can get everything. It is possible. It'll take you forever, but it's possible. I know there's a lot of people that will do like, oh, well, this is my crafting character. This is my tank character. This is my DPS character. That's my healing character. That's my solo character over there. Like, they have... People will just make characters that designate to that, but you don't have to. You can legitimately accomplish all of that with a single character. Which is really, really nice. And as far as like weapon skills, any class can run any weapon skill. Which is really cool. Let's see, I have to restart, but for WoW, it's just one tune and everyone can't just have all the things and be the best at them. That sounds broken as professions depending on which one you choose. It adds more DPS. Okay, let me know when you get back.
It's good to fight. Give me time. The drop log.
You will not lie.
That's just the first group. More are coming.
Peace. For now.
Man, that bone armor on him looks really cool.
Almost done. Protect me a little while longer.
Raj Wilco. Next. Send them down. Let's fight it. There it is. Alright, get on out of here, bro.
I
Go,
agree.
go, go.
I've recovered sufficient magicka after I tell him. Events, I will be. Yeah, now that I'm aware of the danger, I can protect myself and the Drablog, the powerful hurt, the town of Sylvanar.
Woo, 34. Go with that one. Okay. What do we got here? Your status as reduces the cost and increases the strength of your damage shields by. Ooh. Yes, I've been using a lot of that. It's like we're almost ready to do some changes up there. Let's see, what do we got here? I think we're dumping that target. Looks like we are good for now. Alright, alright, alright. So. Let's wrap it around here. Let's head on up top and let's grab this place. Looks like there's a... What is our inventory sitting at? Well, we'll stop at the merchant on the way through. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. It's like the rest is gear. Nice. Repair. Very nice. Let's grab this waypoint here for fast travel. Let's see, where is... Looks like it's that route over there. Let's go. Sorry about that. Since I'm a Linux user, I have to tinker a bit in order to make things work. Oh, no worries.
What a strange time you live in.
No worries. Actually, while we're here... No, we're good. We're almost done with the region. We'll be able to go to the next one. But, and everyone can just... Honestly, as broken as it kind of sounds, very few people actually do that. Very few people will actually max out everything on a single character. Most people will start to, and then make a new character. Because metas change, roles change, needs of what the community that you're running with changes, what you want to do changes. Because, like, there are people that just live in one part of the entire game, and it's Cyrodiil. Because Cyrodiil is a massive... This is a massive map that has castles and forts and villages and temples and all of that, and you will use siege warfare tactics like catapults, trebuchets, ballistas, oil pots, repair the siege equipment that you're defending or attacking with, wall repair kits, and you do all of this, and what ends up happening is there's also a leaderboard for it. Let's see, leaderboards. There's leaderboards for this stuff, which is all like dungeons and such, but there's also a leaderboard for the which is in the game, for the PvP in Cyrodiil specifically, and whoever ends up at the top of the list gets the title Emperor or Empress, depending on what gender you pick for your character, but you earn that title. And that's anyone who sees that title, who plays this game, knows exactly what that means. That means that character is one bad character because they were good enough to be the top for an entire season in PvP. Which is fantastic. And then when you lose the title because somebody else is outperforming you or whatever, or you just didn't put enough time in, you get the former Emperor or the former Empress title, which is also pretty dope. 90 gigs left. Okay. Do you have to PvP in this game, or can you just do PvE? You don't have to PvP. I hate PvP. I personally do not PvP. The only part of PvP that I would actually suggest is when you get to character level 10, which, real quick, you remember old school WoW where it was Alliance or Horde locked, and if you wanted to play with your friends, they had to be the same faction. They either had to be the Alliance like you were, or they had to be Horde like you were. If they weren't, then you guys were always flagged for PvP. This does the same thing. So, campaign, Cyrodiil, Imperial City, and Activity Finder for Battlegrounds. Those 3 locations will flag you, or sorry, 2 locations, because Battlegrounds is completely different. So just campaigns, Imperial City and Cyrodiil, just these 2. They both are PvP maps. One is larger than the other. One has a full-blown underground sewer system. Both of them are faction locked. Whatever faction you are, that is the faction you are locked in playing with. But both of those maps also have a ton of PvE content on them. The only thing I would actually suggest to do, is there many servers? There's 2. It's either you're on EU, so you're on the European server, or you're on the North American server. That's it. Those are the only 2 servers. So everyone is everywhere all the time. It's fantastic. I'm going to be on NA. That's what I'm on as well. if you're curious, it's called here. This right here is the faction that I'm part of. Most people refer to it as AD, which is the yellow faction. That's the faction that I play for. I'll only play for the other factions to unlock cosmetics for my house, because you have to get certain ranks. If you want banners and shit, it's absolutely nothing but cosmetics for that. So don't worry about it if you don't want to do that stuff. But the one thing I do recommend is you go to Cyrodiil when you hit level 10. And there'll be a guy there that gives you a quest. And the quest is, hey, go talk to this person to do the tutorial. Or if you want to skip the tutorial, go talk to this person. Do the tutorial. Genuinely, that's the one PvP thing I will tell you to do. Go to Cyrodiil, go to PvP, do the tutorial. Actually do the tutorial. Because it'll give you 2 skill lines. Assault and support. An assault, once you're just going through the tutorial, where you're not actually PvPing, they're just saying, this is how you travel from this camp to this camp. These are the different siege equipment that we have. Practice with each one of them. Cool. This is the repair stuff. Practice that. Cool. See that? That's Elder Scrolls. That's the tutorial. So there's not actually interactions with other players during that time period. But it'll give you rank 3 in both of those skill lines. Now, Assault, the reason that's important is this. Continuous attack is a passive ability. You only need 1 rank in it because it does this piece right here. Gain gallop at all times, increasing your mount speed by 15%. So this makes it so that all times, period, you're 15% faster on your mount. And you can get that unlocked just by doing the tutorial of learning how to use the siege engines. It's pretty awesome. Let's see here. Okay, so in WoW right now, I think there are like a max of 40,000 achievement points. I have no idea how many achievement points are in this game, but I know they keep adding to it. And then there's also events that they do throughout the year, and this year they just changed their format of how they're going to be releasing content. So this year is going to be the new way that content gets released moving forward. They used to do it where it was like every year there was a new DLC. But not anymore. Let's see here. I believe with 3K because that's because normally points can... But yeah, so there's a whole bunch of things that I could definitely recommend for you for like beginning stuff to learn and to like really pay attention to in the beginning. But honestly, I would say if you have a community or you have someone specific that you want to be playing with, try to make sure that you're in the same faction as them. Unless you're going to spend money on the game. Because if you're going to spend money on the game, there's some options. Like one of the options is this right here. It's under upgrades. It's called the Digital Imperial Edition upgrade. Oh, nope, that's not the one. Did I already get it? Where'd it go? Oh, give me a moment. I have to find it again. It's the Arcanists. DLCs. It's not a DLC. It's not companions, not crown crates. Ah, here it is. The Any Race, Any Alliance bundle. This right here allows you to be any race, regardless of what faction they belong to, and you can be whatever faction you want to be in as any race. So there is a perk here that is super useful, because then you can min-max if that's the type of build you want to do, but still play for the factions that your friends are in, or that your community's in, or that interest you. Me, I drive things based on lore, typically. So I always pay for the Aldemarian, the AD faction, simply because Skyrim is the future in this timeline, and they definitively have won the Three Banners War, which is what this time period is. There's enough time in between where they can still add tons of content to this, and it wouldn't even come close to it ever being noticed in Skyrim. But, yeah, so that's why I pay for this faction. But if you get this little thing right here, it lets you play as whatever you want. I don't go out of my way of getting extra stuff. I just get gold gear and do the min-max I can. Basically, gear voice acting for quests. The NPCs, yes. Your character's a silent protagonist. But other characters, absolutely. And you got companions that are fully voiced. See, like...
My friend, I was certain you'd arrive. And it's a good thing you did. All is not well in Sylvanar. The city is closed against me. The ancient wards and guardians all see me as hostile. I could force my way inside, but that might hurt the people of Sylvanar. This is supposed to be a celebration, not a war. I'll need your help once again.
So yeah, fully voiced, and if you looked, they actually say exactly what's written. Okay, so I will learn about the lore that way then. That is a major way, yes. This is a prequel to the universe. It's still not as far back as the lore goes. It's not even close to touching how far back the lore goes. There are full-on species and creatures that you can find throughout all of the Elder Scrolls games, because the single-player games and these games all are on the same timeline, following the same universe, following the same lore. They're just in different places in the timeline. But you can find through them where there's various different creatures and accounts from explorers from really ancient on that describe creatures, describe other sentient races that no longer exist. And you're like, huh, what happened there? And you also get to find out how the world was created, which is freaking insane. There's a guy named, he's a content creator called Fudge Muppet. Fudge Muppet is actually one of the best content creators for Elder Scrolls lore. Like if you're a lore head, me personally, I love lore. That's before we got the PC and we were still doing doing the console thing. Xbox, right? I did the Halo universe, I did the Gears of War universe, done the Assassin's Creed universe, Dragon Age universe, Fallout universe, Mass Effect universe. So like if it's lore, I'm there. But this universe has the second most lore that I've ever encountered in a universe, as far as like how much has been fleshed out and the fact that it is still ongoing. The only universe that no other universe has ever come close to touching as far as lore content goes, the amount of lore, is Warhammer. Warhammer's my #1 favorite universe, period. But I also don't know of anything that even comes remotely close to the level of lore that they have. But this is #2. But yeah, there's so many different ways to learn about the lore. There's books, there's this stuff, there's comics, there's content creators, there's books within the games that also are lore. And sometimes the only places you can find certain pieces of lore. Yep, all sorts of fun stuff.
The Hound was, as I said, they are
Right now, because this is my first character on PC, I'm just trying to burn through this one real quick to get to where I can actually start getting a proper main character up and running on PC. I have like 10 of them over on console though. I also not cross-platform, so your accounts are not shared. Whatever your account is on that platform, that is your account on that platform. So that's another thing. Also, if you're gonna get real heavy into this game, in my Discord, a second, post this up here for you. So for those curious and interested, that is my Discord there. And that Discord has it has an ESO category, and there's actually various different bots in there. One of which is a announcement bot that'll tell you whenever maintenance is going on, when the servers are back up and running after it's concluded. It'll give you the patch notes of each of the updates that happen and server maintenances that happen. It'll give you announcements about what events are going on. It'll tell you what the daily events are, the daily dungeons, the daily tasks, the daily writs. It'll tell you all the daily things. We also have a bot that helps you with pricing. So like if you're in a guild that has a vendor and you need to put items in the guild stall and you don't know what to price it at, there's a bot that'll tell you what the averages are, what the high and what the low is, and what the average that they're actually selling for, and how many are on the market, and things of that nature. Yeah, we got all sorts of different little tools in there for everybody to make it as convenient as possible. And again, most everybody on that Discord server, they are ESO players, and the community loves teaching and sharing, so that way we have more people to game with.
Quiet, desperate. That's good.
Now, I'm kind of burning through all of the lore things on this just because most of the people here on my community have done this themselves 3 or 4 times, and I've done this about 12 or 13 times. So, but I will slow down for anybody who wants to hear the dialogue and hear the conversations and stuff. I am getting towards the end of the Dominion storyline for like the base game stuff. I've got one more region after this to do, and I'm on my last mission for this region right now too. All right, let's run away. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, I'm trying to burn through this so that way I can get the get access to proper content so I can go back to being useful to the community again.
Material full of potential.
Is that above me or below me? It's below me. Oh, now it's above me. Okay. Ah, there we go. There's the ramp. We can take that ramp, get up to the top there. Do 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 do. Also, movie guy voice. Just so you're aware, I am using a mini-map add-on, which is this one right here. So that's not base game. That is an add-on. And I am also using a map pin add-on, which puts these various little icons. The purple icons and the grayed out icons are icons that the add-on adds to my map. It doesn't actually require that. This is something I do for a quality of life improvement. Once you discover them, like the white ones that are all filled in with white, those are ones that I have legitimately discovered already, because then that's how they stay on your map. Your map is usually empty except for what you've discovered. I added that for quality of life improvement for myself, so I don't have to go through and look at guides and maps and verify of like where everything's at for thoroughness purposes. So those are add-ons, and I use the Minion mod installer to manage it, which also is one that works with WoW as well. And it's not altering the quality of the game or anything. Let's see here. Cool. So do players still run raids from content that is not locked? We say not list. Yes. Honestly, people run content from everything. Like, for example, dungeons. This dungeon right here, Arx Corinium, is a dungeon that's a base game. It's not even from a DLC. It's a base game dungeon. And I personally, I am one of many, many, many players that grind this dungeon for the Medusa set. Because the Medusa set in this, you look over here, adds crit chance, adds crit chance, adds crit chance, adds crit chance, and then gain minor force at all times, increasing your crit damage by 10%. So, like, I'll farm this dungeon when I get to max gear level, because max gear level, so you get to level 50 in your levels, and then your leveling switches from normal standard leveling to what are called champion points. So you go 50, and then champion points go up to 3,600. So technically there's 3,650 levels in the game that you can fully accomplish on a single character. The thing with champion points is when you hit champion point 160, gear stops leveling up. So when you get level 150, champion point 160, that's when you build your character. That's when you start actually looking at equipment. That's when you start worrying about all of that. Up to that point, it's just level up and wear whatever the best thing is you currently have. Work on your skill lines while you're getting there. And you level up your skill lines by using them and having them equipped. So, but once you hit 50, 160, then go grind gear. Because gear stops leveling so then you don't have to switch gear out anymore. The other thing is your champion points. So say that you have your character, say you start out as a DPS, because that's the most common class that everyone runs, right? So you start as a DPS, say you're doing a Nightblade for the sneaky stabby stuff, right? You get that Nightblade, you level it up, you hit 50. Cool. Now you've hit champion points. Now you've hit, I always play tank or healer. Okay, so tank. Let's say you're playing, there's a lot of really good choices for tanks in this. Dragon Knight is the old school OG tank for ESO. So Dragon Knight is the OG tank. But the Frost Warden is a really, really fucking solid tank as well. If you want a little bit more complicated of a class to play that can do some really nasty things, if you have the patience and understanding of the game mechanics and the class mechanics, a Bone Necromancer is also a really, really powerful tank as well. But that's probably one of the most complex classes to run, is a Necromancer, regardless of how you choose to run it, as a tank, DPS, or healing. Because every class can do all three things. Every class is capable of doing all three roles. And they each have their own line of skills that feeds into one of those three things. So fantastic. But say that you got your let's say the OG, right? The Dragon Knight tank. You got your tank up. Say you've hit say you're at a clean 200 CP. So level 50, 200 CP. So obviously, like, you've got your gear set. You're good to go. Cool. Say you need to start a healer. Okay? So say you want to do a Warden healer. Cool. Start a Warden healer. So as soon as you create the Warden healer and you are at level 1, you got control of your character, those 200 CP points you start with. Because CP points are account shared. So your level 1 Warden is also a level 1 Warden who's a level 200 CP character. So it's one of those, like, it's super beneficial to do that. Let's see here. Play DPS. I play Paladin tank, and I have about 24 button hotkeys and about 8 more buttons to push for CDs. Nice. Honestly, I'm one of the most simple players you're going to find, because I play single bar every time. There's a ring that I'm going to go chase down. It's actually in set items. It is... DLCs. Is it High Isle? No. Antiquities. Here it is. So, you can have 2 bars in this game. Because you have... Let me show you real quick. You can see here that I have my X, my Y, my B, my left bumper, my right bumper, and my ultimate, which is left bumper, right bumper. Now, if I'm not playing with a controller, it just changes, as you can see, to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and R. Now, if I switch this toggles, you can see it says toggles between primary and backup. So I get 5 abilities on 1 bar and an ultimate. And then I can switch and I get another 5 abilities and 1 ultimate. So that's all the skills you have to choose from. Now me, I'm not even going to use that. And I'll show you why. I'm only going to use a single bar. So I'm only going to use 5 abilities and 1 ultimate. And it's because of this right here. It's called the Oaken Soul Ring. So, you can see level 50, CP 160. So this is where gear maxes out. And it's a multi-effect enchantment. Adds 134 magic recovery, adds 134 health recovery, adds 134 stamina recovery. And it's a 1-of-1 item. While equipped, you are unable to swap between primary and backup weapon sets. So it already takes away that back bar immediately. So you only have your 5 and your 1 ultimate. But you gain minor berserk, minor courage, major brutality, major sorcery, major prophecy, major savagery, minor force, minor protection, major resolve, minor mending, minor fortitude, minor intellect, minor endurance, minor heroism, minor slayer, minor aegis, and empower. Where to go? So yeah, you get almost every single passive buff that you can get, almost every single one, by wearing this ring, but you're giving up 5 skill abilities, a second weapon, and a second ultimate. So you're giving up all of those things, but you're getting almost every single buff in the game just permanently equipped at all times with no that doesn't cool down, doesn't wear off. It's always just there. So because I'm a simple player that typically plays single bar builds anyways, I run that and I benefit greatly from it. Is that good for tanking? It's good for everything. Oaken Soul can genuinely be used for everything. And there is not, like, there's tanks that are good, but then you'll find there's a streamer, his name is Mike Macon. And Mike Macon, no joke, has some of the best tank builds ever, and he'll straight out tell everybody there is no meta, just do what you are best at doing. Read everything and figure out what works to your playstyle, because that's the way that ESO runs. There's not a that wouldn't be the best in slot for tanking. There is no such thing as best in slot in this. ESO does not have best in slot because every class is capable of doing everything, and there's so many different builds that you can genuinely do, because unlike most MMOs, they don't nerf their equipment. So when they come out with new content, new equipment, they're not nerfing anything. Everything's just as good as it was day one. They balance things. Sometimes things need a buff, for example. You know, sometimes they need a little bit of down tuning because they're way too overpowered. But for the most part, like, everything, you can find the earliest contents equipment and it's just as effective as the newest contents equipment. It just comes down to what combination do you want to do. Because you have to keep in mind here, you've got a main hand and offhand, so that's 2 slots. Then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus the 2, right? So that's 12. And then if you don't use a single bar build, you can switch between which one of these 2 is active. But you have a total of 12 gear slots, and most gear sets are 5 pieces. Like Medusa, I'm not running 5 pieces. I'm going to run 4 pieces. So I'm going to run a 2-piece monster set. I'm going to run Oaken Soul, which is a 1-piece set. I'm going to run Medusa at a 4-piece set. And then that still gives me 5 more pieces to be able to run an additional set on. So it's definitely one of those, how do you want to run the character? What is beneficial to you? So it's definitely one of those situations where everything is viable. There's not a best in slot. Oh, hold on. Okay, there we go. But yeah, so there's not a bet. So how much does crit that bring you up to? I'll have to let you know when I get there, because, like I said, it's on my. I up until a few days ago was maintaining over on. I was main. I was maining on Xbox Series X, so I'm a new PC player, but I've been playing this game on console for a while. And the other thing is I haven't actually unlocked everything on this character yet, because again, I just started on PC. But there's CPs offer a whole different array of passive skill lines that also feed into crit. And then there's Mundus Stones, which Mundus Stones are like... It's like astrology stones, essentially, and they each give you your own buff. So there's also that, and then there's racial passives. So there's not, again, I promise you there is not a best in slot. There's a what works for your build. How do you want to build it? Because I'm 95% close to being done. Outstanding.
Quickly, over here. Quickly. Once you've learned about...
Woo!
Ifrit bless you.
No, it wasn't my fault. Please don't kill me. You don't understand. Yes, but we didn't hurt them. Please, I'll tell you everything I know if you just let me go. I was there when the youngest of them, Spinner Einrel, was taken. I can tell you about her. Just promise you won't kill me.
I'm not gonna lie, that bugs the shit out of me. It bugs the shit out of me in real life when I've encountered it as well. When it's like you're there to kill somebody, because I was in the military, so I was in that context, right? You're doing raids and assaults and shit like that, and they beg you for their lives, and it's like, weren't you just fucking killing somebody weaker than you? Weren't you just torturing and murdering people? Because we just saved a villager from her doing that. And so it's like, oh, because it's now being turned on you, what you do to everyone else, now you're going to beg for your life? How did that work out for your victims? Did you stop when they begged for their lives? I bet you didn't. That annoys the shit out of me. It bothered me in real life, and it bothers me in video games. Shit. The next weird downloader from it goes in bursts. Yeah, it's like wiping before you poop. Yeah, like genuinely. If you know what a great way is to not get killed violently by somebody else, don't fucking commit violence on other people. It's usually a pretty clear way to not have violence committed against you. At least in my experience.
Look out!
Have mercy, please. I'll help you. Please don't kill me. You don't. Yes, but we spin.
Alright. There we go. What else? Learn about Spinner. Alright. Let's see. We gotta find another Bewitcher. That's a werewolf. Just own up to what you do. or not do it, right? Yeah, exactly. Sincerely. You don't want to die violently? Don't do violent shit.
I'm really scared.
Like, it's not rocket science. It's the Fighters Guild. Oh. Once you get your character and you've got it built up, right? Let me know. Actually, no. No. Let me know what faction you end up as. Let me know what faction you end up as. It'll be either Ebonheart Pact, Daggerfall Covenant, or Aldemiri Dominion. When you figure out which one you're going to do, let me know, because then I can talk to you about starting areas. Because each faction has their own starting area. I need to find a Bewitchers. That's a werewolf. And, there's not people up here, is there? No, it's not. It's not people up here. It's a werewolf. Aha! I understand. It's layered.
You can't kill me. You won't hurt me, will you?
Oh, and if you get, you said you're AD? Yes. Yes. So there are there's three. I am this one right here. Now, unless you get the any class, any race pack from the Crown Store, the factions they have races that are listed directly underneath them, and they are faction locked. Unless you buy the pack. But yeah, the Dominion is who I run. And I just want you to know, you can be a magic tank. You can also be a stamina tank. You can also be a hybrid tank. A mixture of the two resources. And as a mage, check this out. So, Destruction Staff. If I were to go to this. Ow, I keep forgetting. Can't scroll with my mouse when I have the controller attached. So if you look right here, fully charged ice staffs, heavy attacks grant you damage shield that absorbs. Now understand that I am only a level 39. Okay. This scales, the numbers that are in white scale with a few things, like your level. It might scale off of your damage. Matter of fact, it tells you right here. Some of them tell you. These ones don't. Increase status. Damage done. Channeled effects. Mount your block. Yeah, like, maybe these ones don't. Maybe it's the other ones that tell me about it. Stored. Low targets. Damage. Increased. Right here. Like when you generate a crux, you restore 225 magic. or stamina, whichever maximum is higher. So they've got different things where they'll tell you what it's specifically based off of. But the tank thing with the staff, check this out. So Wall of Frost staves cost more, but snares and reduces armor against shield enemy and grants damage shields. So this gives you a shield, slows the enemy, and reduces their armor. And then we go to this one. Frost Impulse also provides minor protection, so then it's also buffing your damage resistance on top of that again. And then we got this one right here, a fully charged Ice Staff attack grants you a damage shield that absorbs 9,248 damage. This effect scales off of your maximum health. So the higher your health is for this one, the bigger this shield is. When an Ice Staff is equipped, blocking costs magicka instead of stamina. So you could absolutely do an Ice Staff magic tank, and it'd be stupidly effective. You could also do the traditional sword and shield or one-handed weapon and shield tank and just go stamina. Like there's so many different possibilities you can do, and they're all viable. It just comes down to how good are your mechanics and how well does everything have synergy together? How well does everything feed into each other? For example, my primary stuff that I'm doing right now, this, right? Cost is determined by maximum resource, which I'm going 100% pure magicka. Craft a series of apocryphal runes, launching them at the foe, dealing magic damage, and then this magic damage, and then this magic damage. So it's a 3 because it's 1, 2, 3. And then it generates a crux. That's important to remember. Generates a crux. The last rune explodes, dealing damage to all enemies within 8 meters of the target. This ability deals 3% increased damage for each active crux when cast. So I can hit this once, that's a crux. I can hit this twice, that's a crux. I can hit it a third time, that's a crux. Now that's an additional 9% damage to everything. And then when I go ahead and I go over to this one, harness the power of pure knowledge into a beam of energy that scars the world in front of you. Channel the beam for up to 4 seconds, dealing 2,621 damage. Again, these white numbers change. As the stronger I get, the better my equipment gets. Magic damage every 0.3 seconds. When channeling, you also gain a damage shield that absorbs 9,920 damage and grants interrupt immunity. Casting Pragmatic Fate Carver consumes all cruxes, right? So do this one 3 times. Now we got the 3 cruxes. By 33%, it increases the damage by 33%. And decreases the cost by 16% per crux spent. So a 99% increase and a 48% cost reduction. So it's all about building your synergies together with your skills and then your passives feeding into that. Because, cool, I did all that, right? Those are abilities. Warp Fate, when you generate or consume a crux, which those two just feed into that. One generates a crux every time it does something, the other one consumes them every time it does something. And that increases my critical damage and my critical healing by 12% for 7 seconds. And then let's see here. When you don't know what they don't know can kill them, increase your physical and spell penetration by 495 per Herald of Tome ability slotted, which I have 2 right now. So it gives me a current bonus, which I can also increase by adding more of these to this bar. So like there's it's all about reading them and figuring out how to feed into whatever build you're making. When I get CP stuff unlocked, or if you Google it or find someone who already has it unlocked on one of their characters, you can also go into like tank shield bash builds. Bash builds are stupidly powerful if they're done right. It's like there's all sorts of crazy things you can do in this that is why I say there's no such thing as a best in slot. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me talk to this guy real quick. There's also things like, because currently I don't have my Oaken Soul Ring, so I can currently use my back bar if I wanted to. But one of the things that I did was my back bar, you notice, is completely empty because I don't even have a weapon equipped there. But I do have an ability equipped there, which at the bottom of this, it says, while slotted on either ability bar, gain major brutality and major sorcery, which increases your weapon and spell damage by 20%. So just by having this slotted on the back bar, which I don't use, it's giving me a 20% increase, which the Oaken Soul Ring will replace that. So, like, that's the other thing to look at, is because some active skills also have a passive bonus. Okay, now I have to run different compatibility layers and which one works best, because now I'm getting a bit of stutter with GE Proton 20. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what that means. Hell, the last few days I've had to tell people what my stats on my computer are, like the hardware and capabilities of it is, and I still don't even understand what any of it means. I am so computer illiterate, it's not even funny. Like, the computer boom that I was naturally experiencing growing up got interrupted when I joined the military, and then I was like almost completely deprived of any technology that wasn't violent related. And then by the time I got out, computers had advanced so much that I had no idea what was going on anymore, and I've just never caught back up. You are using Windows? Yeah, Linux. Yes, I am using Windows. I do know that much. I don't know what Windows I'm using, but I'm using Windows, and I know it's a new computer, so whatever the new current Windows thing is, that's what I'm using. Ah, there's the third one that I need.
Finally, an end to this madness. Have mercy, please. Oh, no.
Yes, if you fail, take your time. The spinners work with the past, present, and future, and likely left clues to help solve the puzzle. Each has a home.
Okay, so they each have a home. Let's go with this one. If you are using a computer that is at least 3 years old or earlier, you are using the latest, which is... Okay. Yeah, no, this is a iBuyPower computer. And I know it's got 32 gigs of RAM, an i7, Intel i7 core, and NVIDIA GeForce 4060 card, I think, or card, I think. I think that's what it is. And 1 terabyte of storage. But again, I have no idea what any of that means. The Apprentice, the Mage, the Ritual, the Antronach. Okay. GeForce RTX. Yes! Yes! I have that. I have no idea what that is, but I have that. Time flows like a river, sweeping away faults. Now, there are legitimately puzzles in this game that you do actually have to read. This is one of them. Time flows like a river, sweeping away flotsam and jetsam. History in every moment. If we look upstream, we will see white water. As it can't predict the turbulence, present torrents, and the future awaits. All is as it was. I have been free in the past and shall be in the future, whether you break my bonds or not. The Sylvanar has always been and shall always be. Take comfort or fear in dance the endless dance of children and cast the forever spell. Learn the sacred rites, apprentice to your times. The master of magic, they shall compose the rhymes. The ritual, the apprentice, the mage. Dance the dance of endless, cast the forever spell. Learn your rites. Is it all three? So the Antronach wasn't one. So I did get that right. Nice, nice, nice. Woo! It's just a bit stronger than my card, but not much. I'm running an NVIDIA RTX 2080 Ti. Okay. I legitimately don't know anything about computers. I don't even understand what any of the things that I said were. Other than the terabyte of storage. I understand that one. The rest I don't get, though. Let's see what we got. What do we have first? We've got the tower, the lover, the shadow, the thief. The lover, the shadow, the tower. So let's try that. The lover, the shadow, the tower. The lover. The shadow. Oh shit, I screwed that up. It's the tower. Right? No, it is the tower. Next. Woo! We did it. So I did do that right. Oh, it was bright. Some things are better on mine, some things are better on yours, like cuticores. I have a fourth of 4352, and your card has a 3072. My clock speed is 1,350 megahertz, and yours is 1830 megahertz. Hmm. How... Ooh, man, there is a lot of bad guys here. I was not expecting this much of a fight inside the tree. This is the final one for this area, too. And depending on your 460 card, you have an 8 gig or a 16 gig model. I learned how to look up my device information. That was kind of cool. And you said depending on the 460 card, which would be... I have the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 460. Whatever that means. My card is almost 7-year-old card. Yours is almost a 2-year-old card. Oh. How long do cards usually last before they have to be, like, replaced or upgraded or whatever? I know most everyone that I've talked to so far said that my computer should be good for, like, the next 8 years at minimum. Of course, the reality is my favorite games to play on PC are Total War. I absolutely love grand strategy games. They are my absolute favorite, followed by real-time strategy games. Alright, so this one. Lady, Warrior, Lord. Lady, Warrior, Lord. Lady, Warrior, Lord. Sometimes forever, sometimes 1 year, sometimes 20 years. I recently just had to get a new motherboard with a CPU and a new power supply. That sounds expensive. Of course, then again, I also don't know how much any of those individual parts cost either. I know how much I paid for mine, but that's about it. But mine's also like a store-bought stock one. I didn't, like, have it modified or altered or anything, or special made. I just went down and there happened to be a guy working there that was also a gamer. And I was just like, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. He's like, you need this. Cool, let's do it.
You've done it.
Only $300? Oh, that's a lot cheaper than I was expecting. That's still expensive. Especially in today's market, but like today's economy, but it's cheaper than I was thinking it was going to be. If you buy from iBuyPower, you spend about 30% more for everything. Yeah, I got my stuff from Best Buy. I didn't buy direct from the company. I bought it from Best Buy.
Interfere! I'm here, Quering. No one can stop our union now.
Green Lady, remember the Green Pact. Come to me.
No! We belong together!
Oh.
Scout.
And good riddance to that. Gwaring, are you hurt?
Wait! You can't start without this! I'll be fine. Let's not delay the ceremony any longer.
So about 1200. Yeah, actually, well, hold on one second. So it was priced at, yeah, it was priced around 1200, and then I got some monitors. But yeah, it was around 1200, a little over 1200. Yeah.
By the blood we consume, by the hills and vales we protect, let the spirit of the Sylvanar and the body of the Green Lady become as one. Before Ifray and those gathered, for this generation, and those who came before and go after, be joined. I've said enough. Go and be merry. The hand, please, enjoy.
Woo! We did it! We did it! We did it! Yeah! Okay, well, if I built that system for you, I could have put it together for about 800. Wow. That is significantly cheaper. That could have saved me like a ton more money. Yeah, honestly, now that I've got an actual PC, I think I'm gonna have to learn more about. Hold on.
Before it's magic. Search for him in Reaper's March near Fort. Of course. I don't. When we were younger.
How are you sending me to Reaper's March? Through this one, aren't you? Yeah, I bet you anything you're gonna send me through there. Anyways, as I was saying, now that I'm actually a PC gamer, I have to get a little bit more comfortable with it. Because it's been a long time since I was a PC gamer. But, once I get used to it again, what I'll end up doing is I'll end up, starting to learn on how to tweak my system. That's that's how I usually do things. Is I learn how to get comfortable with just the basics and just doing the normal things, and then I learn how to tweak it. I was the same way with my firearms in the military. Is like learn the basics and then what can I tweak. So it'll be the same way here. It'll be one of those, once I get really comfortable with it all, then I'm gonna take time to learn it all, and then I'm gonna tweak it. Still not having me run out that way, huh?
No chance to have a look.
Are you having me take a... You are. Okay. Luckily, I've been in Reaper's March already. On a build front, you save a lot of money, sometimes 20 to 50%. Look into Linus Tech Tips. Just look up how to put together a computer. But with a 460 card, you maybe last another 3-4 years with that card. Because if you want to try to start playing like AAA games, you're coming out. Honestly, if I'm going to play AAA games, I'm going to go back to console for that. Just because I have a Series X. So, like, my Series X is actually capable of performing all of those things. What I really want to do is I want to get into modding video games. Like modding, learning how to mod my files, not create them by any means, but like using a mod downloader like Nexus mods or something to that effect. I want to learn how to do that for like my Fallout games and stuff. Because man, oh man, is there a lot more mods on PC than there was on console. And then obviously my Total War games. I absolutely love my Total War games. So I don't think that I'm going to be playing any games anytime soon that's going to be like graphic card demanding that I can't just get on my Xbox. No. There we go. I did buy a PS4 and an Xbox One years back, but I played it for about 1 year and then sold them and just upgraded my PC because consoles are just so bad. But I'm 41. I'm 36. You're 5 years older than me. I've been building PCs since I was 12. Nice. I like in the early 2000s, I was getting really heavy into learning all of that. Of course, that was back when MySpace was still the popular thing, and you had to do like that. You had to learn coding to customize your social media page, but you could do things like adding music, changing colors, adding graphics and shit, but you had to learn how to code to do it. That was such a cool time period. It was just HTML. It was like introduction, well, whatever that's called. I thought it was. Is that not coding? Is that not what coding is? Just like a different version of it, more simplified version of it? Okay, so what's the difference between HTML and coding? Because I know like we had to learn how to like put those hold on. Put all those like slashes and the various numbers and letter mixtures that didn't actually make legible words or anything to change stuff. Like I said, so computer illiterate. I didn't understand what I was doing, but I understood what the code was supposed to look like, that you were supposed to type in to change like font colors, background colors, sizes, add effects. I remember what they looked like. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? Yeah, my expertise has always been weapon strategies and tactics. Technology has always been my my Achilles heel. Yeah, you can look at it as coding if you want to think of it like that, but HTML for someone who would be for just doing websites and what to put on. Oh, okay. And coding would be the like actual software programming and stuff like that, not website based. That makes sense.
Bright, the main, dark.
That totally tracks. But think of it this way. If coding was a scale of 1 to 10, okay, HTML would be a 1. So it's like introductory levels. More like 0.1. Okay, so like, as far as like American school grades, it'd be like preschool. Ooh, nope.
Sharp claws! Let's see this done!
You can write Windows Notepad and
Let's head to the next site.
you can write Windows Notepad actual code and save it as a certain type of file. You can do some wild stuff. I have to open my console on Linux to update my system. I don't run it in graphic user. No idea what any of that means. Yep, totally lost there.
Return them to the shadows! They're worse than the Colovians were. Be gone, spirits!
Which is crazy, because like I worked some pretty advanced tech while I was in service, but I knew how to operate it, but I never understood how it worked itself. And I think that's the same problem that I'm running into with computers. Is like I know how to do what I want it to do. Like I can make it play the video game like I want it to play it. I can set up OBS to dual stream on Twitch and YouTube like I currently am, right? Like I can adjust all of the things. I can make the computer do what I want it to do, but I don't understand how it's doing what I want it to do or how it functions. I know how to operate it, I don't understand it, if that makes sense. It's one of those situations.
I'm with you. Strange.
Joan and Jode, protect us! I can see why the ancients locked these things away.
Rest and no peace. By the hill moon!
Well done. Let's head to the central tree. There I can force out the rest.
Oh, I see that readable now. How do I get to it? Tis the question, tis the question. I can see you. I can't reach you. There's gotta be a way I can reach you. There's no way that you have a lore book that's inaccessible. No way.
I'm with you.
Well, let's fight these people, so that way we can have that cleared out. Ugh. Ooh, I bet you I can get there from the outside. So go outside and around. Okay, so let's complete our area in here, and then we'll go outside and deal with that.
This should seal Fort's Grimwatch for now.
Yeah, you just telling the data where to go in OBS, upload your data to the server, and you have an address you can send to.
Incredible.
Touch you put the boom stream. Okay, I tried. I'm tired of these Twitch ads. I'm going to be back in script. Okay. Sounds good, sounds good. Code is more like written commands. Yeah, I need to, at some point, do some more research.
Receive the touch of the first veil, and
That
exalt in the moonlight.
By the...
Bum 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 ba ba bum.
Dark moons, another barrier. I grow tired of this. There's a ruined... Just so you... This day has dull claws. Ugh. We were ready for the Colovians. Yes.
Alright, let's go. Open sesame. Use the side entrance. Okay. Let's go. For example, if you write start in Notepad 100 times, save it as a .bat file to the desktop, it will save it as a program. It will open Notepad 100 times. Okay. But what's a .bat file? Is that just a command file classification? Oh shit. I'm about to be a I got room. I got a little wiggle room.
Expertly done, Tamid.
There. Get those siege to rest. Kali will handle the crystal.
Azura give us strength.
Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum, bum, bum. Close sesame. .bat, I believe, makes the save file runs as a program. Okay, back. Now we wait and see if ads happen again. I know that they're. Hold on a second. I know it.
Done.
They keep talking. All right. I know that it seems like there's a lot of ads. But what I have my ads set to is the minimum required to disable the the pre-roll ads. So that way when someone shows up to my channel for the very first time, they're not immediately hit with, you know, a minute and 30 second of ads. They get at least a few minutes to like hang out and see if they want to sit through ads. So it is not the minimum ads I could have, but it is the minimum required to disable the pre-roll ads.
Well, you've done well. Everyone dead and an ancient relic destroyed. I sense the soul. One of you must go. Riddar has given you his touch of grace. Either Kali or I would be fine here. As you've seen, I'm something of an accomplished spellcaster, and Kali has waved a sword around once or twice. Very well. Let's be done with this dark business.
Let's see here. Yeah, I think I have been here for about 2 hours, and I ran into about 4 ads. Yeah. Yeah, so, but that's why I have it set that way, is just because I feel like people should be given the opportunity first to see if they even want to sit through ads. It's not bad, I'm just a cheap bastard. Oh, I totally get it. I understand. I'm one of those that I will... Unless I have a comfortable extra funding, I will sit there and watch the ads just because I know that that also helps support whoever it is that I'm hanging out in the channel of. So, like, I totally get it.
That was deftly done. I'm reminded of a warrior poet from midway through the first... Yes, I can already sense serenity return. We've capped this...
Run! You know, always do as much as you can to get anything for free. I pay for the ender. That's fair. That's fair. How many screw you on YouTube for ads? $1,000. 500 opens up memberships where I can make like exclusive things for people who pay for a membership. 1,000 is where it's monetized. I've already actually met the watch time hours. Like, enough people have watched enough of my content where I meet the watch time hours on YouTube. I just don't have the subscribers for it yet. That's the only thing I'm missing. YouTube has ads too. It will eventually, yeah. They have their own ads, but it doesn't benefit me at all until I hit 1,000 subscribers over there. That's the only thing I'm short on, is subscribers on YouTube.
Sharp claws. You have any more miracles in...
Oh, going the wrong way. Go to the moonlit clearing. Okay, good. No, I am going the correct way. Very nice. You'll get there, my dude. Oh, yeah. Sweat bin. It's almost been a year since I've started live streaming on YouTube. So, like, I'm making solid progress. I'm on track for it. I'm not concerned about it. My entire livelihood's not based on it. So, we're good. I can take the time. If it happens, fantastic. If not, you know. Still a fun little experience. Still makes me feel productive in ways that I'm allowed to be. And I get to meet people, which is kind of nice. And if you're watching anything really long on YouTube, you can always put in the middle of you. Huh. That's the old school way of doing it. I didn't know that. That's good to know. I know my son's monetized over. He keeps getting demonetized because of copyright claims that get made about like some of the songs or whatever he'll use sometimes. But I know that he's monetized over there. I also know he reset his channel here recently too. Where he got rid of a lot of well, he didn't get rid of it, he hid a lot of the content, marked it as private. Cleaning it all up and such. But he's still making content over there, which is pretty cool. I know it took him, I think it was like...
At least I'm still alive.
3 years? 2 or 3 years before he got monetized? I think is how long it took him. But he makes content. I stream. That's the big difference. He does skits, video games, commentary, songs, trends. I stream. That's all I do. And then Lady Pixie, my partner, she makes shorts out of my my live streams, which helps tremendously. Ah.
Bright moons hang above us, child. What brings you all the way out here?
Just tell me he doesn't do the child screaming stuff. Oh my god, I can't believe that, but screaming? No. No. He doesn't do that stuff. He does like... He'll play a video game and he'll have like his own commentary or story stuff that he does over it. Like he'll tell his own story about what's going on in the video game. He'll do skits with some of his siblings or by himself. Do commentary on current events that are popular, like Kendrick Lamar stuff and things like that. He's done cooking videos and stuff. He's puts up videos of the grandkids. Well, he used to. I don't know if he's still going to be doing that going forward. But he used to videos of the grandkids, videos of the dogs, and video games of the videos of like because he's a huge comic book fan, so he's got a lot of the comic book action figures that he'll make skits out of. I got in trouble for streaming Wolfenstein on YouTube. Why? It doesn't violate terms and services if you put the mature content warning on your channel. But you know what I'm talking about with screaming. Honestly, I don't, because literally all of the content that I view is military related, war related, or Warhammer related, or video game related. I have no idea what the social trends are. Understand, most of the people that I've ever made friends with are no longer alive because of the lines of work that we chose. So I'm really disconnected from most of the world if it's not violent related. It's like, it's actual screaming and yelling. That's weird. Yeah, that's super weird.
Truly, this one thinks you may have been late. Aridata. The first main?
You have arrived in Reaper's March at a critical time. The soul of the Khajiit people and the entire Dominion are in crisis. Main Akusri is tainted by evil. He will never again be fit to lead our people. Our hope lies with these women, the champions. One of them will be Main. You must help them walk the path, for you are the Moon Howl. Without a new Main, the Khajiit will fall. The Dominion will fall. Walk well in the light of Jode and Joan, and you shall succeed, Moon Hallowed.
This one.
My Tamit, Moon Hallowed. As if there was ever any doubt in my heart. With all your practice guiding me, I think you will make a fine guide for Kali and Shaza.
Ooh, what do we got down here? What is this? When you can't count. Yep. Yup. You know what? I might actually change that out too. What do I need down here? What is this one gonna do? When you kill an enemy with destructive... I don't actually need that one. So I could actually do this and go aside. Ah! That's gonna be so fantastic. Is my ultimate ready to be upgraded yet? I gotta use it one more time, maybe. Alright, yeah, we'll just do the thing. The guy is cheating and been playing games. I wanted to ask if you don't have to... If I don't have all that bag space, could you drop off items in your bank in your vault or something like that? Two things. Let me go down here real quick. To get this fast travel point, and then I will show you what your options are in game that don't require special currencies or subscriptions. You can get a few, they're classified as houses. In reality, they're like broom closets.
A blessed bounty for potion making.
Is a whole ass problem over there eating a dead Khajiit. So we'll walk this way so we don't have to deal with that whole ass problem. Say that? Say that. Oh no, that's a... He's eating a horse. Raj. You keep eating your horse, homie. We made it, yeah! Alright. So, you started in Corinthi's Roost. Clear the map, do it all. Do all the quests here. Eventually, you'll end up in this place, which is this place, okay? Now, once you get into the settlement, you'll find this icon for the banker. This is a fast travel point. You know you have it active when the fire lights up. It'll have various different designs depending on what race runs the territory you're in. Now, the banker is the first option. You can identify the bankers by that banner right there. So if you can find that banner hanging anywhere, that means there's a banker nearby. If you turn on the nameplate stuff for friendly NPCs, it'll also say banker under his name. And you have the standard bank where you can deposit things. And then we have... Actually, I think we're good. I don't think I'm gonna deposit anything. Oh, treasure map. Deposit that. So you have that option. So you have a bank. Deposit that. And that's account-wide. So any character you ever make can access your personal bank and the items in it. So if you get an item that you want to hold on to for a different character that you want to make or that you have, you can throw it in the bank and your other character can pick it up. So that's how you transfer items between characters. So that's the first option. There's merchants you can sell things to. There is... right over here, next to the main bank area, you'll run into this place, which has got things like clothing stations, blacksmithing stations, right? Well, what you can do here, what you want to do here, is start your research. Make sure that you always have research going. Realistically, the order of traits you want to investigate is training, divines, impenetrable. And it'll be an item that you pick up, and it'll have a magnifying glass like this next to a word. And it'll tell you what the thing is, or what the effects are. So training, divines, and then impenetrable. In that order, that's the importance. So like if you're just running out of space and you've got your research all maxed out, you can just deconstruct, which is the next thing you want to do. So like this one has, it's broken into two categories: can research, and then these are things that have already been researched or we don't, or that don't have a research thing on it. Like these don't have research traits. That's got divine, so we're going to keep that. Impenetrable, keep that. Training, keep that. Invigorating, we don't need it. Impenetrable, training, impenetrable, reinforced, we don't need that. Infused, invigorating. Now you'll notice that some of these, like this one right here, belongs to a set. And at the top it says not collected. You can either put it on and that'll collect it. You can... options. Bind it, which will collect it. Or you can sell. You can break it down by deconstructing it. And if you look down here in the bottom right corner, this is my clothing line, and this is the experience bar for it. So when I deconstruct these, it levels the skill up. So that's how you can level your skill up without having to craft all the time. You can just break shit down. And you can see it's like it's saying collected here. So that's a really super efficient way because it's 2 birds, 1 stone. Fused. Sharpened. Now again, if you don't have the craft bag, all that material is going to go into your inventory and take up a lot of space.
Still nothing.
If you have the subscription, the ESO Plus, it'll go in the craft bag and it won't take up any space at all. So that's one of those, like, you do have to make that decision. Lightning staff. Decon. Precise. Charged. Cool. Break you down. Inferno, you got powered, infused. Defending. Precise. Okay, you're actually all solid. There are a few other things, like all the way up to the top here. You also get these ones that have this right here, says ornate, increases the item sell price by 280%. Don't break these down. Sell these every time. There's also other ones that have like a blue squiggly line and it says intricate. It increases the percentage of the experience for the line you get for breaking it down. So those ones always break down. And then bum 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 bum. Now, should all of that,
You have a better idea? Spit it out. Hey,
let's see
water
here.
is not my strong suit. I'm just saying. Look at this place. Do they look like they can afford us?
You have a point. Matbia, what else?
Let's ask around. I'm sure.
Alchemy, enchanter. All right. Okay, man. I just realized it's 3 a.m. Well, 8 a.m. comes fast, and that was 2. I was at least 5 hours asleep, but I will be back your stream most nights. I stream every day. I don't have a set schedule, so sometimes it's nighttime, sometimes it's during the day. I'll come by, sir. Good night and good luck. Nice chat. Thank you for the. Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Whenever you come back next, I'll talk to you about houses and pack merchants. I just realized I missed a place. We can't leave without going and finding that place. Won't allow it. Oh, my food buff wore off. I need to go put that back on too. But thank you for stopping in. I hope you sleep well. And but yeah, when you come back, we'll talk about some more things. All right. So we're gonna cut through. And we're gonna go down here, and we're gonna hit up the notable location. And then we'll go back into Reaper's March and finish out that zone area. Because there, we get to pick the leader and the leaders who we're going to be interacting with in the next part of the demon weapon questline. Run! Leave me alone! Don't touch me! Run away! Apple baskets. All right. There we go. I did it. Next. He said 3 a.m. That means he's in my time zone. Nice. Back all the way up and talk to...
My friend, see you there.
Parents. Let's go. Run! For shoes. So clothing's open up now. Magical projection.
Comply with the instructions of my officers, and you will be treated fairly. We have no wish to harm you, and look forward to the day where we are all equals. But do not doubt our resolve. We are committed, and we are not going anywhere.
Okay, so we did that. Now what? Talk to somebody. Inconspicuous house.
Welcome to the Arenthia Resistance.
Weird thing was after YouTube gave me a strike, Wolfenstein game would come up on my shorts everywhere on YouTube with ads. That is kind of weird.
Bright moon. The color. Asen, that part of the city is named for the large, our little. Without you, the main. I don't. Certainly.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I could ever do a Mafia playthrough again. I felt so uncomfortable playing that game. Like, it's one of my favorite games ever, but like, the game made me uncomfortable to play. Wolfenstein? I enjoyed Wolfenstein. The third one was weird, though. The third one didn't feel like Wolfenstein, where you're playing as Blazkowicz's twins. That felt weird.
Warm like the desert sands.
Projections. What do we got on the bookshelf? What else? Did it not? Coffer. Search. Alright, let's get on out of here. It's very hard challenge mode, like arcade mode. I need to finish for the platinum. On which one?
Comply with the instructions of my officers, and you will be treated fairly.
Kind of hate Wolfenstein, like you said. It made me feel uncomfortable that flag is everywhere in that game. Yeah, like there's certain games where it's like I get why they do it, but it's also like there's a such thing as being excessive with it. Yeah. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Is the book inside? The books? Maybe the book is inside. So I don't see it outside. Very nice. Let's go on up top here. And let's go back out front. Maybe on this balcony. There it is.
You have my ear.
I got all the trophies in the first one, but New Blood had that arcade chant. Ah. So the New Blood one. Yeah, that's the one that I didn't like the most. I genuinely dislike the. I think.
Well met.
No, I did
How
complete
it
it
go?
when it was new, once, and I've never gone back.
Excellent. Keep to your feet.
Enter the tower. Okay.
Centurion Gabo, good day, sir. Ready, soldier. Good day indeed.
Back from the docks, sir?
Yes, inventory went well. I'll be in the tower. Make sure I'm not disturbed.
No interruptions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get up and stretch my back soon. Going at what, 11 hours, 15 minutes?
You must be Tharn's contact. The Divines bless and keep you on this glorious day. Believe me, the pleasure is all mine. I never thought I'd have the chance to work with the illustrious Tharn family. If my old mother could see me now. Very well so far. We're taking stock of what we've managed to recover from the city in terms of material. I just came from reviewing our progress on the docks.
I don't think I've ever voluntarily shown up to this, dude. I think every time I've come in through, I've cleared the town. Like, I've gone through violently and not been in disguise. This is the first time I've actually done this disguised. Out of the multitude of times I've done this. You know what game kicks my butt? First Lord of the Fallen. Surge. There's one specific boss in Elden Ring that kicks my ass, and it's a damn knight guarding the castle entryway. After you go through the big battlefield where everything's destroyed, there's a knight that rides on a horse, and that's the boss that I've always struggled with. I have not been able to, like, that boss is I hate that boss so much. But other than that boss in Elden Ring, let me think. Yeah, that's about it. That's the only one I really struggle with.
Nice work. Not bad if I do. Now to wake him up. Smelling salt should do the trick.
What happened? Who are you?
Another word and you're dead. Get up. This is your escort. Follow them and don't speak. You won't see me, but I'll be watching. Try anything and you'll be the first to die. Nod if you understand me. Such a good boy.
Ruse.
All yours. I'll go on ahead, but I'll be nearby.
Ruse. There's one mission in the game. Most people probably don't even know what Ruse is. Ruse was a real-time strategy game you played on console. I know they ended up making it for PC too, but I played it on console, where you play as an American general or an Allied general during World War II, and you go over different key battles. There's one level where it's the Battle of the Bulge, and you're commanding one flank, and there's two flanks. You're on the far right flank. There's a Allied commander that's in the center, and then there's an Allied commander on the left flank. And it's the Germans hitting you, and you only have infantry to defend, and you gotta hold back the German advance from reaching the headquarters in the rear. And while you're doing this, they're throwing infantry and mechanized troops at you. And then partway through, and you can't build anything other than infantry, basic infantry. And you have close to no resources to do it, so you can't even build a lot of them. And you really do have to use the terrain to your advantage, because you're drastically outclassed. And what ends up happening is the center Allied commander ends up being a traitor, and his entire force is converted at a certain point to German forces. And he immediately goes after the left flank, which causes that Allied general to completely collapse and disintegrate. And you're left having to hold them off. And they've crushed two of your flanks, and one of the forces that was an Allied force is completely traitor now. Yeah, that mission has always been a pain in the ass. I hate that mission more than any others in any game that I've ever played. But that was a game called Ruse. It was a real-time strategy game.
Nice catch you have there, sir.
Games Freaky. Good morning. How are you? I am outstanding. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. I am doing wonderfully. We are making some good progress. We're getting into Reaper's March. I'm over here pushing buttons I shouldn't be pushing. Fantastic.
People of Arenthia, do not fear us.
But how you doing? Anything new or exciting in your part of the world?
You've arrived. Welcome, Centurion Garvo. Right this way.
Carry what? Tell us what you're doing here. Who is behind the attack on Orentia?
We are in league with the Stonefire cult. The cultists are here. They are hidden behind the walls of the temple district. They're performing a ritual, preparing the way for a dark anchor. They work to the dark orders of Javad Tharn, the necromancer.
Just what we needed. I knew he'd be... You'll do good. We will ensure. I know. Gavo's admission has...
Yeah, I've never heard of that game. If you like real-time strategy games, that game's a good challenge. That game is a solid challenge. I really enjoyed that one. But that's got to be one of the hardest real-time strategy missions I've ever played, just because of like, you start out as at a disadvantage, you stay at a disadvantage, and then you lose 2/3 of your forces. It's just like, holy shit. I like how it's done that game. This one, or the one that I was talking about, Ruse, the strategy game. If you're talking about this game, yeah, this game's pretty nice. Honestly, it's probably one of my favorite online communities to be part of, just because of how most everyone in the community is either super helpful or at bare minimum, at least courteous. Right, that people aren't in ESO for the most part, aren't going out of their way to be dicks or hyper competitive with each other, which is super nice, because like reality is that's how you build a good community, right? When the community is taking care of each other and helping the new folks come in, so that the new folks can then turn around and pay that forward to the next generation and rinse and repeat. So that way you end up building a solid generational community. So this is definitely a good, solid, stable community to be part of that is genuinely helpful towards each other. But I do want to know, and I'm going to keep saying it until I get an answer. What is Xbox going to do? And what is ESO going to do with the next console that Xbox is coming out with? Because ESO is not cross-platform, but the next Xbox is going to be capable of playing computer games. And if it can play computer games, then is Xbox and PC ESO going to be cross-platform, technically? This is amazing. Yeah, I don't have an Xbox. What do you have? This is on all systems, by the way. I have, I originally played this on Xbox. I'm currently restarting on PC because the counts aren't connected.
We have no wish to harm you, and look forward to the day where we are.
We don't use a lot of Xbox and PS4. Makes sense.
They're performing a ritual, preparing the way for a dark anchor.
That makes sense. Honestly, the only reason I really got into Xbox to begin with was because when I joined the army, and I got to my first duty station, my first unit, everybody in my unit had an Xbox, so I couldn't game with anybody in my unit because I was the only asshole with a PlayStation. So I was like, alright. So I went and I switched over and I got an Xbox, which was 360 at the time. Because I had a PS3 at the time. So I had to switch, get an Xbox 360, so that way I could actually game with the rest of the guys that I was serving with. Because literally, I was the only one with a PlayStation. But since then, I own so many damn Xbox games now that I can't give up Xbox because I would be throwing away close to 1,000 games. I have that, but I play on PC. This is what I'm playing on right now. I'm on PC right now.
Excellent. Javad would be pleased.
I want to keep my appearance, so unequip.
You're too late. The dark anchor shall be created.
See, and now I can put my uniform back on. And I'm good. Oh my god, a lot of games. Yeah. Well, I've had Xbox since 2008. And back then, Xbox Game Pass, or sorry, Xbox Gold is what it was called, gave you 2 free games a month. And then when Xbox One came out, they had Xbox Gold and Xbox Ultimate, which gave you 2 Xbox One or Xbox 360, sorry, 2 Xbox One games, and then 2 Xbox 360 games. So you got a total of 4 free games a month. And they had that as a staple for a few years, where I was able to capitalize on that and get tons and tons of games. Matter of fact, a lot of the games that I've played on here, that I've streamed on here, are games that I got off of Xbox Gold over the years.
We've done it. Yes, you're just the best. I can't.
Victorious.
And I've purchased my fair share of games too. Because if there's a company and I really like their products they make, even if the game is shit, I'll still purchase it because I want them to get better as a company, but they have to survive every game release. So, I also own a lot of games that I only own because of my support for specific companies. Like, I love the Dragon Age series. I fucking hate Veilguard. Veilguard, in my opinion, is not part of the Dragon Age series. It's its own little standalone game that exists in its own little universe, because I have problems with the way they wrote that. It fucked up so much lore and ignored so much that they had built over 3 games. That made me so mad. But, I still want Dragon Age to continue. You know, I still want to support the product. I want them to get back to their roots of good storytelling. But, so I own Veilguard, sadly. So there's a lot of games like that too, where it's just, I own them because I'm voting with my wallet and I want a specific series to continue, or I want a studio to continue.
Your powers wane, fool. Keep control of this shell. Now an intruder has reached the temple. Destroy them. Do not fail me.
Is that the same game that Elder Scroll? Elder Scrolls or if you're talking Elder Scrolls, like Skyrim and stuff like that, that would be Bethesda. Dragon Age is owned by BioWare, which is owned by EA. Now, technically, EA, BioWare, and Bethesda are all owned by Microsoft, so Microsoft technically owns all of them, but they are owned by individual studios that just all answer to Microsoft. I didn't know that. Yep. And just like Obsidian for Avowed and Fallout New Vegas and all of that, that company is also owned by Microsoft. 343 Studios, the ones who made the Halo games, which have now been relabeled to Halo Studios, is also owned by Microsoft.
This one knew the vessel was weak. The Thorn would be displeased. End this flesh before you. It is not fit to breathe. We will meet again.
Bright mood.
Let's get out of here, big dog. Run away.
The means to.
Very nice. Looks like they got the place almost back under control. Let's see.
You've returned. I cannot. The temple.
This one cannot comprehend. All of this by his hand. Akusri. This one
What
should
is
have
it?
fought harder. Fought against the darkness.
Need a horse?
2 more hours. Alright. This is gonna tell me to go down to... I think it's this one, right? Talk to a moon priest of... There we go. Let's go, let's go. All the way down we go. Let's go. Go.
Welcome to this.
Hell, we're halfway through this place already. Queen RN. There's Razumdar. The Sylvanar and the Green Lady. Now, of these two, I'm gonna support Shaza.
My friend, it's good to see you again. I'm thrilled I could persuade Aselmo to trek out here. We need to support Akuzri and the champions. This is a vulnerable moment for our fragile new dominion. Cautious might be a better word. Since the Dominion formed, there has been a great deal of political turmoil.
We're gonna
The
listen
old
to the
guard
story
in
this way
Oregon,
forward.
Resistance to King Camoran's rule, and now the spiritual leader of the Khajiit corrupted by a dark spirit. I've known the Speaker and the Main for years and have every confidence in them. I've spoken to Shazar and Kali here in the temple, and I'm most impressed. The Somerset Isles will support elsewhere, come what may.
And we're gonna support... I think it's Kali. Stars.
I just knew you had the makings of a hallowed. I am very glad you're here. With you at our side, there are no questions we can't answer.
Kali.
Welcome to our cleansing, my friend. Sorry. Hallowed. We were right about you, I hear. It is good we...
Yeah, no, we're supporting her. Shaza. Alright, Green Lady, what do you got?
I know that scent. Green keep you, my friend. The Sylvanar and I are well pleased that we could be here to support the Khajiit people. Oh no. My people are deeply divided. I believe this is one of the most vulnerable moments our fragile dominion has faced. King Camoran himself felt he had to remain in Valenwood, stay close to the people, keep them from worrying. I've spoken with the champions, taken in their scent. They seem lean, strong, flexible, much like my Sylvanar. I feel they do not have the experience, the age that the Main should have. But I'm willing to watch and wait and see.
Okay, so everyone's kind of neutral.
Hallowed, strange to refer to you by that title after everything else you've done for the Dominion. But then, I suppose this was ordained in the moonlight, yes? News of Akuzri's fall has spread as fast as the wind. All of elsewhere is talking about these two young women. As you probably know, this is the first time we've had two candidates for the Main at the same time. There's a great deal of talk. I signed the Elden Accord. The people trust me. They trust my judgment. They know that I will serve ably as speaker to the next Main. With my help, the people will grow to love her.
And it will be Shaza. You, what do you got to say for yourself?
This one is humbled to stand before the moon, hallowed. You have done so much for Akuzri's people. More than he has done in some time, he thinks. You speak falsely. As this one said at Arentia, Akuzri is the Main no more. The touch of darkness.
The stain of Javad Darn's creature remains. He can never atone for what he did.
You know what would have been really cool here is if they had added some dialogue for Czar to like jump into this conversation and been like, "Oh yeah, I can help you cleanse that," you know, or like, "Ah, yes, I've heard of this. In our time we called it blah 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 blah." You know, something to those effects. I think it would be cool if he had commentary on the Khajiit storyline.
This one has known Shazar and Kali since they were cubs, since their days at the temple. They are strong, proud women. Our people will be in good hands. Whoever walks the Two Moons path.
Everyone has gathered for the ceremony, and now with your arrival, we are ready to begin.
Okay, what are we doing?
The ceremony begins with consumption of the moon sugar elixir. This unique brew will make your mind more receptive to the touch of Joan and Jode.
Of course it will. How do you start a religious ritual? Hallucinogenics. Take these drugs. They'll make you see gods.
We have prepared the temple for this unique trial. Never in recorded history have there been two candidates for the position of main. You will walk with each champion, meeting their guides and exploring their past. Every candidate that undergoes this ritual is met by a figure from their past. The trial path is meant to cleanse the candidate of doubt and regret. The guide aids in that process. The moon sugar elixir is the gateway to the ritual. It allows you to open the doors of your mind, bask in the light of the moons. The touch of Joan and Jode will permeate your senses.
Once we finish this dialogue piece, and whatever NPCs in the area say whatever pieces they've got to say, I'm going to explain why I'm picking Shaza over Kali. Because there's actually a reason why I choose this. The first time I went through and I did this questline, I really paid attention to the way they handled problems. And that went a lot into making my decision. And from that point forward, I already know, like, I have a set decision that I always make because it's the one that is the most sound and fitting within the canon universe, in my opinion. And also usually supports the outcome that I'm hoping for or that I want. Not that we ever get to see the actual, like, long-term outcomes of all of these decisions, because that would take away player's choice if we knew what the outcomes were. We get to see the immediate impacts, which are cool. So, and then I can have my own fan canon in my head of, oh yes, well, because I made these decisions, all of these things happened and everyone lived happily ever after, except for those people. And those people, because they don't worship the queen. You know, like, that's not actually what happens, but there's nothing that says it's not what happens.
Every main walks 3 paths. The life path is spent growing and loving and learning. The ceremony, here today, begins their trial path. After the cleansing at the temple, each candidate faces a trial unique to the course of their life path.
I actually don't remember what their challenges are. I just remember their personality types and why I liked which one over the other. So I don't actually remember their past stuff or their trial stuff, but I do remember their personality types. I wonder if it's a unique trial force in the. Let's see here. Each candidate faces a trial unique to the course of their life path. Is it like them facing a regret, them facing a fear, or them facing a weakness? Facing a temptation? Your queen impression.
To prove worthy, a candidate must walk the trial path to its conclusion. Here in the march, that is the temple at Dune. Here Shazar or Kali will walk the final path. The Two Moons path. We may speak more of that day later, Hallowed.
Now, if I hadn't done these before, I just paid attention to a key word there. Here in the march, that is the temple at Dune. If I didn't already know what this game is, and I didn't already know that the trials are inside of a freaking building, it'd be like going, Dune? Am I gonna have to deal with sandworms? Are we gonna have to deal with spice and shit like that? Like, are we about to have some, like, real big problems that we might actually need to go get a real Dragonborn for? I don't know why I never caught on to that before. Oh, that is so cool. By the way, that universe, like, if you actually get the books, the Dune books, those books look like they're massive. The reality is a lot of that's just encyclopedia in terms and shit like that you just need for understanding and comprehensive understanding of what the fuck they're talking about and what's going on in the universe of Dune and how everything interacts with each other. It is one of the it's one of the most comprehensive, and it is one of the only, I would say it's probably one of a very small handful of fictional universes where the lore is always on point, makes sense, and doesn't contradict itself in its original form. There has been forms added to the universe from the author's children that were partial works from the original author that were completed by someone else and edited and published by someone else. So there's been some things added, but yeah, like, that universe is so goddamn comprehensive and detailed. Like, people joke that the Warhammer fans, which I'm one of, that you have to be partially autistic to be a fan of the Warhammer universe, because, like, we can tell armor types of a Space Marine based on the freaking rivets on the plate and where it connects and all of those things, right? Like, we can tell armor types based on that. This make the level of detail that Dune has, if you actually dig into it, because, like, there's full-on encyclopedias, plural, for this universe that's actually written by the author. It makes Warhammer look lazy. No shit. It's really, really cool. Alright, so we listened to that one. There's never been two candidates in the main at the same time before. See, I feel like Czar would have something to say on that one right there. I think he would, if there was, it would have been in his time, because he said that he's from a time before eras existed, when they just used numbers. I feel like if anybody knew, he would know.
Never. The champions were born under unique alignment of the stars and moons. All candidates are. But never, in all our history, have twins been born at the exact right time together? Eventually, after all, a decision will have to be made. There cannot be two mains. Eventually, a decision will have to be made between Kali and Shazar. And as Moon Hallowed, you will be the one to make that decision.
All right.
Excellent. Let us begin. We have gathered here to usher the champions on to their next path. These 3 cups contain Moon Sugar Elixir, a sacred potion. They will allow the light of the moons into your souls. Champions, step forth and drink the elixir.
So Shaza, she's the intellectual one that wants to... Hold on.
For the Moon Hallowed, who will walk with the champions on their path. Hallowed, step forward and drink the elixir.
Okay, so Kali, she's the one that carries the sword. She's very brash and aggressive and reckless. She doesn't care to think things through or to be diplomatic about things. Shaza, on the other hand, wants to understand something before making decisions. She wants to ask the questions. She wants to make informed decisions to prevent and minimize things that she'll regret. That, to me, is the more effective leader. The one that has the foresight to understand the impact that their decision making will have. And to take that into a consideration. Because if you're running an entire species, right? If you're running the entire species at this point, and you're in charge of the entire species' well-being, you really do need to understand the level of impact your individual choices are going to have at that point. And she actually takes that into account. So that's why, to me, it was just like, no, she has to be the one that's the leader, because the other one sets her species up to fail. And we can't have that. Especially considering that they're allies, they're part of the Dominion.
You know that elixir was actually pretty tasty. They never mentioned that in any of the texts. Sure, of course. Are the walls supposed to wobble like that?
And she's a mage.
Are you ready?
And let's be honest, mages in this universe, the NPC mages anyways, have serious advantages.
That's the kind of confidence that we'll need. Let's do this.
Is Warhammer Dark Tide good? How to answer that? So what Warhammer Dark Tide is you get your character which has specific abilities, upgrades, whatever, right? Like creating your class character, whatever. And then you team up with either friends or random people, and you fight your way through unending hordes of monsters. The enemies are in overwhelming numbers, and there are legitimately sections where it's just an infinite wave. And you have to complete objectives along the way. If one of your team go down, then they're made a prisoner if they're not revived quick enough. Like if they're wounded, you can get to them and revive them, but if they go down, then they're put as a prisoner randomly somewhere on the level that you guys then have to go and rescue this individual. And you got to fight your way through, complete various objectives, and then get to an extraction point. Once you've done those things, cool. You get all your experience, you get your rewards, go back to the lobby, do it again. And that's what the game is. So if you enjoy those types of games, it is wonderful. It is on point for that. Like that game gets sweaty. You got to put some work in on some of those missions with the amount of enemies they throw at you. Especially if you don't got a team that's comfortable with their classes or know their mechanics or are just lacking skill for whatever reason or having a bad day or an off game or anything like that. Like,